What's going on, guys? This right here is pretty much like the biggest, most ultimate tutorial for Premiere Pro you're gonna find out there. I'm sure there's something bigger, but you know, it's not by much. This is a pretty big tutorial, basically breaking down everything I know about Adobe Premiere Pro, all the way to the most advanced secret stuff that, you know, I'm only starting to figure out within the past few months after using Premiere for multiple years. So this right here is a complete course, everything you need to know, literally teaching you the entire program if you don't know it, or adding to your knowledge of the program if you do know it.
Without further ado, we are going to be looking at a basic overview of the Premiere Pro layout. So let's get right into it. This on screen is more or less what you'll see once you first off load up Premiere Pro. The only variation is the fact that I have previous projects that I've worked on, so this area for you should just be blank. Let's just go ahead and create a new project. Boom. Right here is obviously the default stuff they put in here for us. For me, this is all good. For you, maybe you'd want to change the location if that matters for you. And overall, the name, we could just go ahead and put the name as Premiere Pro Example. And we can go down here and hit OK. Now, when everything loads up, this should be pretty much more or less exactly what you see. This is the basic default Premiere Pro layout. Now, down here is the import media. We're not going to import anything just yet, but once you do, this is where you would organize all your clips by creating various different folders and stuff like that. Also up here, once you've imported clips into your timeline and created a sequence, you would have an overview actually up here before you imported it into your sequence of your clip. Then here in the effects controls, when you were playing with your clip down here in the timeline, you'll be able to mess with all the variables, whether that be the opacity, the motion, or even the keyframes and other little variables like that. Again, guys, we're going to be getting to all of this more extensively later on in the lesson. So personally, for me, when I'm actually using Premiere Pro, I tend to stay in the editing tab. I do venture into the assembly tab sometimes just because the layout's a little bit nicer for piecing together my composition. However, these are the two main ones I would suggest you stay in. And if you do start varying out of here, it's very possible, if you're not familiar with the layout at first, you will get lost. So just try remember, if you're confused on what's going on, try and make sure you're on either editing or assembly, because oftentimes you might have wandered off somewhere over here. Again, we're going to be getting to these now. These are very simple. They all serve a different purpose. Color is, of course, what you'd expect, your color grading and color correction. Now, again, none of the variables and further information come up because we have yet to import clips into our sequence. So these are simply the raw panels in themselves. Now, color, obviously, as I just mentioned, is all of your basic color correction and color grading needs. Effects is a big library and database of the video effects, the audio effects, video transitions, audio transitions, and presets of all kinds. Now, we're going to be getting into how to import presets and all of that later on. There's the audio tab, which is quite simple as well. I don't really venture in there too much because you have a lot of audio control option, even not in the audio tab. Then the graphics tab, very useful. All your titles, lower thirds, all this kind of graphic material can be created here and then tweaked and adjusted by keyframes and other variables like that over here in the effects control. Then you've got libraries, and again, I don't really go into libraries too much. Libraries and all this stuff can actually be accessed down here in this kind of bottom left section in the editing tab. So again, the editing tab kind of encompasses all this crazy stuff over here by duplicating it all down here. Now, guys, here's a little bit of information. Personally, right, I tend to leave the default Premiere Pro layout how it is. This is how I don't get confused too much. I like it. They've done a pretty good job of organizing stuff for you and putting it where it should be and most practically is, right? However, you do have the option, if you want to change and alter stuff. The way you would do that, if perhaps you want, let's say, your project over here, is drag it and hold, and then simply drag over to wherever else on the screen you would want and slot it into one of these pieces. Now, personally, this just doesn't work out for me. I think Premiere Pro do a good job of organizing things for you, but that is in your hands. Also, if you want to add anything else, a window that maybe doesn't appear that you want, you simply go up to Window, and then you can add whatever other windows you want by clicking. For example, we can do an example here by adding the Lumetri color by clicking, and that will pop up over here. And then if we wanted to reverse that process, we could right-click these drop-down 3 lines, and click Close Panel. And that, guys, is a brief overview of the Premiere Pro layout. Okay guys, so next up on the list is we're going to be working through importing media and organizing those clips once you've actually imported the media into your project and already have all your clips down here. Now, both of these obviously very crucial parts of the video editing process. Importing media for obvious reasons. You would have nothing to edit if you didn't import any media in the first place. And organizing clips might seem like kind of an optional step to you. Believe me, it is, but I'm going to get into it more in this video, just on why I think you should not overlook the organizing of clips process, and personally why I'm going to be giving you some insider kind of information into my mind, how I personally should have gotten into organizing clips from the very start of my video editing career, and overall I probably would have saved myself a lot of time combined on projects by, instead of just throwing all my clips into there and leaving it like one big mess, I should have organized clips, and believe me, it's going to save you a whole lot of time down the road if you do. But anyways, let's start at the beginning of this section right now, guys, and I want to just walk you through how to import clips. Now, there's two main ways that I personally go about importing clips. One of them is well, they're both really easy, I'll level with you, but one of them's a slight bit easier. Let me just work you through the first way, and then I'll show you that quick way, which is personally the way I like to do it. The first way of actually going about this is you can go up to File, then just come down here to Import. Import, go ahead and click that, and we're going to just go ahead to our example folder, and we could highlight our clips here and go down here and open them, and that would import them all to our project. However, that is way number one. By all means, import that. I'm just going to quickly show you an alternate way where I'm going to go ahead and cancel that, open up a file. I'm going to bring this over from my other screen, and you see you can simply open up the file where all your files are at, or the folder where all your files are at. And this is just my example folder right here, and you could simply highlight them all and just drag them over. You see, if you drag that over and you hover over the import media, it's going to come up with the option to copy these particular clips that you've selected and dragged over into your project media area. So if we just go ahead and let go, it is going to, boom, import all those clips for us, and just like that, they show up down here in our project. And we can now move on to overall organizing them, and eventually, in a couple minutes, importing them into our timeline after we have organized and also in and outed each of these clips, which is something you might be totally unfamiliar with. Do not worry, we will be mentioning that in a second. First off, I just want to jump into organizing clips, guys, and the importance of organizing clips. I'm telling you, I am personally kind of like an OCD guy, so this may be more exclusive to people who share this kind of personality trait, as personally I do, but already it can get very, very stressful when you're dealing with a big project, when your timeline is going to be full of loads of crazy clips. You're already trying to keep track of what's going on over in your timeline and keeping that organized, let alone also trying to keep your project itself organized and your project media itself organized. So trust me, you want to keep this nice and organized, and it's just going to help your mental clarity at the very least. So let's go ahead and show you how I would personally start organizing my clips depending on what kind of project this is. But obviously, by the way, guys, if you've only got 5 clips, you can keep track of that in your brain, let's be real. But I'm talking about these more clip-heavy, 100, 200 clip projects, which personally I work on a lot of the time on, and overall, it is pretty crucial that you start organizing your clips if you're working on a hefty project like this. But overall, the way I actually start organizing my clips, guys, is by organizing them by what type of clip they are. For example, if we open up this first clip here, this right here is an opening shot. Now, this is of a club that I filmed a promo video for about 2 weeks ago, so we can clearly see this is going to be the introduction shot, right? This is a run through of the big crowd standing outside, and as I play through, it is just a walking past shot of this big crowd lining up to go into the club. So that personally for me would go under the category of intro. and I would create a new folder by going down here to New Bin, tap that, and I would call this Intro. Boom, simple, just like that, and I would drag my first clip into there. Just like that, drag, hover over, and let go. And if we shut that up there, you see that that is now added to the intro folder. Then what I would do, guys, is I would proceed to simply double click each clip so they open up here in my source overview, which we looked at before, and I would just start to organize them into folders based on what they are. So this right here is the bottle service girl bringing bottle service to a table at this club. So this right here could actually go under B-roll. That is correct. This would involve all the other kind of secondary clips, if you know what I mean. The stuff that we're just going to be throwing in there to balance the different DJs that I got, and etc. So then, obviously, as you guessed it, we would just continue to open up these clips one by one and organize them. So this one here, I can clearly see this is a DJ. So I could, boom, make my third folder, call that DJs, and go ahead and save that, drag number 47 into here, and I could actually minimize all these so we just have nice 3 simple folders and actually just proceed to open up each one of these clips as we go. Boom, that's another DJ one, drag that there, and simply organize it based on what type of shots these are. So that's another DJ right there. Simply organize that, and I'm just gonna go ahead and simply organize all these clips. This right here, I would classify that as B-roll as well. That's just other cool footage of stuff going on in the club external to the DJ. Boom, another DJ shot, nice and simple. And I'm just gonna quickly work through these shots right here and pretty much just organize them into what type of clip they are. And believe me, I know loads of people, hands-on people I work with with projects on damn near monthly that completely avoid this process right here, when in actuality, it's a very important process. Personally, I believe that the way you start video editing kind of is how you continue to video edit it through throughout the course of your editing career. Now, what I mean by that is the creative process you get yourself into at first is probably going to be the way you continue to edit throughout the course of your career, like I just said. So it is important in my mind to get into all of these healthy habits, for example, like organizing your clips, before you kind of start to already get set in your ways about certain editing procedures, right? For example, I personally have only recently, in the past 6 months or so, started fully utilizing the folders in Premiere Pro and overall spending that extra 5 or 10 minutes to organize my clips. Very important, extremely important process, and overall it's going to save you guys so much time. And you see right here, it hasn't even taken us too long. I've just talked to you guys over about the benefits of this while simply organizing my clips here into DJs or B-roll. That was a DJ right there, actually. I think I put that in B-roll. Let's go ahead. And by the way, if this obviously isn't specific to the type of video production you're working on, by all means, this method right here could be used as an example. If you're working on a music video, again, you could do B-roll, main scene, you know, whatever. Basically, these 3 titles are just titles that are specific to my particular project. So if your project obviously doesn't have DJs or maybe doesn't have a B-roll or whatever it might have or might not have, don't be put off by my simple example. By all means, apply this to whatever project you are working on. And that right there, guys, is actually the process of importing media and then organizing your clips. And I'm not going to go over it. I'm not going to stress it again. I just want to say, finally, trust me, you guys will not regret it at all if you get into the habit right off the bat, right at the start of your video editing career, of organizing those clips. Alrighty guys, so once you have imported your clips and then organized them, which again, I don't need to get into it, but this is something I would highly recommend you do, the next process and the next part of the creative process to get you onto actually editing yourself is going to be to create a sequence and, most importantly, import those clips and import them in the best way and the most user-friendly way possible that I personally know. So first off, what I want to show you is the two methods of creating a sequence. One of them is drastically easier than the other one, and overall the quicker way of doing it, but again, I'm going to walk you through both processes. So the first and more kind of general way of creating a sequence is to go up here to File, New, and then click Sequence. And right here, you can choose between two options. You could either A, go for the sequence presets, which personally I tend to stay away from, or you could simply input all the variables that your clips are going to entail. For example, the frame rate, the editing mode, and the frame size. However, this stuff right here is great by all means if you are an expert at the variables like this. Obviously, you have to be somewhat technically advanced to be video editing, but I'm not the most technical person when it comes to all the data points and the variables like the frame rate and all this sort of stuff. So importing all this stuff and having all this information in my brain ready to just put in here is not something I currently know how to do. And it's really not a process that you even need to spend time learning. The best thing, or one of the best things that Adobe Premiere Pro offer, is the specialist way of importing clips to your timeline, and the way that actually adjusts your sequence to be identical to the footage you are going to be editing with. And it is the simplest process, even simpler than going up here and clicking the 3 buttons it takes to get to the sequence thing. You simply go to one of your clips. For example, I could go to one of my DJ clips. We could go to this one right here. Screw it. It doesn't really matter. Just any video clip you want to import. Simply drag that, or hold and drag, and you can hold and drag and pull that either A into your timeline, which will do the same thing. A plus will pop up right here, or you could drag it right down to here. Both of these do the same thing. You see how it goes from the cross to the plus, likewise the cross to the plus. So I'll just drag it down here, and boom. That will open up a new project, and if you go up here to sequence settings, it will have specified the exact frame rate, not only the exact frame rate, the exact frame size, and overall, it will have specialized and customized your sequence to be that of your clip type and to be identical and aligned with your clip type. So if you're one of those not super technically advanced when it comes to all the frame rates and frame rate sizes, like I personally am not, by all means, that is the best way of importing it. And if you're dealing with all clips that are shot on the exact same camera, all at the same settings, then this is 100% the best way to do it, because you're going to be creating a template, or not even a template, just a set sequence size, and it's going to coincide with all of the other clips. So all of my clips are shot on the exact same settings, meaning that all of my clips are going to fit in perfectly to this particular sequence, and then you can just go over to where it has made the name of the sequence the name of the original file you brought over, and just change that name. It's as simple as that. So we could change the name to Project Example. Boom. Simple as that. We have created a project. Now, once I've created a project by dragging in a clip, I usually like to delete that clip. And I'm going to tell you why. Is because there's a further process that really focuses on being user-friendly and saving you time, and that right there is actually going to be a huge recurring theme I'm going to try and keep bringing up throughout the course of this course. Not to throw a pun in there or anything, but the repeated thing I'm going to be talking about is user friendliness. That is such a key part of my editing process, and I've tried to specialize and try and include as many user-friendly tactics, such as that way easier way of starting a sequence right there that I just showed you by dragging it here or dragging it here. That is by far the most user-friendly way of doing that. Just like simply opening up your file and dragging all your clips down here is the most user-friendly way of importing your clips. So that is going to be a huge theme throughout this. And this next method I'm going to show you before importing your clips is the most user-friendly way of actually getting your clips into your timeline in the exact right area. And that is going to be the use of the in and out points. Super huge, monumental moment when I started utilizing the in and out points, and overall it is a crucial part of my process. For example, these are clips that I got of these random DJs at this club, and usually the majority of the clip is going to be kind of boring. It's going to be a little bit crazy. Obviously it's pretty shaky here. The in and out points enable us to start this from a select point. So for example, if we play this throughout and we see a nice point where we want it to start, for example, just like there when these strobe lights start going on, we could actually bring our dial until the strobe light comes on and add an in point. Now the way we would do that is simply by pressing I, the I key. Boom. Once you do that, you see it starts an in point. That means this clip, when I import it, it's not going to start over here at the beginning where clearly I don't want this section here. It's going to start right here. Boom. Exactly where these strobe lights start, where is exactly where I want it. And personally, I just leave the out point at the end because it's better to have more footage and delete some than not have enough. But also, hypothetically speaking, say this was the only section that we liked, and then anywhere beyond this point was just bad footage, we could also press O, and that would create an out point. So that is an in and an out point. And then if we drag this clip in to the timeline, that is going to start exactly, oh, that's the wrong clip actually. It's 2:15, so if we go find this 2:15, that is the clip that we've in and outed. If we drag that into the timeline now and delete that one, you see it has just selected this small point that we selected was the point that we liked. So that is a crucial part of my editing process, and I would advise you guys to, again, get into the habit of doing this. It's going to save you a lot of time if you simply just work through your clips and put an in and out point for where you think the clip should start. So for example, this one again, I'm going to boom, put that there where the strobe happens again. And I'm actually just going to work through all these clips here by simply in and outing these clips, okay? In and outing them is a crucial part. Obviously, you don't have to do this depending on the project, but for example, just here when he turns to the crowd, we could add an in point. And again, you don't have to add those out points if you don't want, because it's better to import your clip and have all this extra room to work with, where say you want to cut it off there, so you would cut it, then maybe it was only here and you wanted it to be here or whatever, you know what I mean? So you may as well have more footage than not enough, and you're worrying about that. But overall, quickly go through and in and out all these points. I'm going to come back just in one sec when I've in and outed, and then we're going to work about, then we're going to go about, rather, importing those clips into our timeline. Okay, so now I've just quickly in and outed all of my clips. Boom, you can quickly see an in and out point at all of these clips. Next is importing, and importing is an extremely simple process. I'll show you right now quickly how to do it. You could drag this, boom, and let it go, and there you go, you've imported. However, there's one little trick that could help you just not have such a cluttered and crowded timeline here if you don't, for example, need the audio. So for all these clips, this is going to be a promo video. So here, I'm obviously not going to have the original audio of this club. It would sound crazy and distorted. I'm going to be throwing over a backing track. So I don't really need this audio to be attached here. And rather than having a whole nother layer that I would need to mute otherwise, I could just import solely the video. So say I just wanted to bring in the video and not have that audio layer attached. I would go to my clip up here, and instead of just dragging this directly over, which would be the normal way of importing, I would instead go up to these two icons here. And what these two icons mean here is this one on the left means drag video only, and this one on the right means drag audio only. So right then, if I only wanted the video, I would simply just drag from that icon and only have one layer of video on its own, instead of having to drag both of these layers here and having just a layer that I wouldn't need right there, and either have to mute it here or right click and unlink and then delete it, which again is just far too many clicks than simply importing it through here. And likewise, if you just wanted the audio, obviously for my clips this wouldn't be the case because the audio would just be crazy, but for whatever yours would be, likewise, you would simply hover over the drag audio only and throw in the audio on its own. And that right there, guys, is a brief overview of creating your first sequence and importing your clips into that sequence in the most user-friendly way I personally know how. Alright guys, welcome to section 2. We have at this point completed the introduction section, and either you have gone over the exercise with me or you have decided that you are at the stage where you pretty much easily took in all that introduction stuff. None of it's really complex at all. It's very beginner stuff. We wanted to just get that out of the way before we could move on with the better, more interesting video editing stuff about Adobe Premiere Pro. Now, what we're going to be looking at here is the basic video editing section. And in this basic video editing section, I'm going to change gears for a minute and switch up the examples. So right now I've been working through an example with organizing all our clips for this promo video that I was working on the other week and exploring the process of how I would organize all of that. Now it occurs to me that I want to switch up the example. I'm going to continue down this road, don't worry, as soon as I get out this next example of basic video editing, but I think it's just the right time to change gears for a second. So what we're going to be looking at is a totally different type of video, and that is going to be a talking head video. So what I'm going to do in a second is import a talking head example clip of me just talking in front of the camera, and we're going to explore the process, the basic video editing process of how we would go about adding a nice backing track to that, exploring a nice introduction to that, and also adding B-roll footage over the key things that I was saying in this talking head clip. So we're going to be working through that, and then we're going to come back to this example, and we're going to work through how we would edit together this promo video to a nice backing track, and how we would, of course, go about syncing each clip to the beat and placing and trimming all those clips down to fit into the designated section that we create. So, boom. Without further ado, we are going to jump into the first example. And I'm going to bring over my files from my other screen, go to example, and I have prepared this talking head clip, which we could simply import by dragging down here and letting go. And for some reason that did not import. Let me just re-drag that in. Okay, I guess something went wrong there. But here, right here is, of course, the sequence that we created previous to this. What we could do is exit off of that sequence, that example sequence that we created, and just create a new specialized sequence to these settings of whatever settings were on this clip that I just recorded, and we could drag that over here, as you see the plus comes up, or down here, just to create a brand new sequence. And then you could see it is just a video of me sitting down, and then I proceed to talk to the camera. So what I want to do is go about preparing this so it's a more polished, nicer video than obviously it starts off and I just sit down and I believe I mess up a little bit here, and overall we want to just explore polishing this down. So first off, what I would go about is trimming it to the correct size that I want it and the correct section that I actually talk without messing up in. So to my knowledge, before when I recorded this example clip, I think that I messed up a couple times. So what we could do is just go ahead and give this a play from about here and listen to where I maybe messed up and kind of officially started again. And then we would go about cutting the clip to actually be starting where we want it to start. So let's go ahead and just give this a play and listen to what I'm saying. Hey, how's it going, guys? Really hope you're enjoying the course. This is a nice little example, and I am Jack. Hey, how's it going, guys? Really hope you're enjoying the course up until this point so far. My name is Jack. I'm a freelance video editor / videographer and a YouTuber who's... Hey, how's it going, guys? Really hope you're... So, bear with me here. You see, I've clearly messed up my introduction here a few times, right? So we would go ahead and drag this right here, which is, of course, the dial, and we would drag that over to where I actually begin the correct take. And to actually trim this down, we could go about this two ways. I'm actually going to save the second way for the next part of this. It's literally the lecture right after this one. I'm going to go very in depth about keyboard shortcuts, and that is actually what I'm going to leave out right now to just create that next section a little bit juicier. So right now, if we were to go about trimming this clip before I've shown you any keyboard shortcuts, the basic way to do this would be to go over here, all the way here, until you see your cursor changes from the regular traditional cursor until you go all the way to the end and it changes to this one. Now what that means is you can click and hold and actually drag that all the way over here, and that will cut that clip. Then we could drag this over here, and if we give this a play, this is probably going to start exactly where we wanted it. Let's give it a play and listen.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Really hope you're enjoying the course up until this point. Again, just a refresher and example here. My name's Jack.
So that looks like that is where I actually started my proper take, and it looks like I go through and proceed to talk consistently about whatever my example was. It's just a funny little example for you guys, just to get you in the mood. And overall, this is pretty much a good clip to kind of mess around on, because I proceed to kind of give my same little spiel that I gave at the beginning of this course, where I say I'm a freelance video editor, videographer, and YouTuber, and you guys have already seen what that looks like when I post-production, in the post-production process, when I edit on, for example, my a screenshot of my YouTube channel and some video clips based on what I'm saying. So I proceed to say that same line again in here, which you've already seen a first-hand example of that. And now I'm just going to work through actually what the post-production process looked like for me creating that on-screen example that you originally saw in the first section of this particular course. So what I want to do is actually just go ahead and give this a play and wait until the point, or stop it at the point where I start talking about the stuff where we would kind of want to start seeing visual representation of what I'm saying, aka B-roll. So let's give that a play.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Really hope you're enjoying the course up until this point. Again, just a refresher and example here. My name's Jack. I'm a freelance video editor.
So there, when I start saying my name's Jack, I'm a freelance video editor, so it's right about here. You can just drag this little scrubby guy at all times, by the way, guys, by simply holding and dragging and just working your way along the timeline like this. Obviously, if you drag it super fast, you can see me going crazy up there. And if you drag it a little bit slow, it is kind of just naturally edging on a little bit. Now, hold on. Let's find where I said that again quickly. So it's right about here. This is where I would start to say it. So what we actually want to go ahead and do for that is bring in some sort of proof and some sort of visual representation of what I'm saying. So, for example, where I say I'm a video editor, what we actually could do for that one right here is go ahead and just import a clip of a video editor, or overall import a screenshot or a clip of a video editor. And the way I would go about actually getting some sort of visual representation to what I'm saying is simply, if I can, go through previous footage that I have of video editors, which luckily for me, I produce a lot of videos, so I do have a footage folder of screen captures of previous video edits. Alternatively, I could maybe go to Google and find some sort of website, or not website, find some sort of image that would correspond with what I was talking about as some sort of proof on screen of what I'm talking about. But for me, I can simply open up another one of my folders, go here, go to my record drive, and actually go to footage, which is a big folder, if I go ahead and zoom out, of just a bunch of different footage. So what I could actually do is go ahead and import one of these guys, one of these shorter clips. I think that's a 40-second one. Go ahead and drag that over here, bring that in. And since I brought that in, I can go ahead and drag that now into my timeline. And you see how it now does this, where it hasn't actually been thrown in there yet, but I've obviously had to bring it up to this next layer, and that will jump the audio to the layer below that audio layer below as well. But of course, if we were to put it there and import it, it would delete that whole section that it's covering. So you need to keep each individual layer on their own section. So obviously they do not destroy the other layer below. Now, where I'm talking. So what I would do here is simply go through, and I would look for a nice point. So it looks like I'm adjusting some stuff here. So I could actually go ahead and do the same thing by trimming and pull that all the way over here, and that would be trimmed right there. So that's what I want to start it on. And I could actually go ahead and bring that all the way over here, where I would start talking. So it's there where I would actually want to bring this in, and I could bring this all the way over here, and I could actually simply go ahead and put that there. So now if I give that a play from over here, it is going to start coming up with a tiny bit of visual representation of what I'm saying, and then we can mark out the other points where we need to put visual representation as well. So if we give this a play. Again, just a refresher of the example here. My name's Jack. I'm a freelance video editor and videographer. So I say video editor. We can find where I say videographer. It looks like here is where I'm doing that. So what we could actually do is go ahead and just pull that out, bring that all the way over here. And that is now the section of video editor that we're talking about. And now what I want to do is, again, just bring over some more proof by opening up here and just go ahead and grab myself a music video that I just finished editing, which is here. Go ahead and import that. And this is going to be the on-screen proof of me being a videographer. And again, likewise, what we do is just scroll through and find a clip that we like. So I believe there is the directed by Jack Cole bit. So obviously that's my name. So that says, of course, directed by me. That's some pretty nice social proof on screen right there. And to actually take this particular section where it looks like it starts, because we want to get just after that TQ9 logo comes, and we want it to be my directed by Jack Cole text. So to skip individual frames, we would simply click the step forward 1 frame button, and it looks like that's all it took. It was 1 frame in front. Then go over here until it pops up. Go ahead and trim that down there, and we want to go ahead and scrub through until it goes away. Skip back a couple frames until it's back here, and then likewise drag this scrubby bar out here to adjust how much is visible on screen, and then we would simply drag that back down. And there we go. That is the next bit of just on-screen visual representation to coincide with what I'm saying. So we give that a play now. That is going to be 2 bits of on-screen B-roll, aka things just to visually represent what I'm talking about. So let's give that a play from just right here. Oh, my bad. I forgot that there's audio attached to these. So, of course, you could go ahead and just mute that layer. That started playing right there. I'll give that another play. My bad, guys. So that's looking really nice right there. Now we just need that final bit of visual representation where I say that I'm also a YouTuber and that I have 70,000 subscribers. So what we would want to do here is go and actually get well, for me personally, I would get a screenshot of that because that is visual representation to what I'm saying. So I'll be back in 1 second when I grab a screenshot of my YouTube channel. Okay, and here we go. We can just go ahead and drag that one over. That saved the project while we were dragging as well. And just go ahead and let that go inside of our project. And if we go ahead and import that by dragging it on, that will now be a screenshot. Now, the only thing about this right here is that it clearly is not covering the whole screen. I didn't get the exact screenshot dimensions as this project is. So if anything is ever not fitting the screen, you can simply right-click whatever it is and go ahead and set to frame size. And just like that, that jumps it to the set to frame size. Oh, it looks like it's actually missing a little bit under here, so we could actually just quickly go over to effect control, and you see the scale, we could just bump that up to 120 to make sure that's actually on screen. Of course, we're going to be getting to all of this later on in the video editing section here, guys. This is right now under clip dimensions. I just needed to quickly do that. We have not gotten to that. Don't worry. All of this is coming. This is going to be such an extensive course, and it gets me very excited that we are still at the very beginning of this course. So if we go ahead and give that a play now, just from here to see where we should end this clip, we have, it looks like, added successful visual representation to what we're talking about, aka B-roll. So let's give that a play quick, see where we want to end it. And it looks like we can end it right here by simply dragging that over. And if we actually go ahead and give this a play from back here at the beginning, we have successfully added B-roll to our talking head video. Let's give this a play. Hey, how's it going, guys? Really hope you're enjoying the course up until this point. Again, just a refresher of the example here. My name's Jack. I'm a freelance video editor and videographer. subscribers producing weekly content based around video production. And that, guys, in a nutshell, is an extreme general example, or an extremely basic general example of how we would go about just spicing up the original clip itself. Now, there's so much more extensive stuff we're going to get to, including how to make these come on nicer via basic default transitions or even your own custom transitions. Also, later on in this editing section, we will be getting to all of the clip dimensions and how to tweak the scale, the position, and the rotation, all this other stuff. So right now, this is going to be the basic sequence that we are going to be building on. So in fact, I want to go over here to our sequence and name this sequence Talking Head. So that is going to be a sequence we are going to be improving as we go along. But that is nearly done right there. All we want to do quickly, guys, is import an audio track, throw that underneath it at a nice, decent volume, and that is going to be us concluded on this quick example. So go ahead and import yourself an audio track. I'm going to reopen up my folder, and I'm actually going to go ahead and import a nice royalty-free one that I know about called the Otis McDonald, and this is just a nice little hip-hop kind of backing track. Once we've imported that, again, just go ahead and drag that into the timeline, and we're going to go ahead and drag that down here onto, of course, a section that's not muted like that one. And what we want to do is actually go ahead and drop the volume a little bit. So the way we'd actually go about doing that right off the bat, and I'm going to be getting so much more extensive into this stuff, guys, so do not worry if you're not picking all these little miniature things I'm mentioning quickly up. We're going to be getting so much more extensive into all of this stuff. But just to quickly drop the backing track audio, we would just simply click on it and go to Effect Control, and of course, nothing pops up in Effect Control if we have not selected a clip, because it is the effect controls that matter to an individual clip. For example, if we select that, boom, effect controls pop up. We click off, nothing. Audio, and the effect controls pop up, but just the stuff that matters to it. So for this, quickly, what we want to do is go ahead and just click this so the effect controls pop up. Go ahead and turn off the toggle animations on the keyframes, and we're just going to drop the dBs down to about -15, or actually we could do about -20. And what that does is just makes it 20 decibels lower than the default audio. And 20 decibels, by the way, I'll give a definite explanation of decibels and everything going forward, but I'm just trying to quickly show you this so we can move forward and learn those more advanced, more in-depth stuff. It's going to help you, believe me, you'll be understanding that more advanced stuff so much better once we've explored a bunch of this basic stuff and you've really gotten your first kind of foot in the water, so to speak. So now if we go ahead and just make this bigger, and if we go all the way to the end here and drag this all the way in, we can add that, we can make that, line that up so that is in line with these guys. And then we could give that a play from the beginning and see what this sequence, this very basic sequence, is looking like before we move on to our example number 2. Hey, how's it going, guys? Really hope you're enjoying the course up until this point. Again, just a refresher and example here. My name's Jack. I'm a freelance video editor and videographer, as well as a YouTuber with 70,000 subscribers producing weekly content based around video production. That's an example. Go ahead and add a nice little backing track down below. So that's kind of just, I started rambling at the end of that example. I was really just trying to get a random clip to work you guys through, but that is looking okay. Obviously, the only thing I would say about that is we didn't put the decibels low enough. So the backing track sounded pretty loud there, but in terms of a talking head example, and in terms of example number 1 for the basic video editing example, I'd say that is a good walkthrough and definitely a good summary of a talking head video and the process you would go about creating that. And like I said, we're going to be working on making this basic sequence a much more advanced one as we go, and we'll also be working through this next example. So without further ado, that concludes basic video editing example number 1, and we're going to be moving swiftly onwards. Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to Lecture 2 of the basic video editing part in our section 2 of our overall masterclass for Adobe Premiere Pro CC. This is our talking head example right here. I obviously just wanted to take that time there to switch up the pace of what we were doing. I felt we were going down too specific of one route with the whole promotional video stuff I was preparing there, so I thought I'd throw in this talking head example. Remember guys, I'm a huge fan of keeping our workspace and our project down here as tidy as we can, so one thing I noticed that I kind of neglected doing as part of this example here was actually organizing my clips. So if I just go ahead and create a new bin, aka a new folder, and just go ahead and title that talking head example, boom, and that can encompass all of what we just worked on there. So I'm going to click that, and I am just going to highlight all of these guys and go ahead and just drag that to our talking head example just to keep this area here nice and neat. Honestly, I'm a little bit ADD, so that might be my thing, but I promise you, you will 100% not be regretting it by just getting in the habit of organizing those clips from the very start. So let's go ahead and click off of our talking head sequence, and what we're going to be doing is importing our backing track to start syncing these DJ clips, these crowd clips, and these B-roll clips up to the actual backing track and making it nice and synced, and overall just making a nice little sequence. So if we go to our example here, I have a backing track that I've got in my example folder, and we're going to go ahead and just drag that back into Premiere. Obviously let it go right here, and what we could do right away, instead of leaving it to the end like we did with the talking head example, we can go ahead and create that new bin right now. So let's go ahead and create a new folder, go ahead and just call this the promo video example, boom, promo video example, and go ahead and bring that backing track into our promo video example. And in fact, what we want to do to start creating this promo video is exactly how we just went, or exactly what I showed off in that introduction space, which is just to go ahead and import one of these clips into the actual timeline itself. But I think we actually did that, and I think I said B-roll. You see, at the very end of our example, or at the end of our exercise in section 1, in the introduction section, we dragged this into here to create a new sequence at the end. So we can actually just go ahead and delete this clip, and we now have obviously a specialized sequence that we had by dragging that in here that specialized the sequence and customized it to be that identical and aligned with our clips that we're going to be using. So we could go ahead and change the name of that to promo video. Promo video. Very simple. Want to keep everything nice and simple in here. And what we could actually do is just go ahead and open up our promo video example section and just bring in that backing track and throw that down here. And already, as soon as we throw that in, we start getting a look at the different waves that it's created. And you can actually increase the size of these by going down here and messing with these kind of scrubby things down here, where you can scrub that up to increase the wave size and down to adjust it down. But we're going to bring it to about here because we are actually going to be paying attention to these beats, and it's just going to help us out a lot more if it's a much bigger wave file here that we could see more in depth of what's going on here, especially if we start zooming even more in like this. You can start seeing that these big kind of blotches here are going to be the beats. So for a promotional video, when I'd be going about creating this, I would be focusing on syncing up the project to make it as visually pleasing and overall just aesthetically pleasing to the viewer. And a huge way you can do that is by syncing clips to the beats. This is just a really nice combination. The viewer might not even realize stuff is even synced and you've gone out of your way to do this, but just in terms of hearing the beats and then seeing the clip change, that is the most pleasing to us as people. So that's what we're going to be going about doing. And I'm definitely happy I split these into two examples, because this is quite a different example in terms of a basic video editing example to that talking head. But both of these different video editing or different type of videos that we're going to be editing are actually both, of course, encompassed under some very basic video editing. So now you see we've, of course, lined up where the first beat is, or we haven't even given this a play to see whether that is. Well, this is what we're going to do first off. Let's go ahead and just give this a nice play from the beginning and see where we'd want to actually start this in terms of our video. But I'm thinking it's going to be around here. You see, I can already start looking at my wave file and just start deciding, okay, that looks like it's going to be a beat, that looks like it's going to be, and kind of just get a general understanding of where I'm going to start. But let's give this a play from the beginning and see where we do want to start it from. So it's definitely starting to build up, and it's looking like it is going to be there. Or actually, we could start it straight from there. So you just want to start your audio from a defining beat. So that is obviously where it is started. And we can go all the way over here until this red guy pops up, and just go ahead and adjust the size of that. And that right there is, oh, I was adjusting the audio there. Simply, we could drag that to the beginning, and that's going to be the beginning of our audio sequence. Okay, and we could actually just drag this out a little bit just so we could see a little bit more, get a little bit more context of what's going on. And now what we want to do is start the editing process, start putting this together, and start piecing it together. And overall, what we want to do is simply make that smaller here, make the B-roll smaller, and I just want to start with a DJ clip. So now it's simply dragging and dropping all the clips and lining them up. Now, remember what I told you about the importing video only and importing audio only. For example, if I were to open this clip right here and go ahead and press Shift-I to again go to the beginning of my endpoints and give that a play, I could go to these guys, which I talked to you guys about, the drag video only or the drag audio only, and only bring in that video. So that's what I'd want to do. So that actually does look like a pretty nice shot that we might want to start on. In fact, I think I might want to just go ahead and maybe find a shot that looks a little bit more dramatic. So again, I would Shift-I to go to the beginning endpoint, and it looks like that's a pretty nice shot. So that's a nice little sequence where she claps the hands and then drops them and goes back to the kind of decks right there, the DJ decks. And what I'm going to do to bring just the video of that is hover over this one, this little guy right here, and just drag that down here to the first line. And if we go ahead and just bring this in again on the scrubby wheel, we could see that that has placed that at the beginning. And if we give that a play, we can now try to see where we're going to want to cut this clip. I'm thinking it's going to be right here, but let's give it a play and just make sure that we are 100% on where it's going to be changing. Actually, we could make it go here just to speed it up. I'm obviously just listening to where a defining part of the song is that we could change that on. So definitely, I think here we could change it. So we go ahead and line that up here. That's where the beat is. Go to the end, just go ahead and pull that back in. And simple as that, we have our first clip placed. Boom, just like that. So now I want to just literally start going through, adding clips in. I've just added a DJ clip. Now I'm going to go to the crowd clips, and I'm going to go ahead and click this top one, which is the crowd on their phone. Okay, that's definitely pretty nice. I'm just going to go ahead and drag that video only again and just keep putting clips in here. It's kind of like Lego. You're just kind of piecing stuff together and putting it in here. And overall, there is one key thing that I would always suggest that you keep on throughout the video editing process. That again is the most user-friendly thing for you guys. That honestly, I should have talked about that in the previous example as well, but it didn't really come up as too obvious an example of definitely using this tactic. But up here, guys, is a few key things that I like to keep on. Now, the link section and the actual insert overwrite sequence, these two, I think they stay on default. However, this guy is the guy I'm talking about right here, and that is the snap. So if we go ahead and turn this off, I'm going to give you an example of what this is going to look like. So say we had this clip, or say we had not put this clip in here and we were to delete that. Let me put this on quick and show you what it looks like if I import. You see when I import this, when the snapping is on, it snaps right to here. I don't have to spend ages lining this up. It just simply snaps into place and makes that much more user-friendly, and it makes the experience of doing this not as kind of tricky, where, let me show you what it would look like if I did not have snapping on, where if I were to import here, you see it does not snap. It starts going into the clip a little bit, and overall I would have to go through a kind of a grueling, annoying kind of process of lining this up and making sure it begins on the exact same frame. So let's just go ahead and delete that again, turn snapping on, re-import that clip in, and you see it's going to automatically snap to the clip. So if ever you're a little bit confused there and your clips aren't placing correctly, try and remember that one is to go over here to the top left of your sequence and just go ahead and make sure that snapping is turned on. Remember, guys, I'm trying to include the most user-friendly process for really going about everything in here that I know. I'm trying to make that a big theme, just trying to save you guys the most time, and overall just give you the easiest way to go about your creative process. So let us keep cracking on with placing these video clips in here, and if we give that a play, we're going to be looking now for the next beats, and we just give that a play. Go ahead and find out where that's going to be. So it looks like it's going to be right here. And the idea here, guys, is you just want to keep on cutting these clips down. I'm going to keep switching, so I've added a DJ, now a crowd shot, and now I'm going to go in here for a B-roll. Just go ahead and open that up in here in my source overview. And this is actually our Budweiser. We can go ahead and bring that in here. Go ahead and give that a play again. And it looks like that is the next beat right there again. So what we could actually do is just go ahead and trim that down again. And you guys, I'm sure you're understanding now, is we're just building the sequence, putting it together kind of brick by brick, so to speak, piece by piece. And it looks like this is our DJ's hugging one. This is kind of a nice clip. Go ahead and bring that here as well. Give that a play. And you see how if we go ahead and play that again, listen to the audio. So it's very clear that that, just based on me listening, is going to be the point that we want to chop, and it's just a significant part, something that stands out in the tune. Ideally, a kick or a beat. If you know what obviously those are, that's like a drum sound or something like that. Just something that's obviously kind of standing out that we can cut on, because the way a video looks when it cuts on the beat to the next clip and is overall synced to the audio, that's a really visually pleasing thing for a user or for a viewer to be experiencing, and they won't even realize there's anything amazing done there, but it's just going to be the most visually pleasing thing for them to actually experience. So let's give that a play. Oh, it looks like it actually kind of changed when she clapped her hand back there. But already you see how that is a synchronized sequence. And it's changing clip on every single beat. And in fact, what we're going to do here is just keep going until we have a nice, like, 15 seconds or something. In fact, we're going to go back here to the crowd shots. Just go ahead and actually double click that, open it up. And it looks like this is the confetti shot. This is a really nice shot. Again, we're just dragging just the video only because this is a promo video. We're using this backing track. We really don't need a whole nother layer of audio here. And we could actually leave this clip on because it's looking like it's pretty nice. We could leave that on for 2 beats even. So that's actually there for double the time that these other guys were, just to kind of switch up the pattern. Obviously, the same boring pattern is gonna get, you know, I just said it, pretty stale and boring. So let's just keep on working through, adding these clips in here, and just building ourselves a sequence. So it looks like that one's gonna change about here. Oh, about here. And really, this is the process for you guys. You just need to keep on tweaking this stuff, keep on throwing in the clips, and overall, just building yourself a nice sequence that's going to make sense, is going to be pretty visually pleasing. And obviously, I'm doing that by syncing stuff to the beats here. And the way I was going about making it more visually pleasing in the other example was to add on-screen reference to what I was talking about. And that is the beat right there. So it's really video editing in its simplest form, at least the way I see it, and from my point of view, is to spice up an otherwise boring and plain sequence or an otherwise boring and plain piece of content. For example, like that video previously of me just talking, that would be pretty boring, you know? Yeah, I'm decently charismatic in my delivery, however, it's still a boring clip. Likewise, this here, if this was a bunch of footage not synced to the beats, or maybe even just one continuous long video clip over the beat, but not even synced, like I said, this would not be visually pleasing. So it's all about creating these really pleasing visuals for people. So if we give that another play right here, this is coming together and really starting to look like a nice product. And there you have it. That is a nice little area to end on right there. That's definitely looking like a nice piece of content that we've put together very simply here, and that concludes our example number 2 of actually basic video editing and the process of adding your clips to the timeline, actually chopping them down to kind of coincide with either fitting into the beats or chopping them down to select certain parts like I showed you in our talking head example where we would need those for B-roll. Let me just bring that up so I could show you. So obviously these are the bits that we'd be chopping out in this example here. This one we're syncing stuff to the beat. I wanted just to kick off this editing section with 2 broad examples and 2 kind of different areas of video production, 2 very different type of videos that you could potentially be creating with the skills I'm going to be walking through in this masterclass for Adobe Premiere Pro CC. This concludes the basic video editing part, and I'll see you guys in the next lecture. Alright, what's going on, guys? So moving on with our Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass and the video editing or overall editing section of the Premiere Pro Masterclass. Next up, we're going to be taking a brief dive into all of your basic tools and all of your basic and most important shortcuts. So without further ado, we're going to jump into the tools first and then cover all of the most important shortcuts that I feel as though you guys should know about in Premiere Pro. But first off, we're going to start with the all selection tool, or the just the selection tool, actually, my bad. And this is just your all purposes tool that I would advise you guys to pretty much be default using. You can click, hold, and drag to create a highlight box where obviously any clips that you go over when in this box are encompassed under that. You could also click on clips to just individually highlight them. You can hover on the side of clips to actually trim them down like this. And overall, your all selection tool is the main tool you would be using when composing, compiling, and overall, shifting around your clips, positioning them to beats, overall, just all of your general clip movement and clip placement composition overall work is going to be done with that selection tool. Now, the next tool down the list is going to be the track select forward tool, and if you click and hold on this one, you can also get the track select backward tool. I'm just going to start with the track select forward tool just to show you guys an example with this, and I'm actually going to go back to the all selection tool and actually just go ahead and duplicate this clip quickly so I can actually do a better demonstration of the track select forward tool and the track select backward tool. So click on the track select forward tool, and essentially it is going to select anything in front of these arrows. So if I click here, only that clip there is in front of these arrows, so only that clip is going to be highlighted. Likewise, if I click back here, both of these clips, or part of this one, but both of them, at least a bit of it, is actually in front of these arrows, so both will be selected. But if I only select here, only that one's in front, so it will be selected. So it's track select forward. Now, if we just learned that, the track select backward tool is essentially the same thing. It's going to select anything that is to the left-hand side of those arrows. And, if we're right here, it'll be just this clip. If we're here, it'll be just those 2 clips. So that is a very basic one as well. And actually moving on, we're going to mess with the ripple edit tool. Now the ripple edit tool, hold on, let me just put these 2 together and throw them here so we can look at them a little bit better. The ripple edit tool is a pretty cool one. It essentially breaks down the process of removing a clip and then bringing it over. And you don't have to basically do that. So for example, if I go to the selection tool and trim a clip down, if I were to trim it to here, there's a gap right there. And we could always click that gap and actually just go ahead and delete it so that this would teleport right there. However, this ripple edit tool essentially does that process that I just showed you there in one movement. So instead of us trimming it down with the red logo, when I hover over here, it pops up with a yellow logo. And I'm able to trim that down and it will just do that same motion. So instead of there being a gap there and it not just bringing it all the way to the point where we trimmed it, it will just teleport it back to the point where we trimmed it and save us that whole unnecessary, editing method of trimming it to there and then deleting that clip or, dragging it over. And it just does all that for us in one swift movement, which is great by all means. Next up is going to be the razor tool. Very, very self-explanatory. It is the overall cutting and how you would actually do an incision or a cut right down the middle of a clip instead of trimming. Obviously, trimming, you couldn't trim to the middle, really, you know what I mean? I guess you can, but it's a little difficult. If you go to the razor tool, you could just go ahead and put a chop right down the middle, splicing that into 2 individual clips, And likewise, you could create any shape, size, whatever, you know what I mean? There's no set size. Obviously, I'm just going to make a whole bunch of random little cuts here, and we could splice the whole thing up using the razor tool, but I'm just going to go ahead and undo all those little splices. Now, moving on to the slip tool. This one is a bit of a weird one, to be honest. I wouldn't advise you using too much. I'm just going to go ahead and zoom in on the screen so you could see a little bit better, but this tool right here actually changes what time of the clip is actually playing here. So for this clip, note the beginning of this. This guy's kind of gassing with his face like that. If I go to the slip tool and actually click and hold and start dragging, you see those numbers come up, all right? And that is actually changing the time where the clip is at. So now if I let that go after doing the change, his face isn't gassing anymore. He's actually being covered in smoke because it changes what time the clip starts at. So you see at the bottom it starts at 12 right now, and I can keep edging it over to make it start at a different time, but keep the block size that we've actually chopped out. So for me at least, I almost never use this. I really don't use this tool, and I never really find the need to. Honestly, if I have really never needed this tool that much in over 3 years of using this program, I highly doubt you guys will. So I'm really not going to go too much into that tool. I really don't think it's completely necessary, and overall, you guys don't need to worry about that. The pen tool, I'm going to go much more extensively into later as well, so I will skip that as well. And the hand tool is essentially your all-purposes movement tool for your preview window up here. For example, if I were to go into 150 view, we would be on this hand tool, and we could actually maneuver around this preview window and reposition that so we see a pretty funny face on the screen with this guy right here. And it's basically just like an adjustment movement tool. This is just you moving around your preview window. And finally, the text tool. Let me just fit that. The text tool is your all-purposes text tool. You could actually click the text tool, come up here, and go ahead and tap that, and it will pop up with a graphic layer here, and you can actually start typing stuff in there. But by all means, we're going to be getting far more extensively into the graphics section of this later in the next section of this particular Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass. But that right there is a brief run-through of the tools available to you within Premiere Pro, and now I'm going to go over the shortcuts. So, first off, of course, we have our ins and our out points. It is I to set an in point. For example, if I wanted to in point on one of these clips up here, I could double-click it to open it up, go onto this particular dial right here, find where I would want to start it, and press I. And that would put an in point. Likewise, I could go to where I wanted to out it and press O, and that would be an out point. Also, if I wanted to teleport to that in point without just precisely moving the dial over here, say I was over here and I wanted to save time, I could hold Shift and then press I, and that would teleport me directly to here. Likewise, if I had an out point down here in our sequence, because it doesn't just work up here, we could put an in point and an out point there, and then I could press Shift I, and it would teleport me here, but I am now selecting this. So if I'm selecting this and press Shift I, it will jump to this one. Likewise, I could hold Shift and O, and it would jump me to my out point up here, and also down here, if I was to press Shift and O, it would teleport me there. Next up, we could actually go ahead and hover over a clip, and hypothetically speaking, if we wanted to copy it, we could press Control-C, which is copy, and then whichever one of these layers up here had the blue turned on, when we press Control-V, it will paste it to that layer. So if, for example, V3, if I had it up here, and I pressed Control-V, it would paste to that layer, but if I had V2 on blue and had that off, and pressed Control-V, it would paste to that layer. So that is the copy-paste control, and I use that a lot, but you have to keep in mind that you do have to select the layer that you want it to paste to, okay? Next up on the list would be to duplicate, which is very similar to the copy and paste, but it's kind of a little bit more convenient for certain situations. To duplicate, you would click a clip, hold Alt, and drag anywhere, basically. You could drag up, you could click it, hold Alt, and drag to the side. You could drag down if there was another video layer below. For example, up here, if I hold it Alt and drag down, we could duplicate that. Basically, wherever there's another layer, if you hold Alt and drag to, you are duplicating that clip. I've just duplicated it like 4 times there. Very, very cool and very useful. To actually do our tools shortcuts, it is an extremely similar process, and this one kind of makes a lot of sense. But if you guys forget any of these, you can hover over the tool, and it will show you the shortcut in a tiny little bracket on the side. But the most important ones for me are V, to actually select the alt selection tool, and by all means pay attention to here because it's going to teleport to these when I click them. Then it's going to be C to actually get my razor tool, H to get my hand tool, T to get my text tool, and P to get my pen tool. The most important ones for me are V and C. And in terms of C and T and P, all these ones are very basic. C, even though it's the razor tool, the way I remember this is cut. So C is the first letter of cut, which is essentially what the razor tool does. T is the first letter of text, or it's the type tool, technically. H is the first letter of hand. P is the first letter of pen. Overall, pretty much all of these have a very basic way of how you would figure them out if you actually forgot the shortcut. But overall, that's been a brief look into the tools and shortcuts available to you within Adobe Premiere Pro. Alright guys, so swiftly moving onwards, the next thing I want to talk to you guys about and overall walk through is going to be clip dimensions. And overall, what that encompasses is how to change the position, how to change the rotation, and how to change the scale. These are the key things we're going to be looking at, and we're going to be revisiting our talking head example to begin with, because I know there's some hands-on examples of how we can really apply this here. And then what I'm going to actually do, guys, is include a nice mini exercise for you later on in this section to rework through all this stuff hands-on together, and we're going to do exactly what we kind of did in the introduction section, where I provided you guys downloadable clips and the resources and go over and just kind of further cement this into your mind by working through it together. But first off, let me give you a demonstration. So here is our talking head example. It is obviously just me saying a couple random things about who I am, and then we edit on visual representation to what I'm saying, aka B-roll. However, this is some pretty boring B-roll other than this directed by Jack Cole, because that's taken from a music video, so there's already movement in there, and overall, it definitely looks nicer than this still screen record of Premiere Pro, and it looks better than this still image of me on my YouTube channel, or just my YouTube channel. So let's go ahead and walk through this and see what we can do to liven up this using the clip dimensions up in effect control. So for example, if we select this, you could see the clip dimensions, and we briefly did a little bit here to make this look better, but let's get started. So we may as well start from the beginning and see how we can go about this. So first off, what I'm going to go is to here, and you see here, this is just a screen record. You can see my windows down here, Premiere Pro, Skype, all this kind of unprofessional stuff, the time and the date down here. Overall, we want to get rid of this. So the way well, personally, I would go about doing this, and the way you guys can go about doing this as well, is to go over here to the scale. And these are the three key elements of clip dimensions: the position, the scale, and the rotation. So to focus on the scale here, just to single this one out right away, what I would start doing to perhaps get rid of this stuff down here, which is what I would want to do, is simply go here until your cursor changes from the regular cursor to this right here, and just go ahead and hold down and drag from side to side until the variables start changing and these numbers start changing, and we could just go ahead and drag this in until we can no longer see that bottom bar. Just like that, it looks like we have to bring it up to 109, and we have actually changed the scale to bring it back from where it was, which was here, which was looking pretty amateur and unprofessional. We could bring that all the way in to here. So where was that? That was 109, and at 109, that looks like a very nice crop to the screen, so that we're not actually seeing the kind of unprofessional computer stuff down there. And now if we were to give this a play here. Example here, my name is Jack. I'm a freelance video editor and videographer, as well as a YouTuber with 70,000. So that's looking much nicer. Now we still do have, you're right, a still image here, but it's kind of balanced out by the fact that obviously this guy's doing, I'm doing some editing here. The only thing now that I'm thinking about is this still image here, and also this Jack Cole here, which has this kind of abnormality, which is the black bars at the top, whereas these shots here do not have those black bars at the top. So for consistency's sake, what I want to do here as well is come over to scale and just go ahead and mess with this guy here until we can actually adjust that so that it is no black bars showing on the top and the bottom, and it just says directed by Jack Cole right there. And now if we were to give this a play, this is looking like a much more better fitting scaled sequence than it was before. It was looking like a much messier sequence before because of the fact that obviously this guy right here had the stuff at the bottom which showed my windows, and this guy here had the black bars, and this guy here was okay, but only because we fixed him last time. For example, at any time you can reset the parameters of, for example, the scale, the position, anything you want by simply going to the reset. And if we were to reset this one, that was the original. So I probably should have left that to this particular section because I was about to talk about it, but I think that was bothering me so much that I had to quickly fix that by bringing it to 120. But overall, that is all changed via the scale. So now that I've quickly gone over the scale, what I want to quickly revisit now is the position. Now the position is, of course, where it is positioned. Very straightforward indeed, but this particular clip here looks like a good example of how I could mess with the position. For example, this, since we brought this into 109, this is not a 1920 by 1080 or this is not correct dimensions, okay? So this is cut off over here. You can see, for example, if I were to go on 100%, or even if I were to go on 75% and just go ahead and press H, which is bringing up my hand tool. Oh, my bad, I started playing that. I could bring this up here to have a look that this is cutting it off. So if we go ahead and press fit, go over to position, and this right here, 960, is going to actually affect the X-axis, I believe. So it's going to, if we start tweaking this, just like we did here, hold that and start dragging. If we drag that all the way to the left, that's going to start bringing it that way. All the way to the right, it's going to start bringing it that way. And you see these blue lines are representative to where the dimensions end or begin. So for example, we've got loads over here on the left, which means we've got a lot of room to work with, but the blue line is just touching the end of this dimension here. So on the right hand side, we don't have much to work with. So what I want to do here is go ahead and just bring this all the way over here so it's kind of in line with the project and with the effect controls. And then we could actually go on this axis here, bring that up, and actually just adjust that so it stops there at the top. Now if we give this a play, that is not cutting anything off on the side now, and overall it just looks a little bit better, and it's a little bit more fixed in place. Now, this guy is the next guy that is really bothering me, and I think what we need to do here is create a basic general example of a quick keyframe animation. And the way I'm going to do that is doing it by the scale again and quickly walking you through what it would look like to quickly do a scale in animation using the keyframes. And remember, we are going to get so much more thorough, so much more in depth into all these little mini tactics later on in their own designated section. But quickly, for example, just to add a little bit of movement, I think movement in every shot is so important. For example, if we were to go here, give this a play, you can see that there's movement there, and then no movement here. So that, for me at least, is kind of messing with my eyes a little bit, and I'm sure just for the average viewer, that is gonna mess with their eyes a little bit. So in terms of the clip dimensions, what we could do to take these clip dimensions to the next level is by going to the beginning of this clip right here, and actually going over here to toggle animation, which is to click a keyframe. And what is what that's going to do is record and tell the program that this clip right here is at 120 scale. So it's going to remember that. Okay, so anything that you have the toggle animation on is going to remember that. So if we wanted to remember the position as well, we would click the toggle position. And now both of those are tracked. So that is set in stone that those are obviously at those dimensions at that point in time. So now, if we were to actually move along in the track to very close to the end, but not close enough to the end that we can't see it anymore, close enough right over here, we could actually make the scale, for example, 130, just by upping it by 10, and it would record the fact now that if we were to scroll all the way back here, you can see that scale working its way. If we go over here from 120, and now if we drag it across, it is recorded that it creates a movement up 10 scale to 130. And you see how we have done no variation to the position, therefore it is actually not recorded anything because it's at the same exact place where it was when we told it to remember where it is over here. So now, for example, if we just wanted to make this a little bit more kind of in line and a little bit more aesthetically pleasing, we could maybe bring my hood up in the banner by changing this axis, which we know is the up and down, and by just bringing that up a little bit so that you can fully see this here, but it's not obviously so much that you could see me behind there. So we bring that all the way up here, and now you see how I couldn't go fully to the last frame here because I didn't want to kind of hit the end and cut off. Okay, so I put these keyframes here. A simple thing we can do if we want this to go all the way through and not kind of be zooming in and then stop there is by highlighting these last two guys right here and just go ahead and dragging them to the very end. So now that is going to be one consistent motion throughout, and if we give that a play from here, that is now a nice bit of movement into the shot. And that is a nice, just sort of simple, but also starting to get advanced on the clip dimensions. And now we have a nice bit of movement in all of these scenes, overall improving our visual representation to what I was saying here, and also not only improving our visual representation to what I'm saying here, but overall improving your skill level a little bit. So if we go ahead and actually just give a play to this, we have created a general and a basic clip dimensions tweak, and we have overall improved this sequence that we built basically upon just earlier in this section, and we have amplified it to be a little bit better. And that is my whole idea for this, guys. Not to keep talking crazy, but we are going to keep on building on this talking head sequence and also keep on building on this promo video example sequence that we also created before and amplifying them up and up and up, building them bigger and bigger and bigger, cooler and cooler with all the stuff that we keep learning throughout this course. So let's give that a play and see what it's looking like. And that is it. Boom. We have simply concluded the basic overview right there of the clip dimensions. The only thing that I didn't quickly show you was the rotation. I didn't have an obvious enough area that I could have shown you, so I'll quickly show you here. If we were to rotate this a little bit by dragging it around, very basic, it is just a rotation. But the way I'm going to do this, and I'm going to go much more thoroughly into this, is in the mini example that I have lined up next, right after this, where I'm going to provide you guys some clips to download, and we're going to overall more thoroughly go over the clip dimensions, how to tweak them, and overall having you guys follow through with me. Hey, what's going on, guys? So continuing on, now we're going to be having a look at titles and graphics, and the way I'm going to go about starting this section is just by quickly running through how to create a basic title graphic and also starting to take a little look and a little overall peep into the templates that Premiere Pro actually provide for you that are amazing. And personally, I love these templates because I can take this template, make it even better, and just use that as almost the base of what I'm doing instead of maybe the more traditional text tool which a lot of people are using. But without further ado, let's jump into it. So first up, when I actually started introducing you guys to the layout at the very beginning of this course, I directed your information to these guys up here. These are obviously your different sections of the program, and I advised you if you're ever lost to stay in editing or assembly, because these two are your composition sections where you're actually mainly going to be doing the majority of your editing, piecing together, and overall all your little adjustments. But now we're going to be actually taking a look into these guys, and I did tell you guys that all of them serve a very specific purpose, so we're not going to be doing them sequentially. We're actually going to be taking a big jump over here to graphics, clicking on that, and working through. And you see, as soon as I click on graphics, we are greeted with the essential graphics. And Premiere Pro actually do an amazing job of providing sort of every little type of graphic overlay or caption, subtitle, credit, lower third, any of these title or more pre-made graphic stuff, okay? And personally, if I were actually to be going about creating a basic title, what I would simply do is I'd be on editing, of course, because this is where I stay most of the time, and I would just jump over to graphics and drag over this basic title preset template that they offer you, and I would just drag that right in here. And the great thing about dragging this one here is that it's actually gonna kind of pop up already with text there, opposed to you actually using the text tool. But the thing is if we actually create this title here, and if we click on it, you see if we're not clicked on it, there's no specifications coming up over here. But as soon as we click on it, we have all of these specifications, and these are the controls essentially of this particular text. These are essentially the same as effect controls, but these are all the little tweaks. And in fact, if you go over to effect controls, when you're highlighted on a graphic, you actually have very similar stuff in your effect controls. But if you're opening graphics window, it is a little bit nicer of a layout to tweak stuff over here, I think. But you also have the option to come over to your effect controls and tweak all the specifications of your graphics. So for our graphic here, let's just go ahead and press T, which is our shortcut to go into the text tool. And you see if we were on V, which is the all selection tool, and we press T, look down here, T, it is going to teleport us to that text tool, so we can actually use our shortcut that we previously learned about and go ahead and change this title to, I'm going to just change it to title example. And I'm actually going to go ahead and press, just double click to actually highlight all of this, or drag and highlight everything there. And I'm actually going to go over here to text. This is what I would normally start tweaking when I'm going about setting up a nicer title graphic. I would usually change to a font that I personally like. So for me, I would probably use Gotham. Gotham, I believe, is the font that I'm using to put up titles throughout this particular course as well. I really like this font. And overall, when I'm actually going about creating a title graphic, I would obviously choose a really nice font that I like. And say also, so for example, if we were to go over here to our all selection tool and say we'd just been doing a little bit of moving around, we thought we wanted our title to be down here as a lower third or something like that, and we want to get that right back into the middle instead of just tweaking that, trying to line it up and kind of moving it pixel by pixel to each side, trying to get that in the middle. Premiere Pro have a great alignment and transform tool, which is just super simple. You can simply go up here to these two icons, the vertical center and the horizontal center, and both of them do exactly what you'd be thinking. If we click that vertical center, it is going to center it vertically, and yep, you guessed it, if we hit the horizontal center, it's centering it horizontally. So that is how at all times, if you were ever, if your text was ever over here, or any number of situations where you might have lost place of your text, simply get over to your alignment and transform, go ahead and smack both of these guys, give them a click, and that is going to teleport your text directly to the middle. Likewise, if you were trying to do a slight adjustment, you could use some of the same tactics I taught you in the clip dimensions, where you could simply go over to these guys in the position and obviously start tweaking these guys. If you wanted to bring it down a little bit, you could tweak that. If you wanted to bring it to the sides a little bit, you could tweak that by simply hovering over until your cursor changes from this guy to that guy, and simply dragging about to actually move that over a little bit. But overall, that is a basic title graphic. Of course, if we go back over to the text tool, press Control A to actually just highlight everything. Down here is obviously more text specifications. The appearance, for example, the fill, we could obviously change that to any number of colors we wanted. You also have the ability to turn on a stroke or a shadow effect. For example, we could turn on a slight stroke, and as soon as you turn that stroke on, it's going to come up with how big of a stroke you actually want. So for example, we could start dragging that out, or actually highlight the whole thing, click stroke, so it's going to add a stroke to the whole thing. You do have to be highlighted on everything for it to take effect, and just go ahead and start bringing that out a little bit. You see, we could start bringing through a white stroke, and overall that's starting to look a little bit nicer. Likewise, we could add a shadow. Shadow isn't really going to pop up for us on a black background. However, if we are to select this, we could go over here and start dragging that upwards to increase the scale. So we could bring that actually up to be quite nice. Go ahead and make sure that's aligned. Pretty much after every new move, I am personally always in the habit of, say I shrink that down, I'm always going back up here to align to make sure these guys are in the middle. Assuming I'm not working on a project where I'm not actually trying to get these into the middle, and I would maybe be going about creating a lower third or something like that, in which case I would be maybe putting that down there or something. But overall, right there is a quick run through of how you can create a basic title graphic. And the interesting thing about the title graphics is Premiere Pro, like I briefly mentioned earlier, offers so many specifications. So for example, if we didn't just want a title graphic, I want to run you guys through just a variety of the other nice template kind of presets that they give you. For example, you guys see my lower third that comes up at the beginning of every one of these videos. I created that in definitely a more advanced way in Premiere Pro than the ones that they give you. However, here is an example of a basic lower third that Premiere Pro can give you, where you could drag that in, and already they've formulated this and kind of just sectioned it off so we could, for example, edit this and it would be a lower third. For example, here, my name here, I could put Jack, and then my second line right down there, I could actually put is the tutor for this course. That's pretty random, but that is the truth of the matter. Jack is the tutor for this course. And of course, this is not the only, one-of-a-kind template here. I would thoroughly encourage you guys to check through all of these guys. Personally, I don't use all of these basic templates that much anymore. However, I remember when I was first getting into Premiere Pro, I was trying to find as much pre-made stuff as I possibly could, and this stuff actually went on to help me sort of start formulating my own ideas as to how I would go about creating certain stuff. But this is a very extensive area here, and there is a huge variety of different stuff you could be using. But overall, if you guys want just an insight into my perspective, the only one of these guys that I really pay attention to is the importing of a basic title wherever that guy has actually teleported to. If I were to go to my essential libraries right here and get my basic title, this is the main graphic that I would ever be going for when I'm in Premiere Pro, to actually just be creating a basic title sequence. But that's definitely my 2 cents and advice to you on the titles and graphics section, is to get one of those basic templates and just start building and expanding onto it, using the different specifications available to you in the effect controls to just build on top of that template and customize it to your liking. Hey, what's up guys? So moving swiftly onwards, what we're going to be looking at now is how to create simple animated titles. Let me give you this a play. This is 3 little examples that I've created, and we're going to be walking through how to recreate these with either a simple animated text or, of course, your own customized text to put here, and overall teaching you the method behind creating this kind of bouncy text right here, which we've created, this scrolling text right here where it's flying across the screen, and this flashing animated text here as well. These are very simple animated titles, and I think the text that I've put here also kind of gets that point across to you as well. Without further ado, let's crack on. So I am actually going to go ahead and create a new title, and I'm going to build onto these guys here, don't get me wrong, or build onto this project here. So first up, go over to your graphics section and then go on to browse, and you'll be greeted with the basic title, which I love using, which is just a great template to obviously build onto. And I'm going to actually go ahead and drag that into my timeline. That is going to be right down here, and I'm going to go ahead and click this and highlight all of this and go ahead and just type in basic. And I'm actually going to be creating my 3 pieces of text to say basic title sequence instead of simple animated title. I don't know, just to kind of switch it up for you guys, but basic title sequence or basic animated sequence. I'm basically going to mess around with the text, but this basic text right here, I want to make this a little bit bigger. Go ahead and make sure that's in the center, and just go ahead and put this on. I might mess with decay, just so we start changing up the font. By all means, guys, all these fonts that I'm showing here are completely free, by the way. So if you wanted to follow through with the same font, by all means, type in Decay free or Gotham free. They're all free fonts. But go ahead and center that right there. And I'm actually just going to want to go ahead and trim this down to have all of the pieces of the title at the same length. Okay, so if I know this one starts at 8 seconds, I want to go along and maybe just bring that up to 8 seconds and 1 millisecond, or I could even go over to 8 seconds, 2 milliseconds. Either way, I could probably go to about here. And I'm going to go ahead and press C. Just go ahead and cut that right there. And now we have one piece of text that says basic. So next up, what we're going to do is actually create the animation for this. And the first one we're going to start off is the bounce animation. And I am just going to walk you guys through how I created each and every one of these simple animations. So what I would do is actually go ahead and go to the middle of this clip. Okay, so if it starts at 7:22, or in fact, we might want to line the time up here at just 8 seconds. Okay, just so we could go and find the middle much easier, which is that that 8 and 1, okay? And what I'm going to go ahead and do is put a keyframe on scale at 100, meaning it in the middle of this selection here, the scale is going to have hit the maximum, so 100. Then I'm going to go to the beginning and just go ahead and press 0 there. So that is gradually building up to, in the middle of this selection, is going to be at its peak size, and then I'm going to go close to the end and go ahead and drag that back down to 0 and just go ahead and position that right at the end. So now if we give a play to this, it has this bounce on effect, seeing as the scale jumps from 0 all the way to 100 and then right back down to 0. And the interesting thing about this now is that that's essentially all the animation done, and we can hold Alt and drag to duplicate and go ahead and just throw that next to it and give that a play, and that's obviously both going to be the basic text, but then we would just go to the second text and type in animated. Okay, so now obviously it's going to pop basic, animated, and now we can literally hold Alt again, drag over, and just go ahead and type in here, title, with a couple exclamation marks, which apparently don't pop up on Decay font. So I'll put that back down. And now if we give this a play, it says basic animated title, just like that. And that is how you would create a basic jump on bounce animated title in, you know, a matter of minutes, as we just did right there. So the next title type that I created was this simple animated title where it's scrolling across the screen. So again, to create that very simply, we could just throw this second bounce one over here, just pop that on top of there. So we're stacking stuff now. That looks a little bit crazy. We would obviously want to turn off the opacity for one of these layers. But moving on, what we could do is, again, just go to browse on our graphics, drag in another title graphic, and this one we could actually just go ahead and, you know, put the title with something random, basically whatever you want. I'm just gonna have random, I'm gonna say random text here as my 3 pieces, just so we're not writing the same thing for you guys every time. Just go ahead and pop this in Decay again, turn this up a little bit, and just go ahead and center that. So now we again need to section off a piece. So I am going to just go back to 8 here, just so I have a nice set time, and bring that up to 1. So I'm creating the exact same dimension, or actually it's over to 2. Yes, 2. So cut that, and now we've got this piece that just says random. Cool. So again, it is the same process. I would find the middle of this clip, which is this 8:01, and the reason I'm putting it on 8 seconds every time is just so I can easily find the middle clip. You see how obviously if it was off, it would the middle would be some weird number. But anyways, go ahead and find the middle of it, and I'm actually just gonna go ahead and put a toggle animation keyframe marker on the middle of this, but on the middle of the position. So it's actually keeping track of the position now and not the scale, okay? So then I would, again, go to the beginning of this clip and go ahead and just drag this way to the left so it's way off screen. And then, so if we give this a play, this basically just animates to the middle of this and then stops there. So again, it's the same process as last time. Now what we would do is complete this motion. So I would go decently close to the end, right? And start dragging that so it's fully off screen to the right. And then I would adjust that keyframe so it goes all the way. And now if I give this a play, it just says random, scrolling across the screen pretty fast, but you can read it in time. And then if we were to, again, just hold Alt, duplicate this, hold Alt again and duplicate this again, we have 3 randoms just scrolling across the screen, but then we would go to the center of it, go ahead and change this to random text, and then the next thing we're going to write on screen. Okay, so just a random piece of text, random text on screen. And that rolls pretty fast. We could even put a space in between these guys. And overall, that right there is the next quick animated title, the next simplistic animated title. So if we go ahead and just throw this guy up here above these guys, go ahead and just turn off the visibility of this layer below so we could just see our 2 basic animated titles here, random text on screen. And overall, this is pretty much the process of creating some very simplistic animated titles. And in fact, I'm going to show you how to save presets right after we just quickly create this next one, which is going to be the strobe kind of flashing animated text. So again, go ahead and create yourself a brand new piece of text, and What I'm going to do over here is just drag this up here so we could just cut this and have it the exact same size. That's probably what I should have done the whole time instead of trying to line it up with a specific number like I was doing by lining it up with the 8 or whatever. But anyways, find the middle of the clip. And for the actual flash effect, what I like to do is go ahead and just press a keyframe on the opacity. So add a keyframe here. So the opacity is 100. And, oh, I need to turn that off. The opacity is how much is visible, okay? So if this is 0, we can't see anything here. The opacity is 100, we can see something here. So what I've done is just go ahead and told this text that it is 100% visible at the middle frame. And then I could go over here to the first frame and make that 0% visible. So it builds up to the middle where it becomes 100% visible. And in fact, I need to just go ahead and tweak this title sequence quick. I'll just go ahead and put, again, simple, and we're just going to call this one again simple animated title because I've kind of run out of kind of funny little things to put here in my head. I'm just going to not think too much about it. Go ahead and just put simple. So currently at our animation, simple just builds to 100% and stays that way. So obviously what we would want to do to create the strobe kind of flashing animation here is when it builds, we do the same thing we've done to everything else and just go near to the end, go ahead and put the opacity to 0 here and drag that all the way to the end. And now if we give this a play, simple is going to have the look that it is flashing. And we can again hold Alt, drag that to the side, again, drag that to the side again, and give that a play, and it's gonna keep flashing simple. But if we go to the second piece of text and go ahead and just type in animated, and then this third piece of text and type in title, we are going to, when we give this a play, have simple animated title popping up. But I do believe that I cut off one frame here. I'm pretty sure I did. Let me just drag this over and write simple here quick, because I'm pretty sure I just, yeah, there you go. Simple animated title. And there we have it, people. We have created and walked through those 3 simple animated titles. If I go ahead and turn off the visibility of that bottom original layer, which was my example, and give that a play, we have a basic animated title popping up, then the random text on screen scrolling, and then simple animated title kind of flashing there at the end example with the opacity. Very quick, simple walkthrough of the simple animated titles. Hey, what's going on, guys? So quickly, next up, I want to be showing you guys how you can actually save presets for your simple text animations, just so you can actually save a little bit of time in the future. So say we had created a basic title. If we drag a basic title down here, pop that there, go ahead and just call this preset example, right? Just so we've got some sort of text there. Go ahead and pop that in the middle. I won't even tweak this too much, just for an example. And this is obviously just a still text. If we wanted to kind of drag over these presets here as a set animation, that we could simply drag over from effects. To save this set motion here, what you would simply do is go up here to the motion, which encompasses the position, the scale, the rotation, everything. So if any of this stuff had been tweaked, whatever has been changed, the variables have been customized. If we go up here to motion, click, right click, and go save preset, we could save that as bounce simple animation, okay? And when we save that as a bounce simple animation, or save it as whatever we want, we can simply direct ourselves over to effects, drop down the menu for presets, and we have a bounce simple animation, where if we go over here to this preset example, which obviously we've done no animation to, but we've just spent a decent bit of time animating these guys over here, we could just drag that bounce simple animation, and it is going to add the same things to this as obviously was on these guys. However, what this does is it actually does not track time. So this is going to spread this out over basically whatever the size of the clip is. For example, we know that this first clip, this preset is for the whole clip. It doesn't just cover a section of it. The first keyframe is at the beginning, the second keyframe's at the middle, and that last keyframe is at the end. So this animation encompasses the entire length of the clip. So even when we were to bring it to a bigger clip like this, you can now see that it still encompasses the entire clip. Doesn't matter if the length is drastically bigger than this. So that is the one thing that if we give this a play, you'll see it is drastically slower than, of course, these guys over here, because the preset is over the entire clip with these keyframes right here. So when it's over here, it still does that. It still adds the keyframe to the entire clip, to encompass the entire clip rather. So what you would simply do is say we wanted that this to be a similar size. We would just kind of go over here to down here on our timeline where it would maybe look like it's a decent amount of size, decently similar size, and then just kind of start dragging these guys over and readjusting how they work. So for example, like that, and then maybe we would go into our razor tool, cut that at the end, and then if we give this a play, obviously we have just reset that saving preset to not encompass the entire length of the clip, but just to encompass the part that we wanted. However, say we duplicated this right here and it was just the exact same size, and say we were to turn off this animation right here, just put that as if it was normal, right? Obviously, this is the set exact size as this, so if we were to drag over this basic bounce animation, it is going to work perfectly. So you kind of need to keep that clip size thing in mind when going about using presets. However, usually there's minimal amount of tweaking you have to do, and these presets do work decently good. But without further ado, let's have a quick overview of our basic animated titles, and we're going to be cracking on with more and even better things to do with graphics and titles. Hey, what's going on, guys? Swiftly moving on with our Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass. The next section we're going to be taking a little dive into is transitions, and primarily to start off this section, we're going to be focusing on the default video and audio transitions, and I have a little mini exercise lined up for the lecture directly after this one, where I'm actually going to be working you through this clip that you see on screen right now, where we're actually going to be exploring the sort of process of chopping all these individual clips out and then adding transitions in between them to actually create a sequence where it's not only just simple cuts as you see between me walking across this field, but also a transition between each of these cuts. But just first off, to introduce you guys to the default video and audio transitions, we're going to navigate our way over to effects, where you will be greeted with a list of your different effects, of course, but primarily what we're going to be focusing in on is the audio transitions section and the video transitions section. Starting off with just opening up those video transitions. Now, when you open up the video transitions, you'll see there's a lot more than when you open up the audio transitions. The audio transitions only offers you 3 key components, and I'll be straight up with you guys. The one I would suggest staying on the entire time would be the constant power. This is going to be a nice fade in. For example, if we were to drag to here and maybe actually start this where there's more audio here. So say I would start it here. Whereas if I give this a play right now, and I will not talk when I give this a play, you can hear this audio. Let me give it a play. So as you see, there's audio right there straight from the beginning. If I were to just drag in this constant power, when I now give this a play without talking, you will see a gradual increase in the audio starting from 0, opposed to starting from the actual audio waves that they say down here. So that is automating a nice decibel increase. So as you see, let me give that one more play. This is a nice fade in of the audio right there, and the constant power is the one is currently set to default, but if you wanted to change any of these other ones to the default transition, you could actually go ahead and right click, set selected as default transition. And whatever is set to the default transition is what will actually be used when you use the shortcut for transitions, which can be found when you go up to sequence and, for example, apply audio transition, Control-Shift-D, or apply video transition, Control-D. However, Control-Shift-D would simply be Command-Shift-D if you're on Mac. and Control D would be Command D on Mac. So let us try doing the shortcut for the applying an audio transition, which would be Control, Shift, and D. And if we press that, you see instantly when we do that command, it pops up with that constant power, which is the one that is set to our default transition. But enough with the audio transitions. Let's take a little look into the video transitions. And in terms of a default one, I think my cross dissolve is set to default. So if we were to press Control D, that is going to pop us up with a cross dissolve right there on the beginning of the particular clip. However, of course, if we were to go to, let's say, dip to white and right-click that and set as default, and then press Control D, it's going to use a dip to white transition as it's using whichever is the default. I'm going to set cross dissolve back to default, but if we are actually to get rid of that there, I just want to show you a couple different varieties. So, of course, the dissolves are very simple, you know, dissolves on screen, almost kind of like a fade in. Then we have 3D motion, which I tend to steer clear from. For example, let me show you the flip over. It's kind of just some cheesier basic transitions. The irises are essentially like a mask that builds onwards. You see, for example, like that. It's just a shape. Again, pretty basic and quite amateur, but by all means, use these to begin with and start messing with. Again, a very amateur, very cheesy kind of page turn type of simulation effect right there. Likewise, just without kind of the page turn, almost like a mask out transition. Then, of course, you've got some slides. Of course, these are going to be variations of slides. So, for example, a push onwards like that. There's also probably a slide that's just a slight variation of that, which might be just a little bit slower. Split, I'm assuming this is going to obviously come through the middle. Yes. And essentially just a variety of different slides. A band slide, let's have a look at that. Okay, so essentially like a little jigsaw puzzle right there. Some wipes. The wipes I am personally quite a big fan of. Not all of them look super nice. For example, the radio wipe still looks a little bit cheesy. However, there is where is it? My favorite wipe is, I believe, this one. Yes. So this one, if sped up, can be really nice. And also the way you would actually go about increasing or decreasing the transition speed would be to actually zoom in on the transition itself right here, and you can select the transition itself by simply clicking the transition section, which will pop up embedded in your actual video layer. And then it is the same process as trimming, where you can simply go to the end and start dragging that either out to create a longer transition or nice and far over there to create a nice quick transition to actually zoom that onto the screen, just like that. And that is quite a quick walkthrough of the default transitions. I am now going to simply create a mini exercise in the next thing. Just let me show you this zoom. Let's have a look. So this is, again, just a little cross zoom right there. Overall, the default audio and video transitions are both cool. However, my point of view as a professional video editor is they do make your stuff look quite cheesy unless you're using some nice simple dissolves, which is essentially all I use in the default video transitions. But without further ado, we're going to crack on with a quick mini exercise, and then we're going to come back with some more advanced custom transitions. So next up, we're going to be taking a look at how you would actually go about creating custom transitions. And this section is going to work kind of like a mini exercise, but it's not a official mini exercise. But like I just said, it's going to work kind of like a mini exercise in the sense that you guys can go over to resources and go ahead and download this example clip, which would be a great one, I thought, to work through. And the reason is because it is very obvious that we could create a custom transition here. And this is the section that I'm talking about. So if you guys go ahead and import your clip, that you can download through resources. This right here might just look like a regular clip, but it's actually ideal for creating a first beginner custom transition. And the reason for that is because of this lady walking across right here. Now, you can't even see the lady, but we are actually going to be able to utilize this covering of the screen here to, when her leg starts coming past this point, create a mask along here in line with her leg and adjust it all the way across the screen so that when she walks across like this, it is going to create the look that a new clip is transitioning on here via the masking tools which are available on the opacity section. So first off, guys, import your clip, and I want you guys to just jump in just before she comes onto the screen. So just before these legs start coming across the screen, I want you guys to make a cut. So let's say right about here, okay? And I'm just continuing off in that same folder that we worked on in the last little thing right here, or that same sequence rather that we worked on that in the last mini exercise. So once you guys have this clip trimmed, let's give it a play. This is a brief walk across the screen, and it will be making for an ideal custom transition. Now, how I would start this, guys, is I would actually step forward frame by frame until the first area that the background comes through her leg right here and is visible. So this bit down here, I wouldn't pay attention to too much. Okay, we're not gonna have to go the further step and do that. I think that's a little bit too complex for us to start off with. But if we go ahead and select this first frame and actually just go ahead and press 25, so we've got a little bit more to work with, and then go straight over here to our free draw Bezier tool and just go ahead and click that, okay? And what we want to do right now, guys, is actually just go ahead and create a mask around this leg right here, okay? So let's go ahead and just start creating a basic mask by clicking, holding, and essentially just painting on or drawing on a rough outline, okay? Now, once we've done that, let's just go ahead and finish that off by creating a circle and finishing it off by connecting it here. Now, you'll notice it will section off this area. That's obviously the opposite of the effect we want, seeing as we would want this section to be highlighted and that section there to be alpha with the background essentially not there. So if we were to reverse this, all we would do is click invert. And right away you start seeing that obviously right there, once we drag it all the way, is going to be kind of transparent essentially. So anything that we put below it, for example, if I were to bring this up to the next layer and bring one of these clips below it right now, even though we've only chopped that tiny section away, that is essentially transparent right there. So it is going to be showing whatever is below it. And currently, obviously, that is just black. Now, you see how currently, seeing as we've just done a nice mask here, it is kind of rough edges. Obviously, I would encourage you guys to tweak the feather. I am going to mess with the feather quite a bit. And once I've tweaked the feather, you notice it does start kind of going out a little bit and showing more of the background here. That's because we do want to mess with the expansion as well. The perfect match between the mask and the expansion is no set amount, but I think it's starting to look pretty nice on 65 or 64 feather, and the expansion could probably be on about 58 as well. So go ahead and mask the expansion, go ahead and mask the path, okay? And now simply all we want to do is just start going forward a frame and simply clicking that mask and bringing it back in to adjust it. And that is pretty much what we want to do. Now, creating custom transitions can be a very tedious process if you start messing up. So I will warn you guys now that it is better to go through and just try and be as precise as possible. For example, like I'm trying to do now, to avoid yourself having to come back and readjust. And the process here is simply just to keep throwing that back into the similar place that it just was and adjusting this mask so that it is cutting off whatever is being shown between these legs here. And that is essentially what we want to keep on doing, is just adjusting this so that we are cutting off whatever is shown between here. So let's just keep on working through frame by frame and trying to adjust this mask so that it best suits this leg right here and starts to show us whatever is behind this leg right here. So it's a very simple process, honestly, guys. It's just to keep on ticking forward, and it looks like we are going to have to start adjusting this leg right here now because it starts going down, and just keep on tweaking this to our liking. In fact, I think we might have actually messed up back here. Yes, we did. So, oh, yep, you see what I mean? You do have to be very cautious of the movement that is actually taking place. However, with the feather, you can do a decent job of making your mistakes kind of go away almost, because it kind of just fades everything out. But as you see, we keep working through here now. It is changing much more in size and shape, but we just keep on working our way through, keep on adjusting frame by frame, and believe me guys, this is a tedious process, but it is the most tedious stuff all throughout editing. And be careful of this because this is starting to show over here now. But throughout the process of editing, to really start performing the nicest effects, you are really going to have to put a lot of tweaking time into it. It is quite a technical process, and as you can see here, we are really just trying to create a nice outline for this, so we could actually just have a nice mask here. And that right there is needs to be pushed over a little bit more, and just try and create this as precise as you can, guys. As you see here, I'm just trying to get this as nice as possible to fit what's going on. It looks like I need to drag that in a little bit more, and I'm really just working through this frame by frame. You see we are nearly with her all the way across the screen, but it is a very gradual process and a very frame by frame process. We could jump through here and just go ahead and keep adjusting this. It looks like we've got a decent outline so far, but we might want to start changing that a little bit. Bring that in here. Cool. Drag that over a little bit. And believe me guys, it is fiddly, so don't be too annoyed. Personally, I'm kind of like a ADD kind of guy, so trust me, this type of stuff is tough for me, maybe even tougher for you, simply because I already have a pretty limited attention span, where if I'm kind of doing something mundane like this, it can be a little bit annoying, but trust me, the end result is always worth it, or, you know, the majority of the time it is worth it. So I'm just trying to tweak this to make this fit in here. Go ahead and bring this over a little bit more. Okay, nice. And just kind of bring this again. Kind of fit that in there. We're definitely getting close to the finish now, guys. All we have to do is keep on slotting this in and adjusting accordingly to how this is going. And I think this is definitely a really good example for you guys, because it is essentially the strategy that I try and use when creating a custom transition, is to not create like a really out there crazy transition, but almost try and make the transition blend into something that you've got going on in your scene already. For example, like this is a great it is just a great scene where clearly this leg covers the whole screen, and it's honestly kind of like the perfect example of how to create a nice custom transition. So you see this is now changing quite a bit. We need to bring this in here, start bringing that around. Nice, have that curved around a little bit. Overall, it might not be perfect for your first try, but it's definitely going to give you an idea of how to pull off this type of effect better later down the road. So keep on creating that. We're honestly about 5 frames away right now, guys. We are not far at all. Keep popping this on. Keep adjusting so that we actually are making this fit all right. It's looking okay here. Keep adjusting. Let's go one more frame over, and we are totally nearly there right now. About 4 frames away. Let's go one more. Again, just do this small adjust. You can tell it's coming to the end almost by the small amount of movement that's going through now. And try and just not have any of that background section showing. Oh, it looks like it's definitely almost gone now. One more frame. Okay. Oh, okay. So you see my my frames have started to peak behind here. If I go back a frame or two, it looks like I need to adjust that, as I forgot that those guys were coming through. Let's have a look. Okay, it looks like here we are kind of okay. Yep. Okay, now keep going through. There is the next frame that we have yet to do. I don't even have to re-establish to you guys that, or just go over again that this is a very tedious process, and that it is quite a lot of tweaking to achieve essentially like a couple seconds of an effect. And here we go. As we bring this over, this is nearing the finish line. And the objective is to obviously have the entire mask cover the entire screen so that we can replace this mask with something else. So now we bring this here, simply bring that up there, and we are about 2 frames from the end. One final one here, and now this right here can be our final one, where we make this fill the entire screen. And now, if we are to go back to here, and actually just on this first frame, just go ahead and bring this off. That means that as soon as this person starts coming on screen, it is going to create a default transition like that. So if we were actually to go to that clip, or to go to this that we've just created here, guys, and bring that other clip down below, we can have a look at how effectively of a transition it does onto this below layer. So let's give that a play. And as you can see right there, it definitely does look a little bit amateur. Of course, we didn't take the most time in the world, but, oh, and I've just noticed a problem that clearly I need to go to the frame before that it actually comes on. So here, and put here that it is off so that it just comes on screen for that selection. But if we give this a play now, guys, very cool, honestly. It starts working its way up. And actually, this lady walks on a new clip, or you have the look that she is walking on a new clip, and as her legs go across the screen, in fact, I could even go over here a bit, so it's playing, there's people walking across the screen, and then all of a sudden, this lady decides she's walking across, and she actually walks a whole new clip onto the screen. And that, in its essence, guys, is a walkthrough of creating custom transitions. I'll give you guys another play of that quickly. And overall, I think that's a very nice one-taker there that we've created together, and I'm really happy that I actually had you guys download that from the resources so you could follow through with an identical example to the one that I just walked through here, which is this lady actually walking a whole new clip on, and it's a very cool example of a custom transition. Hey, what's going on, guys? So moving on with our transition section of the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass, what we're going to be quickly looking at now is plugin transitions. Now, first off, let me just go ahead and select these 2 clips, duplicate them, and remove the default transition that's in between, so I just have something to mess around with, and just to show you off these transitions. But first off, plugin transitions can be actually gathered and collected through a list of asset websites that give you assets, or even YouTubers giving away different packs and editing packs and stuff like that. Overall, these can be acquired in many different ways. If you don't know how to go about getting some plugin transitions, there will be some available for download in the next section of this, the mini exercise just after this. However, quickly I want to demonstrate how to import them, how to actually add them, and overall the process that goes around using plugin transitions. So plugin transitions, like all your transitions, are going to be available to you in the effects section, and they will come up under preset transitions or whatever once you have imported them. So I obviously have imported some here with the preset transitions, and there's also another pack here with a couple in as well, but I'm going to quickly walk you through importing. So how you would actually go about importing a new plugin transition once downloaded would be going up here to preset, right-clicking, and click import presets. Just like that, it is going to pop me up with my Premiere Trans LUTs, so that's Premiere Pro Transitions and LUTs. We're going to be getting to LUTs next, but this is just a random folder that I have. And I would actually, to import stuff, I would obviously click on the one I would import. So these are a bunch of different variations of plugin transitions. I'm actually just going to go ahead and get the slide up clip 1 slide up transition, double click that, and it will have started importing that into its own folder. I can then double click that and just import the clip 2 one, and it looks like the way this transition comes and the way that a lot of other plugin transitions come is they give you one presets to add to the beginning clip, for example this one, and then also when you see how much stuff pops up here, this is all the variations they've made and then saved to this to be a preset. But then you would then take the second thing that they give you, the second preset file that they give you, and drag that to the second file that you would want this transition to be performing on. And instead of that default transition dragging to the middle, dragging these to either side would perform a series of animations in the middle here that when we play this, this should come up with a transition. In fact, I'm actually just going to go ahead and render that in and out so we can get a nice view of what this preset and this plugin transition is actually going to do for us. And this pre-render is a great way of just slowing down the process, or speeding up rather the process of viewing your image without it kind of being a little jittery before doing the pre-renders. But let's have a look when this completes. And having a look right here, you see this then slides up, and it is a really effective plug-in transition. As you can see, let's give that one more play. Very, very nice. And this, honestly, these plug-in transitions can save you so much editing and so much time. You just have to find the right one. So this one right here is clearly a really nice one. And just like that, that is the process of adding a plug-in transition or importing it as well. And also, not all plugin transitions are going to come in this format where they give you one preset for the clip 1 and one preset for the clip 2. But if there is another way of doing it, instead of having 2, which is the pretty obvious way, if you double click it, if there is another method, they will have written that in the description here. At least that goes for the vast majority of plugin transition manufacturers. They're not trying to leave you in the dark, don't worry. So if it's not a normal setup like this, where they give you one preset for the first clip and one preset for the second clip to literally just drag and drop, they will have you a description. If you double click, you will find a description of the transitions. But we're going to come back with a mini exercise where you guys can download the next zoom out transition I'm going to show you, and we're just going to go ahead and add this to another set of clips. Hey, what's up guys? So continuing on with our lectures, we're going to be now taking a look at the color panel or the color tab within Premiere Pro, and overall taking a look at basic color correction and basic color grading. But before we jump into that, I need to quickly talk about the difference between the both of them and provide you guys with a practical example that will help you differ between color correction and color grading. Now, if I give a play on this that's on screen right now, this is the same clip. Both of these are the same clip, but you'll see when it switches to the other one that something is different. Yes, the first clip actually has a much cooler temperature. Now, even though these are the same clip, pretend for a minute that these actually weren't the same clip, and they were just, and this one right here was actually the clip that would come after this one in a sequence. Now, what would you think would need to be consistent in these two clips that are part of the same scene and the same sequence? Yep, you were probably guessing it, and if you didn't, well, I'll tell you, it is the colors. For a same scene to actually, or for various different clips that would actually be supposedly in the same scene, they all need to kind of have the same environment, and they need to be telling the same story, even without the person per se in the clip telling you exactly what's going on. So the way that you could actually make an audience feel that clips are part of the same scene is the same sort of color correction and color patterns. However, these two clearly do not have it. And this is a good example of color correction because in its essence, that is what color correction is. It is taking potential clips that are in the same scene or need to be looking the same and correcting those colors to make them as similar and in the same color patterns and color schemes as each other, so that the audience subconsciously right away is going to start grouping these scenes into, or grouping these shots into the same scene subconsciously without even having to make the conscious decision that these shots were shot in the same place at the same time and overall in the same scene. And overall, that is color correction in a nutshell, correcting those colors to bring them as closer to the ones in the same scene or the ones that are alike as possible. And in its essence, that's color correction. Now, color grading is actually the process of leveling up all these colors and amplifying them to the next level after you've actually done your original color correction layer. And the reason I wanted to get all of this out just before we crack into actual sections and lectures based on color correction and color grading is that it can be quite a confusing process. And personally, even before the past year or so, I thought of color correction as color grading and color grading as the same thing as color correction. But in fact, these two serve very different purposes in terms of leveling up and overall perfecting your image quality and your image color schemes. But without further ado, guys, enough of the explanations. I just wanted to give you a quick explanation and a practical example between these two of color correction and color grading. And without further ado, let's crack on with a real hands-on example of how to color correct first, and then we'll be moving on to color grading and also moving on to not only the curves tool within this color correction panel, but also the vignette and everything else that I think would be important for you guys to start learning within the Lumetri color and the color panels. Okay guys, so moving on with our Premiere Pro Masterclass, we're now going to be taking a look at how to create a basic color correction, and this is going to serve as kind of like a little mini example, except I'm not going to officially title it mini example, but the reason I say it's going to serve the purpose of a mini example is because you guys can go to resources right now and actually download this exact clip that I'm going to be working through, and we are going to together have a look at the process behind actually bringing its correction, or color correcting it rather, to be same color scheme and overall the same kind of visual representation that this second shot is going to give us, and I'll show you that. So if we look at this second shot, it's far more natural colors. The colors actually look like the environment that you would think this is shot in, some sort of forest or something like that, right? The colors represent those of other colors you've seen in similar environments, and overall don't look as fake. This one right here definitely looks like it's very bright in my face and overall on my hands right there, meaning that clearly the highlights or something here has been turned up, and overall we want to try bring this image quality here to be that of a similar color scheme to our second clip, which is going to play right here, which looks so much more natural, so much nicer. And then we could even take this clip, once we've gone through the basics of actually color correcting this, we can now in the next following step move on to color grading this, to not only correct these colors to bring them down to reality, but to improve them to make them next level after we've actually brought this down to be a similar color pattern and a similar color scheme to that of the related clips to it. Because remember, I told you to just pretend like this clip here would be the clip that would follow in the video that this would be based in, meaning that we obviously couldn't have a clip that's this kind of blue, this far different color scheme to the one that would follow next. It just clearly wouldn't be in the same even selection of clips. So what we would actually do is, once you guys have downloaded it and imported it to Adobe Premiere Pro, the process I would personally go about doing this is, of course, we come over here to our color tab. So let's say we were in the editing, we've imported our clip right here, we come up to color, and when we come to color, you guys will be greeted with these 6 tabs right here: the basic correction, the creative, the curves, color wheels, HSL, secondary, and the vignette. So the one that I want you guys to direct your attention to is basic correction. And when we pop up here, don't be too worried about anything like the input LUT. Don't be worried about all this stuff. The one I want you guys to focus on is the temperature. And that is the process that I would personally originally go through if I'm looking at either 2 clips from a different camera or 2 clips that are meant to be in the same scene that I shot maybe at different times of day. And overall, what I would want to do is keep these clips next to each other. For example, the clip that currently doesn't look how I want it and the clip that does look how I want it, so I have a reference. And then I would simply start messing with the temperature and then moving on to later some of the stuff down here in the tone section. But first off, I would start messing with that temperature to start bringing it closer to that of the clip that I wanted to actually replicate the color scheme of. So if we go back over to this one, obviously this one here is looking much more orange and much more bright. So we would probably start bringing our temperature up towards this right hand side, but obviously on this clip here. And you can see if we do start dragging this up, we are bringing those colors even more to reality. So I want you guys to do that exactly what I've just done, is drag that temperature from 0 where it would have been, and you can see how much of a change it really makes when we bring that back down, and actually just go ahead and start bringing that all the way up to 100 on the temperature scale. And we can already see that when it changes here, it is looking much more similar over here to this one here, even though this one here clearly still has a little bit more of a highlighted kind of reflective hand. I believe if we go to this one is a little bit more neutral. Yep, it's definitely a little bit more neutral here, meaning that we still need to do a couple tweaks to bring this guy down to reality. And the next thing I want to focus your attention on, guys, is let's just start bringing these whites down. Now, the whites are, of course, the brightness in this image, and the blacks represent the darkness in this image. So if we were to actually bring those darks down, we are increasing the blackness. But if we were to bring those up, we are making it more kind of like a fade to film. But let's undo that black. And it's essentially the same concept when we mess with the whites. So if we start bringing those whites down, you can see this hand right here, which if we bring those back up, you can see it's very glowing. And if we bring that all the way back down, you can see we've actually kind of neutralized this image a bit more and taken down the fact that it is kind of highlighted here and almost glowing off of my hand, and that's overexposed. And if we actually bring these whites down, we are neutralizing those colors there and overall neutralizing the reflectiveness of that, and just creating this color scheme to be that of a neutral color scheme. And if we were to give this a play right now, this is looking far more towards the second image that we're about to play here than it was at first, obviously. And as you can see, I think we've done a good job now so far of actually bringing those colors so that they are quite similar to each other, in fact. And I think we've brought that back down to a normal color scheme, and these are now sharing the same color scheme, meaning that they are color corrected. Color corrected, people. That right there is a explanation and a hands-on example of color correction, okay? Honestly, I just really felt I should emphasize the difference between color correction and color grading and give you guys a very practical hands-on example here to begin this section, just based on the fact that I've been editing for years and only just in the past year or so has started to come to the understanding of color correction and color grading and the two vastly different purposes they both serve. But, you know, enough talk for me now. I've showed you guys this example. Hopefully, if you work through this with me, you will have a hands down exactly the same example as me that we have just color corrected together using the Lumetri color panel and the basic correction tab in the Lumetri color panel. And without further ado, guys, let's move on to a basic color grading and how we can level up this image that we're dealing with here even more than we've already done by bringing it down to a nicer color scheme than the one it originally had. Hey, what's up, guys? So cracking on with the color correction / color grading part of our Adobe Premiere Pro masterclass. The section I want to take a look at now and direct your attention to is going to be the creative panel as part of the Lumetri color panel in the color tab on Adobe Premiere Pro. Now, the reason I want to show you guys this is because this is my favorite area of the color Lumetri color panel because of one simple thing, and that is going to be LUTS / LUTs. This is by far my favorite way of actually color grading stuff with quite a minimal effort once I've done a basic color correction using the basic correction panel. And the reason I love this creative panel, like I said, is because these LUTS / LUTs. Now, this might be the first time you've ever clicked this little drop down menu right here, but you can go ahead and click it and you will be greeted with a huge list of preset color grades where you can tweak these and level these up further to actually just amplify the color scheme of your image so much. Now, first off, I'm going to introduce you to these basic ones here, and then in the next miniature section, we're going to talk about how you can actually import your own custom ones and then also save your own once you've started tweaking color schemes to a next level where you think you're at the level to start saving presets because you've done such a nice color grade simply based off tweaking this stuff. But overall, the creative panel offers you the ability to, for example, click on this drop down menu right here and select a look. Now, one that I really like is the Fuji Eterna 250D Kodak 2395 by Adobe. Let's go ahead and just click this, and I want you guys to follow through. If you're open on the screen right now as well, go ahead and follow through by just adding that to our image. And instantly that is going to add a color grade. It hasn't tweaked anything down there because all of these settings are built into this right here. Now, you can use this one or this one. Both of these are hands down my favorite, these two right here, and they are each going to give you a slightly different color grade. Now, by all means, all of these in here, for example, if we go down here and select a random one, they're all going to give you a much different color grade, but this right here is going to be setting a more dynamic and a more cinematic color scheme to your stuff, and instantly you can see when we've added these ones here, it's looking much more like a movie, much more crazy, much more serious, and overall much more cinematic. And that is what these LUTs really give you the option to do is, for example, if we go back to one of the ones that I said I really like, liked, like this one right here, not only can we import these, but we can actually level them up and increase, either increase or decrease intensity. For example, if we wanted to make this double the strength, which I would not want to, that's a little bit crazy there, or if we wanted to make this 0 strength, you can see what it's looking like before until we actually, for example, if we give this a play and then just start leveling this up. I usually keep mine on about 100 or 50. So they set this automatically to about 100 for you. Oh, that's the next clip. I'll throw that over there. And personally, I keep it on about 100 or about 50, depending on how much light is in my scene. But this is hands down one of my favorite ways to actually color grade. And by all means, we're going to be going into the more extensive ones, for example, the curves, in a following lecture in a minute. But I just wanted to quickly introduce you to the basic default looks and LUTs available to you within Premiere Pro. And I would definitely advise you guys having a browse through all of these. These are straight up just built in to Premiere Pro, and I believe once you guys start finding some that you like the look of, for example, like I've found a couple up here that I really like the look of, and this color creative panel right here honestly is my go-to when I want to create a nice color grade to a set amount of images without actually having to put a lot of work in tweaking all this stuff to actually level up my image and my color scheme to a point that I'd be happy with like this. And you can save yourself a lot of time by simply using this easy method available to you within the Creative tab on the Color panel in the Lumetri Color tab available to you within Adobe Premiere Pro. And you can actually take this base color grade layer, and if you ever want to turn anything off, by the way, you can see the drastic difference it makes by simply unticking the box up here, and you can see it's a much flatter image that you might not have even realized needed more to it. And actually, if we turn that on, it's much more dynamic, much more cinematic, and overall this looks much more like a real film quality piece, and almost like a scene from a movie than, for example, this boring, flat, you know, kind of amateur looking, uncolor graded image is going to be looking like. But overall, that is a brief example of the basic color grade within Adobe Premiere Pro and the Lumetri Color Creative panel available to you. We're going to be moving on now with the best and the coolest methods for actually color grading and color correcting your clips. Moving straight on to a follow-up of this by actually doing a mini exercise next, guys, where we're going to import a custom LUT and actually tweak it to our liking. Hey, what's going on, guys? So now we're going to be taking a look at the process of not only using one of the default built-in LUTs and looks that Premiere Pro actually offer you to use, like this Fuji Eterna 250D, but also the process of actually importing our own custom LUTs/looks. So, same thing as usual, if you guys go up to the resources section, you can actually download yourself a custom LUT that I've uploaded there for us to go through, and I want you to download that, put that in a secure location, come back to this right now at this point in the video, and let's together go ahead and turn that default look to none, hence taking off our basic color grade preset, aka LUT, that we've actually put on there in the first place. And the actual process of importing a custom LUT and then tweaking it further is an extremely simple process, I'll tell you that right now. And the process is going to be a very basic one that literally consists of about, let's say, 2 or 3 clicks. And the way we would actually start this process, guys, is go up here to the Creative tab in the Lumetri Color panel of the Adobe Premiere Pro Color tab here at the top. And let's just go ahead and click that drop-down menu for the looks, where we would originally be greeted with all of our preset built-in LUTs and looks. And it's a very simple process that we would simply go up here to browse, sort of like the obvious thing that you'd be drawn to in this situation here. Click browse, and then let's just go ahead and actually find ourselves that LUT, in which case, for me, it's going to be this one, and for you, it will be this one as well, of course, except for you, it might not be obviously in this example folder, because this is just my example folder for this whole course. For you, it's going to be wherever you actually put it in the first place. So let's just go ahead and click that and make sure it's selected and press open. And as you can see right away, we have a totally different color scheme that has been added here. And the reason I chose this one is because it's a good example of the fact that not every time you're going to want to leave this on 100. For example, this right here looks pretty crazy. My lips look super red right there. My face looks pretty red as well. Everything looks quite amplified and sort of not super realistic unless we're going for like a crazy autumn theme here. So what I would actually direct your attention to now is the intensity. And the intensity for me on a color grade like this, I would probably bring it down to about 50, but there's no set adjustment to do to it. It's just whatever starts looking nice. But instantly here, we could see this grade is starting to look quite nice, but we could even get away with maybe bringing that up a little bit, up a few points. And overall, I just want you guys to tweak this with me now to make your image look good. So for me, I'm going to bring it down to about 70. Yeah, I could probably just type 70 in there. And if we give this a play right now, this is a very nice color graded image, and it is only on about an intensity of 7 using a color correction or a color grading cinematic LUT that we've actually imported together right up here at the top. And you can take these LUTs to a next level, of course, by even going further. For example, let's say, this LUT, what's something I maybe don't like about it? Maybe it's a little bit too sharp. For example, we could go down here to our fade film option and maybe just start bringing this up a little bit. So you see on 100, that would be obviously the maximum. 0, that would be 0. We could actually meet somewhere in between that just starts to add a nice complement to the color scheme of this image. For example, like a small 16 or 15% fade like that, where instantly you can see that it is quite nice. It is added a fade. If we turn this to 0, we can see it has definitely done something. But if we put that back on 15, it has not done enough to actually kind of mess up our eyesight and overall our focus on the subject of the image, which is at the end of the day me leaning in here, hitting the tree, and then looking behind these trees. And overall, we can, further this cinematic LUT or this cinematic look by tweaking not only the basic adjustments that they give you the option to tweak within the creative panel here, but also say for example, even though this is a color grade right here, say we even need to color correct our color grade, which sounds like a tongue twister there, but I assure you, say we left this on 100, right here we might need to color correct our color grade if we wanted to leave that on 100, seeing as some of these colors are a little bit too amplified, in which case we could actually venture back into the basic correction panel if you didn't want to simply drop these the intensity here, which would definitely do a color correction in itself. But if we wanted to actually venture back into the correction panel, we could then take it a step further and start tweaking stuff even more to actually, for example, bring down certain tones like the reds here. Maybe we could bring that a little bit more towards the green, or any number of different tweaks that we could actually do to this. And it really is all about just creating the nicest looking color scheme and overall the nicest looking visuals via a good balance between a color correction and a creative panel color grade. Now, I don't always use a LUT. However, I thought this was a great, simple way to jump out in terms of getting you guys a nice understanding and a feeling for color grading and color correction before we move on to a more customizable and a less pre-made version of color grading. And I would definitely be talking about the curves panel and how to actually use this in an effective way using something I like to call the S strategy. So without further ado, let's move on with the course. Alright guys, so next up we're going to be taking a look at a very important panel and the next tab down in the Lumetri color panel, and that is the curves. And we're going to be taking a look at a very cool strategy that I know how to actually get the most out of the curves panel with, and that is going to be the S strategy. That might sound like the randomest thing to you in the world right now. By all means, it should, to be fair, and it will make a lot of sense in a second when I give you a hands-on demonstration. But let's quickly go over here to the creative, and I'm just going to go ahead and turn that to none, and turn the fade to film down just so we have our basic base image right here. So it actually has not been graded to any extent. And let's go ahead and both click on the curves together, and the curves is actually going to be how we can sort of level up this image without, doing the tradition of sliding a slider either way, okay? And the reason I say that is because what we can do here is perform the S strategy, and actually perform the S strategy in a way that we amplify and bring out colors and an intensity of colors that we did not realize were actually able to be brought out before. for example, what I want you guys to do is go to this first square right here. So this first square that's here, and just go ahead to down here, okay? So the bottom left of this first mini square as part of this grid, okay? It's a 4x4 grid, 4 squares at the top, 4 squares at the bottom, and I just want you to go right here, okay? So it's kind of like the middle meeting point of that bottom square, and I want you guys to bring that up. Hold, drag, and bring up, and I want you guys to do it almost more than it looks like it needs. For example, my face now here is looking quite overexposed, and you know, that is traditionally not the greatest thing in the world, so why have we done that? Well, the reason we've done that is to actually bring out those colors so that we can now level those colors out by performing the part 2 of the S strategy. And that is right. If you figured it out already, you're very smart. If not, don't worry. I want to direct your attention down to about here, and I want you guys to click, drag, and bring that down to essentially the same point to start creating the S. And we might even actually go up here and start bringing that down a little bit as well, just to create this somewhat apparent S. And if you aren't seeing it already, let me spell it out for you. It is following down here and creating somewhat of an S shape. And the S shape is a almost universal way to actually use the curves in a way that is going to get the most out of the whites and then also the blacks, which is what these two sides represent. Okay, so the darkness in your image would be this one. For example, if we tweak this, we have, you know, nothing there, and it's just the only light bit, which is my hand. And likewise, if we were to tweak this all the way and not have this underneath, we would just be bringing out all the lights here, even though this does create some sort of craziness here. But overall, if I'm just undoing everything there, my favorite method when I'm actually using with the curves and dibbling and dabbling with the curves is to perform this S strategy by simply coming to this point right here, dragging that up, coming down here, and actually dragging that just below the line so that we are creating a very nice cinematic grade. And if we turn this off, you can see how much flatter the image is, just like it was much flatter before we put a look on there. And we've actually drawn in focus and overall brought color and richness out of this image. You can see it's quite a basic look right there. Definitely looks more like a camera has captured this, and you'd be quite aware of that fact, even though obviously any video is going to be something that a camera has captured. But if we're making this more cinematic and overall sucking you into it a little bit more, we would do something like this, which is a color grade to actually make those colors pop and just get much more of them. You see, even the shadows below my eyes are quite easily overlooked, and then if we were to turn on a basic color grade like this, you can instantly start seeing light patterns even better. And with the RGB curves, by all means, personally, I tend to stick to just doing a general curve with the S-line strategy. You can go out of the box with this one and mess around, but this is a universally accepted kind of strategy right here, and it is dubbed the S strategy because of just giving you the best kind of example. And for example, if we're to turn this off, go up here and actually just put this back on, so you can see this is quite similar actually to this right here. So if that right there is obviously the LUT, the built-in LUT. If we turn that off and turn this on, it's not that far off to how our curves, simply by doing an S strategy, is actually giving us. That's because it's grading those colors to improve them. In fact, we could go over here to the creative panel, just go ahead and turn that off, and once we've done a basic S strategy, we could actually go here to creative and just start pulling up stuff, for example, like the vibrance, and for example, like the fade to film, to actually start bringing our image to be more even, similar to that original LUT that we added to our image in the first place. And that, for me at least, is an amazing, amazing way of leveling up these colors and getting the most out of your image, because that's, for me, is what it's about. Once you've got that color correction out the way of just leveling everything out, you want to come in with either a really nice LUT or a look, e.g. all of these, or a downloadable one like I showed you, or you guys want to come in heavy with a really nice curve. And by all means, I tend to stick to just the white panel here, but for example, there's greens in my image, so I could by all means go through and start tweaking this, again just using the S strategy to start pulling out more from a set color. Of course, my face is quite red right there. We could actually start doing the opposite of that by bringing this down and creating an opposite S to actually bring those down a little bit and be kind of subtling out the colors that we don't want and pulling up to amplify and improve the colors and the color schemes that we do want displayed within our image. But that, in a nutshell, is the curves panel and the curves tab of the Lumetri color panel, and a really nice strategy, aka the S strategy, for going about creating a really nice curve color grade. Hey, what's going on, guys? So quickly before we move on to some cooler color correction and color grading methods available to you in Premiere Pro, I want to quickly talk about a very cool tool for bringing attention and drawing focus into the center of your image called the Vignette tool. Hypothetically speaking, say we actually wanted to actually draw focus into this clip right here without kind of messing up anything and overall using any crazy advanced effects. The way I would actually go about doing this, guys, would be to direct your attention over here to the Vignette. And the Vignette is a great little tool that actually gives you the option to either add essentially like a blackness and a fade to the lens around the side, or almost like a glow to it. So depending on the type of effect you want to create, you could actually do two different options. So what I mean by this is the amounts right here in the Vignette section. If you actually go here and follow through with me, if I were to drag this all the way up, we're creating almost like a glow and a glow to the focal point, aka the center of the screen. Also, if we were to go, for example, to the left, we are creating a tinge, almost like a burn to the sides of the screen. And if we are actually to, go along in this clip to maybe about here, as you can see with a clip especially like this, where there's a lot of brightness on the focal point of our image's face, so for this it's me, this particular effect can do really good. For example, pay attention to the outsides where all of this is essentially blending in until we start bringing the amount up, where it really starts drawing that focus in and overall the actual light to that center point where we are now 100% focusing on purely just my face. As before, if we were up a bit, it's much more bright, much more soft. If we're bringing the amount over to the left a bit, to maybe -3, it's bringing that focal point to the center. And then we can actually proceed to tweak all the rest of this stuff to actually emphasize that point. For example, obviously the midpoint looks crazy if it's all the way over here, but that is all the way into the center and overall bringing the focal point to the 100% the center. But I prefer to actually bring this midpoint a little bit in, and if you are to bring it in, I would definitely suggest you guys start messing with the roundness, because that roundness can just give kind of like a tint to the sides. And you see what we're trying to do is just bring that focal point in, but without trying to create too much of kind of like a nasty border to it. So for example, the ultimate version of a nasty border would be zero feather. So right there, it literally looks just like some binoculars or something like that zoomed in on my face. But the really nice balance here and how we can actually kind of create a seamlessness between clips and overall kind of like a blend to the outside of it is by actually just tweaking the feather, tweaking the roundness, and overall just kind of leveling up this to actually be kind of like a draw to the middle, but without too much kind of emphasis on it. So for example, that would be my idea of way too much emphasis on it, but bringing it out all the way over here would be my idea of actually just bringing the focal points and overall the attention, bringing that directly into the center of the shot. So if we were to turn off the Vignette, right away you can see a huge change, even though you might not have even noticed that in the build-up of us tweaking all that, where actually the image is a lot plainer. We could give this a play right here, and it's a much plainer image. And then if we were to literally just bang on that focal point right there, so for example, if we were to come to a much brighter area, if we have this focal point on, or if we have this Vignette on rather, that focal point has definitely been amplified to the center, aka my face, which is what is currently showing the most light right now, and leads us to actually be looking even further into this image and overlooking kind of the other little details to actually focus on whatever is in the center of this Vignette. But overall, that's the way I see the Vignette tool. Brief explanation of it. By all means, go in there and tweak this further to your liking. And without further ado, let us crack on. Hey, what's going on, guys? So moving swiftly onwards, now I'm actually just going to be walking and talking you guys through a very cool method of how to actually apply a set color correction or a set color grade to not only just an individual clip, but actually how to create an adjustment layer, which is an overall a layer that is has the ability to do certain tweaks to it that will affect everything below that layer. So this is going to be exploring how we would actually go about adding a color grade or a color correction to an adjustment layer, putting that adjustment layer above a long sequence of clips, but for us here, for our example, it's only going to be 3, and how that adjustment layer that we're going to place above these clips would actually affect everything below it, and henceforth be a very cool and easy way of actually adding a color correction to one quick easy layer and throwing that over every other layer instead of going through a very tedious, boring process of copy pasting the color grade or the color correction preset on Lumetri to all your individual clips that you want it to appear on, or any number of other methods to do this other than our method of actually using the adjustment layer. But without further ado, let's jump into it. Now, what we're looking at right here is 3 basic clips taken from a sequence that I worked on for some sort of video a long time ago. It's some cool footage that's in the forest, but all of these clips are actually gathered from the same area of us kind of looking into this kind of ruined little area that we found in the woods. Now, I want you guys to be selecting a clip within your actual project, or just be selecting your project and go up here to File, then go across to New, and then you can actually go down to Adjustment Layer. And when you click that, it is going to pop up whether it wants to create that with the same dimensions as your clip, as your sequence currently has. I'm going to press OK, and it will pop up as a totally different file inside of your project manager. And what you guys can simply do here is click and drag, and actually just drag that over and put it so that it actually covers the entire set of clips that you're trying to add a color correction or a color grade to actually affect everything. And then it's a very simple procedure from here to actually apply that, is just to go to our adjustment layer, select that, so we are making adjustments to this adjustment layer, go over here to our creative, and then proceed to add a color correction or a color grade. So for me, just for an example, I could go ahead and redo that procedure where we actually would go and locate our LUT that I let you guys download, and now we can actually just let that loose, and now it is going to have added this LUT. If we bring this actually down to about 70 like we had it before, it is going to have added that LUT. I'm just going to mute that layer so I don't have to listen to it, but it's going to have added that LUT to this entire sequence of clips. And you'll see when it actually does start to play this next set of this next clip in the sequence, it obviously has the exact same color and the exact same tonality, and including this third one as well, as all of them are underneath this adjustment layer, which now encompasses everything below it, and it will actually start performing a color grade and a color correction to everything that is below this adjustment layer. For example, if we cut it there and the adjustment layer was over all of our other clips, but it did not cover over this final layer right here, this final layer is going to be uncolor corrected. Likewise, if we finally just dragged it over, it is going to have actually encompassed everything below this. And overall, adjustment layers are a great way to either just add a little bit of pop to your images. For example, if you had actually added a color correction to your images below, for example, I could just duplicate this and just add it to this image down here, and then remove it here. And then that would obviously be on here. So say we had 3 clips, all of them that had this Lumetri color already on it, we could actually use that adjustment layer even as just like a slight tweak. For example, we could put the adjustment layer in there and actually just start bringing the temperature a little bit cooler. For example, if maybe we were trying to set the scene that this was maybe like a wintry shot or something, and even though we've added that layer below to the actual individual clips of the color grade, this slight color correction could be changing the tonality of a variety of different clips. Again, that's just a random example and a random scenario that you might perhaps be in, where you might need to change the tonality, or you could literally just use that adjustment layer up there to actually create an entire color grade instead of just doing a little tweak like that. But whatever you use it for, the adjustment layer is a great way of adding stuff over the top. Or if you don't want to go in and actually tweak the individuals and copy and paste a color grade to all of your clips, you could just go ahead and throw that on an adjustment layer and just go ahead and drag that out over the course of your entire clip selection, and it will of course apply that preset and apply those settings to all the clips that display below that particular adjustment layer. Hey, what's going on, guys? So moving on with the lessons, now we're actually entering the next section, and that section is going to be designated and based around keyframes, and overall we're going to kick it off with a explanation, and overall just giving you guys a little bit more information into the way I see keyframes and the general purpose that they serve within Premiere Pro. Now, keyframes are essentially our way of actually telling the program, hey, Premiere, track what I'm about to do. Keep track of this right here. It's important, and I want to make sure that you actually keep track of the parameters changing and the variables that I'm about to shift. So, for example, just to give you a hands-on practical example, this shot right here is a shot of me just walking along by the river or whatever, right? But the thing is, I might want to zoom this shot in, or I might want to start it, for example, on 150 scale and have that actually be zooming into 100. So hypothetically speaking, if I wanted to have it at 150 scale at 0 seconds, but then I wanted it to be, let's say, 100 scale at 3 seconds, I've already put 150 there at 0. If I were to put 100 here at 3, it obviously hasn't tracked any of that movement. It's just done that as one set scale change instead of doing what I wanted it to do in my head. And that would have been track that so that it ends up at 3 seconds at 100 scale, but at 0 seconds is at 150 scale to create the illusion that it's zooming out. And that's where the keyframes come into, because the keyframes essentially are telling that program, hey, pay attention, I'm about to change this right here, and I need you to actually track this for me. So for example, if we were to go back to 3 seconds and just go ahead and actually toggle animation on, aka creating a keyframe, that is going to tell our program right now that at 3 seconds on the dot, this image is at 100 scale. Likewise, any of the other parameters, if we were to put the position toggle animation on here at 3 seconds, it's going to tell it at 3 seconds, this is 1920 by 1080 right here, okay? So likewise, if we were to then go to 1 second, or 0 seconds rather, and change that to 150, because we've already told the program that at 3 seconds is at 100, now that that's still on, obviously, here, if it's 150, it has to create, and when we play it, you'll see all these numbers change, but it has to create this parameter change between these two keyframes that we've actually told, because at 0 seconds it's 150, and at 3 seconds it gets to 100. Likewise with the position, okay, because we haven't changed that, it obviously has yet to come up with another keyframe because it is the same all the way. But if we were to actually go in here and just go ahead and drag this maybe down a little bit down here, so it starts here and it even starts over here to the left, because we've just changed that and we have our keyframes on, it is going to zoom up from the left because it knows that down here it is located at 2845 by 592, but at 3 seconds it's at 920 by 1080 because we told it to keep track of those parameters via the keyframes. And that, I believe, is a good explanation to you guys of keyframes. They are essentially how you would tell the program, hey, pay attention, we need these changes to the parameters that I'm about to perform to be tracked, so that it is not just one overall change, and that we actually capture the build-up here of us changing all these little parameters in between. Alright guys, so next up we're going to be taking a look at the process behind actually using keyframes to lower music and to lower background audio. For example, in the case of this, we have an example here for you where this is a track, or this is a potential video project that I'd be working on, where it is some B-roll footage here, and then it is me saying some stuff here, and then followed by some more B-roll footage, except we've got this loud track going on the whole time that you can't really hear what I'm saying here. So if I actually give this a play for you, listen, you can barely hear what I'm even saying. And we want to explore the process right now with you that would actually involve lowering a background track for a set portion of time while you could hear me speak better, or hear whoever would be in this potential video speak better, and then obviously bring that audio back up for the clip at the end, and obviously have it keep it on the maximum volume for these clips at the beginning, but just have it dip down so we could hear me or aka the speaker much better and much clearer. So let's go about how we would actually do that. And it's a very similar process to actually how we would do the keyframes before, but if we just give this a play right now, we could start seeing where we would actually want to kind of put this in. So if we actually give this a play and listen, it looks like right here we start talking and the B-roll fades out. So we'd maybe want to start that fade right about here, and it would probably kick in right about here just after I've started talking. And the way we would actually go about this guys, is using the decibels and actually lowering those using keyframes. So if we select our clip, you guys can look that the effect control for just an audio clip doesn't consist of all the same stuff that it did before with the opacity, all that stuff when we actually select a visual clip. If we just select the audio clip, we are just greeted by the volume control. And what we can actually do by this, guys, is tell the volume control that at this point right here, it is 0 decibels, okay? And 0 decibels is essentially neutral. That is the base volume that you have recorded at, whatever that may be, and it is 0 decibels, okay? So then we could actually, once we've told the program and once we've told the volume control that at 3 seconds and 51 milliseconds, the decibels are at 0. Then we could actually skip in a little bit to just after this is faded out. So it's now 4 seconds and 46 seconds. And we could actually lower that to minus 30. And minus 30 is a significant decibel decrease. I'm not too sure how much the max is. So the max you could go down is minus 287.5. I assure you, minus 30 is a lot of a minus, trust me. Right here, if we actually give this a play now, I believe it looks like we probably will have lowered the volume, hopefully good enough so that you can start hearing the speaker, aka in this video clip, it's me, and then you can actually, the song will actually then go on to actually increase the volume back over here once we've actually done that keyframe adjustment after we can see if this is working. So let's go ahead and give this a play and see if this is lowering at the right time, and also if it is enough of a decrease that we can start to hear the speaker. So we're just giving this a play. Let's have a look now. Very nice. So as you can see, you can definitely hear me a lot better now. However, we still haven't added that final keyframe adjustment at the end, seeing as the song actually still stays quite quiet after this next piece of footage comes up at the end, where actually we would want to increase that volume back up to be that of a nice backing track, so we could actually match these visuals very nicely, as well as also allowing room for the speaker to be heard. So the way we would do this is simply by reversing that simple process we did there, is we would actually go to where we would want the volume to start increasing. For example, just before this starts fading in here and I start finishing. And we would actually want to set another keyframe, okay? So that's going to tell it at this point right here, it is still minus 30 decibels so that it can start working its way up. For example, if we didn't add that 30 decibels here and we actually just instantly started going to, let's say, 0 decibels again, it would have not... it would have been a gradual buildup rather. So here, where it goes down to 30, it would then instantly just start going straight back up because it is the keyframe right after it. So to avoid that, we would actually duplicate this keyframe here, aka come into where we want to do it and just go ahead and put it another, so it knows that the parameters from here to here stay the same, okay? So all the way along here, it is minus 30. It's not minus 30 here increasing to 0. For example, here where that would be a long buildup, it is minus 30 to minus 30, and then we could play this just a little bit to about here and actually just go ahead and put that back on 0, so that now if we play this, it has a gradual build up. And overall, that is a nice sequence that we have actually just improved the overall audio quality of, whereas we could not even hear the speaker before, and now we've actually created a very nice keyframe adjustment to the audio, where our audio is going to dip down for the speaker and actually increase once the speaker is done talking to actually show off this other stuff down here. So if I actually just go ahead and render in and out again, and just go ahead and render that through once, so that we can actually have a nice full seamless preview of what this is looking like and what it's sounding like, and I will just stop talking while we watch this through entirely so we could see how much of a difference this has actually changed this, and how much of an improvement this has made to the overall quality of the audio, and how much we can actually hear and understand what's going on in this particular sequence that we've set up.
Video production and overall just what you can expect if we are going to work together in the future.
So very nice. You can see that it even might even start a little bit too early, as it cuts off a little bit of what I was saying. So we could even highlight those two and move those over a little bit, right? And overall, I think that's an extremely nice sequence that we've just worked there together. And we've actually built this to actually lower the volume when we want the speaker to be heard, aka right here.
Video production and overall just what you can expect if we are going to work together in the future.
Boom. I think that's a great example right there. Really, really nice. Overall, I'm very happy with that, and I think that definitely paints the picture of actually using those decibels and actually how to animate them using the keyframes to actually lower or even reverse that process, and for example, not just be lowering them here, but maybe even in some sort of scenario, highering those decibels and increasing them to not a minus, but actually a plus, and, you know, increasing those decibels instead of removing them. But overall, that's been a brief insight into how to actually control audio and lower or higher the volume using keyframes within Adobe Premiere Pro. Alright, what's going on, guys? So next up, we're going to move on to actually just reestablishing and reaffirming how to keyframe animate text. For example, a little bit more advanced than last time, where we're actually going to be animating two pieces of text to have the appearance of coming out of my hands and then being absorbed back into them. So if you guys go to resources, you can go ahead and download this clip that's playing on screen right now. And obviously this is it without the text. It is just a clip of me walking, and my friend is just following backwards while, you know, recording me. And we're going to try animate some text out of my hands. So for example, the first spot that I probably want to do this is right there when I kind of flick my hand. And we want to get this text out of there so it actually looks like it could be coming out of the hand anyway. So first off, let's go ahead and create our text. Let's go ahead and press T, slap on the screen, and go ahead and write our name, okay? Because that's what essentially I want to be coming out. You don't have to write Jack Cole, of course. By all means, write your own name and have that animated out of my hands. However, whatever it is, we're just going to go ahead and kind of switch up the color of it, stuff like that, just so I'm not creating an identical example to the ones I've created before. But go ahead and just create some nice text like I've just quickly done here, and position it to where we'd want it to appear. So for me, I'm going to have it appear here, and I probably want it to appear there right about... See, I'm just looking at my hand, and I'm seeing where the best piece of motion would be. So that's where I actually flick it. So it looks like maybe here would be where I'd want it. So I'd actually go ahead and come to the frame where it would be 100% on screen, because we're trying to make it look like it sucks out of my hand. So we come to the point where we want it 100% on screen, and let's go ahead and add a scale keyframe and a position keyframe, okay? And then let's simply just click step back, and step back until we have the frame where we want it to be originating from. And let's actually just go ahead and readjust that, or readjust this so that we actually can come to this frame where it would be essentially coming out of my hand on, in the beginning frame where the animation would start. And we can go ahead and click on this and drag this center point to my hand, okay? Drag the center point to my hand. Don't worry if it changes this a little bit. This just means that when we start messing with the scale right here, for example, clicking it and dragging it, it is essentially going to be coming in quite like this. So let's go ahead and just undo that quick. And right here is where we'd want to start actually sucking this down to my hand. So let's actually just go ahead and drop that scale by 50. So it's instantly going to jump back up there, but don't worry, we've also set the track parameters, aka keyframes, for position. So if we drag this now back down about here, and keep dragging this back down about here, because that's the center, okay? We are actually going to keep sucking this text, and it's going to look like it keeps sucking down. So now we can actually drop this to probably about 20, okay? And I'm just bringing it down, and the reason I'm bringing it down slowly is because you see you have to keep kind of trying to throw it into here. And let's actually just go ahead and keep trying to push it down into the hand as much as we can. Let's just go ahead and drop that to 10. And it looks like now we've set it up so it is exactly on my hand. So now we can drop that to 0. And if we give this a play, that is going to look like it jumps out of my hand. However, clearly we need to go back here and go to the selected frame. And actually just go to that final frame that it finishes on, and it looks like it has changed the position for us because we've obviously messed with that. So we could go ahead and drag this and just drag it over to the position that we actually want it to come out to. So now if we give this a play right now, it will have tracked that whole motion so that when we're actually walking and we flick our wrist, it looks like Jack, a piece of text that says Jack, comes out of my hand. So if we keep giving this play, it looks like Jack comes out of my hand, and then we actually want to go ahead and reverse this process. For example, when my hand comes back up here to suck it back in. In fact, I might even go over a couple frames and just go ahead and bring this in. So boom, it looks like it flies out of my hand. And now when I come back here, so on the top point, aka that one, I would want to set another keyframe marker, remember, because that tells it that still at this position it has not changed. So from here, from those keyframes to these keyframes, it just stays there. And then we just want to go across a few until the hand kind of is nearly off screen, and then simply start to lower that again. So we could drop that again to 50 so we see where it's going to. Okay, so it's staying somewhat in the same position. Drag that down to the hand. Drop this again even lower to probably about 25, and it looks like it's set, dead set in that hand, so we can actually just go ahead and drop that to 0 so that it has the illusion that it's being sucked back into that hand. And if we give this a play right now, boom, Jack comes out, and then Jack gets sucked straight back into the hand. And actually, guys, we can go a step further, and you see where this keyframe actually builds to 100. We could go to 100 where it actually would be 100% on screen and add a keyframe for opacity, and then go to 0 and bring that opacity to 0 so that it actually builds the opacity as well, so it doesn't even look as raw. So that, boom, that literally looks like it just flies out of my hand and it just kind of appears from my hand and then comes straight back into it. And we could actually reverse that same process of toggling animation 100 opacity on this one, these keyframes here, and then go into the ones where the text would be gone and putting that on 0, so it actually fades it in while it flies from my hand and then fades it back out. And now here would be where I would want to actually start creating my next text, okay? So let's just go ahead and see where it would actually come in. Okay, so let's just go ahead and delete this right here. Go ahead and press T, or actually go ahead and delete or duplicate this text right here by holding Alt and dragging it over. And let's just go onto this and just go ahead and turn off all this stuff so that obviously it is just a blank piece of text that says Jack. And let's actually go ahead and change that to Cole, or for you guys, change that to your second name. And in fact, I'm going to highlight it and just change it to kind of like a green. Sweet, and I'm just going to bring that over here, okay? So this is Cole, and again, change that, make sure you change that center point, which is going to be over here, to the hand, so it should suck straight back into that hand. And let's actually just go ahead and go along a few, right? So it looks like we're actually going to want that to be 100% on screen at about here. And we can actually go ahead and just press that scale, toggle keyframe, press that position, toggle keyframe, and then just hit back a few frames until we can see where we'd actually want this to have increased from, aka probably about here. Yep, probably about there. And just go ahead and drop that scale to, let's say, 50 again. Oh, and you see this has started to come in. Go ahead and drag this back over to the hand. Drag the position back over to the hand. Drag the center point, rather, back over to the hand. And just go ahead and keep dropping this. So we could go back to 25. And we could even go all the way to 0 now that that center point is there, because it knows to actually scale down into that center point. So now if we give this a play, oh, and it looks like for some reason it threw it over there. We actually want to go ahead and bring this all the way over here so that it tracks the position to get over here. For some reason it didn't track that. That was pretty weird. And now if we give this a play, it should work. Boom. So obviously I'm walking along, and it is going to throw that out of my hand. So if we give that a play, boom. And now let's just have it suck back into my hand when I start doing that. So when I start doing that, at the beginning of that movement, we can go ahead and set a toggle keyframe, and then just keep going along until the hand is fully on screen. And just go ahead and again drop that to 50 so we know where it's going. Move that over so it's kind of in position with my hand. Drop that to 25 again so we know where it's going to. Boom, position that into the middle of my hand. Just go ahead and drop that to fully 0 so we know that's 100% minimizing into the middle of my hand. And then we can again go over to the point where it's 100% on screen and go ahead and just tap that opacity, bring it to the beginning, turn the opacity to 0, again put it over here, tap opacity on 100, bring it to where it's not there, put 0 just so we have a slight fade in and a fade out. And now if I actually just go ahead and render this in and render this out right here using the sequence render in and out, we're going to be actually taking a look at this full sequence right here where we have actually created an animation to this text to fly out of our hand and then of course be absorbed back into our hand just like that. So we have a jack text absorbing in, and boom, the cold text, boom. And that right there is a more advanced text animation that we have done, again, using just the keyframes. Hey, what's going on, guys? So moving on, now I'm actually going to be working with the same clip again briefly, but just showing you how you can do a very cool thing, which is actually auto-tracking a mask. Now, we briefly went over masks earlier when I talked to you guys through actually creating custom transitions and how we actually went about doing that in the mini exercise and the downloadable clip that I provided you guys. But right now, I'm going to be showing you a cool way of how to automate your masks so they just automate animating keyframes and try and actually track a set motion. So for example, a cool way I'm going to do this is just go ahead and zoom in 100 so I can see my face. Go ahead and just get my hand tool so I can drag up. And I'm actually going to go ahead over to my effect controls and just go ahead and create a round, create ellipse mask. You see this round one right here and it says create ellipse mask. And that's going to create a circle. And now what I can actually do to this is just go ahead and start bringing it down, okay? Oh, so I'm actually going to want to zoom back out a decent bit. And just go ahead and start bringing that down. So for example, adjusting it so that it actually fits my face. And this might be a little weird for you guys for a second until you see what I'm doing. And I'm sure you guys can apply this to sort of any other scenario that you might be involved in where it would actually suit a purpose. So for example, I'm going to make a rough mask of my face right there. Just go ahead and turn that feather up a little bit to about 50 so that it's kind of blending in. Go ahead and mess with the expansion a little bit so we can try zoom in on just getting my face together. And there you go. So that's a basic mask of my face. If we zoom out, it's just the little face of mine right there. And Premiere Pro offers a cool thing where on more specific things, like for example a face, where we can actually just go ahead and set that mask using the create ellipse mask and actually do an interesting thing where we toggle animation here and just go ahead and press play. And that will actually track selected mask forward. And if we give this a play, you'll see this will actually try its best to work out where my face is going and actually track that motion and create loads of keyframes down here for every single frame that it goes to, trying to tell the mask where my face is and overall motion track it to follow my face with this little ellipse mask that we've actually created, which is a crazy smart thing that this program actually offers the ability to do, which is something huge where, again, this sort of thing is not really usable in every possible scenario. Like, for example, in our custom transition example, it was so different each frame where we had to keep changing it that we couldn't track the path. For example, you can do it with stuff like this where my face is going to be a rough circle the entire sequence along, doesn't matter where it is. Whereas that custom transition that we put together, that was a very tweaky process where we had to keep changing what the leg was looking like because the leg was not a significant shape the entire sequence through. Whereas my face, even though my face isn't a dead-on circle, you know what I mean? It is still, you know, a sphere, it's round, and overall you can get away with putting a nice ellipse mask right there, and it will do a decently good enough job of following and tracking through all those keyframes, and you can see it actually painting live down here all of those keyframes. And if we actually stop that halfway through, if I zoom in here, it has created individual keyframes, all of those right there, and tracked that position, which would have taken, you know, a very long time to do manually. And overall, that is a huge kind of time saver. And if we go ahead and give this a play, it does a really good job of actually tracking my face. And this is actually quite hilarious. But of course, now it hasn't tracked anything further than that. So then it just goes off on its own. But for this nice piece here, it's done a very good job of tracking my face and isolating that. And, you know, in fact, we could actually save that as an overlay or something where we could just go ahead and throw my face into a random other scene. And overall, that is how you can actually automate your mask to track keyframes. But again, I told you it's only going to work on something that is going to be a set size the majority of the way through your sequence. Alright, what's up guys? So to finish off our keyframes section and our keyframes lectures of the actual Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass, I'm going to be adding a exercise now here at the end where I'm going to work through this sequence and overall create it from just 3 long boring clips and a song to a nice sequence, and I'm going to be focusing on how to actually create this boring 3 clips into a very cool, entertaining, much quicker sequence than like the 3 minutes or the 2 minutes it already is. And I'm going to be massively improving this sequence via and using keyframes. And basically, we're going to be jumping straight into it. So, first off, I want to actually reposition some of these clips. So the 3 clips are one of me testing out my, well, all the clips are of me testing out a glide cam. And, you know, one of them is me from the front coming over to the sea or the kind of river. The next one is me from the back. And then the third one is the actual footage of what you see on my camera while I was recording this process as well. So I want to start, ideally, right, with this shot of me right here. And then kind of chop to this shot of, or actually I probably want to start with my shot of me up here, then chop to my shot of actually showing the water, then chop to me behind here. But overall, let's just go ahead and jump into creating this. So first off, I'm going to actually go ahead and chop up this first clip to where I'd want to start it. And I probably want to start it when I'm taking this first step right here. So I'm going to go ahead and just chop that down and bring that over to here. So if I give this a play, this is how it's going to be starting out. Okay, it's interesting, definitely. So right here with this build-up right here, okay, I want to obviously not have just boring, stale, nothing going on. I want the song to be building up to that drop right there. So I'll open this up so we can see that drop a little bit better, but that drop is that one right there. So just before this drop, I want it to be 0 decibels. Then on the beginning right here, obviously I'm going to add a keyframe to tell that. Then on the beginning of this one right here, I want that to be minus 35 decibels because that's quite low, and that's building up now as you listen to this. This is actually creating a nice build up. Okay, nice. Very nice indeed. So if we listen to this again, creating a nice build up, slowly coming to the drop, and then it drops. See, now I want to replicate that same thing, but with the opacity of this image here. So I want to create a keyframe right there on about 5 seconds, come to the beginning, and put that opacity to 0. So that is a build up now to 100. And it's slowly building up, and then it drops. And on that drop right there, I think on that drop is a perfect excuse, okay, is a perfect excuse to then bring in this clip here, which is, hold on, let me just go ahead and highlight all of these, right-click, unlink, and just go ahead and delete the audio layers of them because we don't really need the audio for this at all. We could then drag that up to the next layer. But on that drop, I want to bring in this particular clip here, and this is actually going to be the camera view of what's going on screen. So I need to actually chop this in because I know this doesn't fully start until about the middle, about right here, before I actually start the movement. Yep, I believe that's the movement right there. So I'm just trying to line this up correctly. I'm going to go ahead and give that a chop, and I'm going to bring this over here to where this beat drops right here. I'm going to go to about here. Okay, right there. And what I'm actually going to do for this particular shot right here is I'm actually going to have this shot. I could just bring the opacity up. However, I think I'm going to have kind of like a flying in shot. Okay, so I need to have this on the second beat. This is already flown in. So I'm going to put a scale animation, toggle animation on the scale, aka creating a keyframe right there. Then I'm going to come to the beginning and just go ahead and make the scale right here 2000. So it's going to actually zoom mad quick just like that. And if we give this a play right now, it is going to be building up of me walking, building up, and then it's going to drop just like that. Okay, so let's go back here, tweak this a little bit actually. That's a little bit too slow for my liking. I think if I bring that over, just give that a play. Okay, that's very cool. And I could even do the opacity when it actually gets there on 100. Yep, and then the opacity on the beginning on 0. So that this is a nice fade in, and it looks like it kind of slams in just like that. And in fact, on the build up to here, I want to create it at this point to be 50. However, on the beginning, I want to make that 100, okay? So this is actually going to look like it's zooming out of me, coming closer, and then smashing on with the actual view of what's going on in front of my camera and not focused on me. And in fact, I can actually smash that shot on right there and leave that playing for a sec, and then on that next beat here, where it's actually a practical beat to change up the clip, we could actually bring in this number 2 right here, which is going to be the shot of me from behind, and actually just go ahead and click on this number 3, go ahead and switch that back to effect controls, and actually just go ahead, come over here, and go ahead and copy paste that particular animation right there by just highlighting everything and copy pasting it, and then clicking here, which is where we're going to want to transition out, and just Control-Ving that after we Control-C to copy and then Control-V to paste. And now we just have to actually just readjust this a little bit. So for example, let me just zoom in right in on these keyframes. What we need to do is take that keyframe, put it here, and basically just switch these around. So let's throw that one to the side and that one to the side. Go ahead and bring that here and bring that here, and then just try put those as a similar position as we had before. So this is now going to do the opposite effect, and it's going to zoom in. So if we look at this now, in fact, we might have to just bring these out a little bit so it's a little bit better. If we just go ahead and bring these out even a little bit more and just go ahead and put a cut right here. If we play this now, this should zoom in and then zoom out to this next clip of me from behind. So that zooms in very nicely. And that zooms in extremely nicely, except we need to cut this second clip to a place where it actually would make sense for me to be at this point. So I would probably be over here, stepping quite close, because you see our footage was obviously pretty close up, so it looks like I'm not going to be all the way back here. I'm going to be pretty close right here, so I might get that step movement, you see, where I'm just stepping to that next rock, and I'm actually just going to go ahead and cut that there, go ahead and bring that underneath here, so it's going to look like a nice transition. And in fact, when that zooms out real quick, we could actually be now zooming into this right here, okay? So in fact, I'm going to actually create a scale keyframe, drag that to the beginning, and create 100 on this one that I'm on right now. So it's a gradual zoom in now on me right here. And in fact, I'm going to actually keep bringing this in for a little bit longer, probably to over at about here, maybe even just a bit before. Drop that there, and we can actually just go ahead and give this a play from the beginning. If I just go ahead and render the ins and render into out, see what we're looking at within this sequence right here. And overall, I think there's no denying it, right? That this was a very basic sequence, and overall, just via the use of a few keyframes here and there, just via the clip dimensions, the opacity, and also the decibels for the track, we're creating a much more interactive, overall consuming and attention-grabbing sequence. As you can see right here, it's me walking with the glide cam right here, and then it's going to smash into this clip where you could see this amazing river going on right here. Then it's going to zoom out just like that and be zooming into me just like that. And in fact, we can go here and maybe just start bringing this out now. So in fact, we could go to about here, just so it's a little bit in, add a keyframe at 100 opacity, come here to where it's ending, just go ahead and put that on 0, go ahead and chop that out, and just go ahead and do the same thing here, where we could actually go to line up where that would be, actually add a keyframe here, go to the end, and actually just add that to -35, so it comes in on the same place that we left it on, or that we began it on. And then if we go ahead and put that out point there, go ahead and render in and out, we're going to be taking a look at an extremely amplified and leveled up sequence to the one we originally were looking at, aka those 3 clips. So here we go. Very nice so far. Extremely nice. In fact, the only thing I might do is add a little bit more movement to that middle shot, but overall it's looking very cool, very nice, much more entertaining sequence than it was before. The only thing I want to do for this particular one is maybe add a little bit of movement, but actually I reckon it's all right. We'll give that one more play, and I reckon we are done with our keyframe section of the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass. On screen right now, this is looking like an extremely nice example. We've done a pretty cool transition at the beginning and the end of that as well using keyframes, and overall this is a very, very amplified sequence. Let me just let it roll through one more time, and then we'll be moving on with the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass. Alright guys, so now we're going to be moving on to exporting, and I want to kick off this section right now by just talking about general exporting and overall how to actually move in some just very cool ways to actually go about exporting and just make your time when actually in the exporting stages much easier than it would be. So for example, right now I'm going to jump straight into this and I'm going to show you how to do it. So the general basics of how to actually render a section of a sequence is the in and out points that I've been telling you about. So right now we've got our in point set to the beginning and our out point set to the end, meaning that when we actually go to render this, it will encompass everything in between these two in and out points. Also, for example, if our clips were here, but our in and out point was here, if we actually go to export this, it's not going to render these clips over here because they're not within our in and our out points. And remember, to set those in and out points, you go to the place where you would want your sequence to begin and go ahead and press I, and then you go to the place where you would want your sequence to end and go ahead and press O, and that's going to seal that off so that it renders and actually just encompasses this entire area right here. And I'm actually just using the example that we edited in the previous section together in our mini exercise, and this right here obviously would be the selection that would be rendered. Now, let me just drag this over here, and also let me just go ahead and in and out the beginning here again, right? Just so we can have this a little bit neater over here to the side. But I quickly want to show you a way that I've actually already showed you a fair few times so far, but I need to explain a little bit more in depth, and that is the pre-render. So you guys can actually go up to sequence and go ahead and press render in to out, and that will actually pre-render your footage in and out. So if we go ahead and do that, it will actually just start to figure out what's there and create this yellow line here into a green line, meaning that has been rendered and that has been essentially processed through the computer. And the great thing why I love doing these pre-renders right here, these render in and outs, is because these actually count towards your final render. You see how we've rendered in and out here, turning this yellow line up here to green, meaning that when we actually go to render in our final stages and actually export this, okay, it will be quicker because we've already done a base layer of rendering and kind of started to figure out what is actually encompassed in this in and this out section. So it's extremely important to actually go ahead and be keeping it kind of in your brain to be rendering those in and outs. And you can actually go a step further, and if we had effects on here, which we haven't actually fully gotten to yet, but we could also render effects in and out as well, okay? And both of these right here are things that I actually get into the kind of the hang of doing throughout my project, where I'm constantly doing a little bit of a render in and a render out. And if I've got heavy effects in there, I'm definitely going to be wanting to render those effects in to out. But again, I'm going to be getting to that a little bit later, just because when I actually go to my final exporting process, this is going to be loads easier and it's going to make that export so much quicker. Now, in terms of my general export settings, if you guys actually go up here to File and then Export Media, you will be greeted with the export settings, or alternatively, you could quit off of that and press Control and then M, and I mean hold Control and press M, and boom, you're going to get the exact same stuff, the export settings. On the left hand side, it's going to show you a preview of what your output will obviously be looking like, and then here you have all of your settings. Now for me, my general export settings, I put the format on H.264. that is standard MP4 format, and I always get the preset to match source high bit rate. That is going to be rendering here in the highest bit rate possible, and then of course I would proceed to put my output name right here and obviously designate where it is going to save to. So we'll just type save or export save. I don't know, it's just a random name, but that's just to show you how you could actually save the name there. and then you can actually just go ahead and leave the match source on, because that's actually going to just specify everything to be that of your particular image, and then you can actually go ahead and just press export, and that would be my 100% general export settings. And overall, there's not even much tweaking you need to do, just really the key thing that you need to know. I'm going to cancel that because we obviously don't need to go through fully with the render. And the key thing that you actually have to be on is make sure that you have sequence in and out. Okay, so that's that source range, and that is set to sequence in and out by default. So that's why I always tell you to add the in and out points, because it's actually more work to go up here to entire sequence, because sequence in/out is the default that it's always set to. Okay, and also you just want to make sure you've got MP4 format going on right there, and that right there, guys, is my general export settings. Now, just to quickly move on and quickly cover this kind of method for how you would go about either saving a thumbnail or just a screenshot that you might potentially need. So if you guys wanted just to grab one particular screenshot, for example, right here, when I'm kind of looking up, say we wanted to grab this hand rub and that look up to the right hand side, but just take that screenshot. We loved this image of me, and we wanted that to be our thumbnail or some random scenario where we would need just the image. What you guys would simply do is go all the way in here and actually just go ahead and get your razor tool or press C and just go ahead and put a cut right there. And then you guys could actually press I and O on the exact same point, and that is, of course, going to have selected just this one particular frame right here. And then, again, if we either go up to File and then Export Media, or if we actually just press Control M, and that's going to pop us up with our settings up here, right? We can actually go ahead and just change the format to PNG, or we could change the format to JPEG, but PNG is going to be better quality for you, so I would advise you do that. And then you can actually set where you want to save it to, for example, this random example folder, and just give it a name. For me, I'm going to call it Still Shot, and we can actually just go ahead and export that, and that will have actually popped up over here in that file that I was just in, where I believe it was this one, as a still image. Actually, just popped up on the other screen, but as a still image, just via doing that. And that is how you can actually save screenshots in Adobe Premiere Pro without doing anything extra and anything too crazy. And then I could just go ahead and undo that cut that I made in there, and we would have just easily grabbed that nice screenshot and that nice still image from our moving shots and our already moving sequence that we have previously created in the previous sections. So now I just want to go ahead and take a look at export presets for you guys, and that is actually a couple presets that they actually offer you within this program, or a massive list of presets, I should actually say, not a couple, that they offer you within this program to specify your images and to actually, specify, I think is the right word, for each individual platform. So if we go ahead and press Control M to actually get our export settings up, we could go back to format, switch that back to H.264, aka MP4, because it was just on our PNG from creating that still image, and we can actually go here to preset. Now remember how I said always I like to keep that match source high bit rate. However, I keep that always like that when I'm just exporting for general computer purposes. However, if you actually go ahead and just hit that preset menu, you are greeted with a massive list of presets for all of these Amazon Kindle Fire, Android phone and tablet, Apple TV, and if we just go ahead and scroll down here, we could see the immense list of stuff here. But the ones I want to focus your attention on, guys, is going to be the actual Twitter right here, and of course Vimeos and your YouTubes. These are all your specified presets for these websites, and I believe there's even a Facebook one up here as well. And if you guys actually select these presets, for example, if we are to go ahead and select YouTube 1080p, if we render this right now, that is specified and customized to actually be that of the codec for a YouTube video, and the ideal bitrate, frame rate, and overall TV standards, and all the clip settings right here that are encompassed under a YouTube 1080p preset. also, likewise, as I mentioned a while ago in this course, I believe I mentioned this, that if you guys actually want to create customized presets for your phone, these Twitter runs right here work amazing for Instagram and Twitter. If you guys are trying to create images or create visuals that you then want to put onto your phone to upload to Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, or any number of these social media sites. And also if you're creating big videos to actually bring over to YouTube or Vimeo, there are customized templates available to you within the presets of the H.264, aka the MP4 section of this, that can actually customize and specialize your image and your basic video settings to actually be that of compatible with these different external platforms. Now moving on to a little bit of a funnier one right now. Now this is going to be a funny example, don't get me wrong, but this is actually an extremely practical thing that you should know how to do within Premiere Pro. And it's actually the way that you guys obviously see that lower third that comes up introducing my name. And that right there is a solo file that I just drag in every time, and it obviously has a transparent background, and it just shows that graphic down there. So quickly, I'm going to show you guys how to actually render with a transparent background, and what a better way to, what a better example to use than this right here, where we actually showed you how to track those frames, and this has actually created a mask solely around my head, which is honestly a really funny mask. This is hilarious, to be honest. It's just my face kind of waddling around the screen. And basically, I'm going to show you how we can actually export this so that it's not part of this black background, and all of this is transparent here, so we could actually import this potentially into a shot like this, and actually just have a few of my heads floating around, but the background would be transparent. So if we go up here to file, export media, or if we click over here and just press Control M for our project settings and our render settings and export settings to actually pop up, we can actually go ahead up to here to format. And format is where I want to direct your attention to, because we want to switch that H.264/MP4 to QuickTime. And the reason I say that is because QuickTime is going to give us some very cool codec options down here, which we do not have available to us in H.264, aka MP4. So I want you to select QuickTime and go here to Video Codec. Now when you go to Video Codec, you could click that drop down, and we actually want to look for animation. Now it's going to be at the top. For me, it should be at the top for you as well. And let's just go ahead and switch that to animation. And once we've changed that to animation, we have the ability to come down here and change the depth from 8-BPC to 8-BPC plus alpha. And that is including the alpha channel in the background. So this won't just register as a black image. It will register as a transparent background. And then we can simply go over to here to change this to 1920 by 1080, because the default animation is those weird dimensions that they put right there. But if we change that back to 1920 by 1080, and we actually just go ahead and give this a play and a render here, we could render this as transparent. Okay, so we render that as transparent, and we just go ahead and click export. And if we click export, okay, this is actually going to put this as a transparent PNG type of thing right here, QuickTime movie. And if we go ahead and just go back here to this particular shot right here and just drag this transparent shot in, it will actually appear as a transparent face, as you can see right there. And we could actually go ahead and just pop that up here, even just duplicate that just for comedy's sake right now for you guys. These are just 3 of my faces, which are now transparent, and they are on the screen with me while it's zooming into my face. And that is how you would actually go about rendering a transparent background within Premiere Pro. This is obviously the original, and then it's rendered as a funny example like this, where we could have a few of my heads even around me. And that's just a general example. Remember, this is the process that I use to actually create my lower third. So I'll show that on screen right now. There's endless ways you could actually go about using this very, very cool method. And overall, I think it is a lot of fun, and that is the process behind rendering a transparent background, aka a animation or a alpha channel. All right, quickly before we actually finalize and finish up the section, guys, I'm just going to show you how you can render at the maximum quality within this program. I know that sounds like a given, like they would try set that up for you every time, but believe me, it's kind of weird, but they don't always try set this up for you or make it the most obvious. But if we go up here to File, then go down to Export, and then go to Media, or we just press Control M, that's going to pop us up with our export settings. Now we could change this back to MP4 and not have it on animation like it was just then. And we can actually, I just want to direct your attention, okay, down to these guys. So first off, when you actually go to the preset, match source, high bit rate, you want to always select high bit rate. Then you want to turn on render at max depth. And then you also want to use maximum render quality, and also you can, again, like I told you guys, to use those previews so that it's speeding things up. And those are the 3 things you need to check every time to ensure the maximum render quality. Now, don't get me wrong, if you don't render at maximum depth and you don't use maximum render quality, it still renders at the highest bit rate. It still renders at great bit rate, 100%, and overall it's still going to look really HD and really good quality, but this is just how you actually take it to the maximum level of quality to really get the max out of it, and overall be the sharpest, the crispest, and the nicest image that you can actually possibly achieve within Adobe Premiere Pro. So these guys down here, these 2 guys, are very important, and of course the use previews is just going to be speeding your overall render up and just using those previews that you're making throughout it to actually help out in the overall encoding and rendering process of your files. Alright guys, so now just to finalize and overall cement how to export and overall the exporting process into your mind, here's a little exercise. What we're going to be doing for this very quick, very straightforward exercise that honestly I would expect you guys to already know how to do all this stuff anyways, but always a refresher is never a bad thing. So what we're going to be taking a look at here is how to export for YouTube, and then we're also going to export a square video for Instagram, just to walk you through this process. And again, I know you guys probably realize this. By all means, skip this if you totally understand this, but if you guys need just a very quick couple-minute refresh on how to actually go about exporting a YouTube video and then also exporting a square video for Instagram, we're going to be exploring how to do that right now. Let's jump into this exercise. Right here on screen is our clip that obviously is available for download via the resources, and we've already worked through by this point. I just want you to go ahead and press an in point and out point so this encompasses the entire clip, okay? And we've got the entire clip on the in point and the out point. And remember, once I've set that in and out point, I always render in to out. This is just gonna, first off, give me a nice preview before I actually render anything finally to see if anything's wrong with the clip or anything. And also, this actually counts towards your render being faster afterwards. So boom, we've got the clip, pre-rendered it, and added our in and our out point. Now what do we do? Well, one, we could go up to File, then to Export, and then finally to Media, or as it even tells us here, we could press Control M. So I'm going to go over here and just press Control M, and this is going to pop up on screen. Now, we actually had this set to QuickTime based on the last example that we did, which was exporting the head with the transparent background. So let's actually just go ahead and set that format to H.264, and that equals MP4. Then what we can do is go to Preset, scroll all the way down, guys, all the way down. If I keep on scrolling down, I'm going to go ahead and press YouTube 1080p, and I'm actually going to go ahead and click that. Now, right here is going to be our auto preset for YouTube 1080p HD, and the things I want you guys to do is go ahead and tick render at maximum depth, then tick use maximum render quality, and also tick use previews. And this is going to create the best combination for a render quality. Then of course we could assign the folder that we actually want to assign it to. For example, I'm just going to throw it in my example folder and call this one YouTube exercise export, okay? YouTube exercise export. And go ahead and just click export down here, and we can wait for that to actually just process all the way through, and that will actually appear in our example folder once we've obviously 100% went through. And if we go ahead back here just to go ahead and locate it for you and it will be right here, YouTube exercise export. Now, hypothetically speaking, another type of preset we could potentially be exporting for would be Instagram or another social media website. However, Instagram has a thing about their dimensions, which are quite different. Obviously, your images on Instagram and stuff like that, your videos come up not as visible if it's in the regular computer dimensions because it's a smaller screen. So what I like to do when I'm actually uploading to Instagram or Twitter or any of these pages is actually go up to my sequence settings. Well, first up, I go up to my sequence, then to my sequence settings, and then I'm actually going to change the frame size to 640 by 640, and that is going to be the maximum square dimensions for Instagram. It's going to say changes to preview file format to the preview frame, require all preview files to be deleted, the operation cannot be undone. Of course, we just press OK. That just means we have to render it in and out again. And right here, as you see, if we actually just go ahead and zoom out a little bit based on the scale right now, so if we pop that on 50, we can adjust that a little bit. So I want you to do that as well. And if we just give this a play, or actually if we just go and our in and out points are already set, if we go to sequence and render into out, we're going to be taking a look at what the square version of this is looking at, but it's still very good quality, of course. In fact, I might even want to bring this the position down a little bit just to get me kind of perfectly into this. And let's go ahead and just render into out again. And this is going to be a nice square dimension picture, square dimension video rather, of me walking along the street, or walking along kind of like a little dirt path or whatever, right down by the river, close to where I live. And now this is actually a 640 by 640 square, and we could go up here to File, to Export, and to Media, or we press Control M. Again, I'm just going to click Media this time, and obviously it's going to come up a little bit weird like this. Now the reason for that is because we're still using a basic video settings of 1920 by 1080, so we have to go to the preset, go all the way down here, and I want you guys to actually find the Twitter preset. So the Twitter 640 by 640, even though it says Twitter, this works perfectly for Instagram as well. They just didn't do a customized Instagram one here, and if we click that, boom, it readjusts our particular template size over here in our particular basic video settings and our frame settings to be that of the Twitter 640 x 640 template. And we can actually tick use previews, ticks use maximum render quality, scroll down to the render at maximum depth, tick that too, and let's just go ahead and find this example folder, save this as Insta exercise export. Boom, go ahead and save that and just go ahead and click export. And this one should export very, very quickly, yeah, because it's only 684 kilobytes down there. And that right there, guys, is a brief overview and overall a walkthrough of how to export for YouTube preset and how to export for Twitter, aka Instagram preset as well, via changing the sequence settings and the overall frame size. Alright, what's going on, guys? So cracking on with our Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass. Next section, we're going to be having a little dive into an overall little peek into some methods you can use is the speed adjustment, speed manipulation, overall all the video speed aspects that Adobe Premiere Pro actually offers you, and all the speed manipulation kind of tools you can use to tweak various different projects to your liking in terms of speed. And I'm going to be running through first off the basic speed adjustments available to you within Adobe Premiere Pro. And the ones I'm talking about can be easily accessed. So this right here is our example clip that I'm actually just going to be using to demonstrate basically some of these basic speed adjustments that you can actually go about using. So if you guys go ahead and right click on the clip, whichever clip you want to actually mess with the speed of. By the way, you do have to click onto the actual just general space of the clip. For example, if you right click over here when this kind of symbol here comes up to trim, you'll get totally different stuff. Likewise, if you right click on the FX, you'll get totally different stuff. So you guys got to right click on the actual clip itself and just go ahead over here to speed/duration, give that a click, and you will be actually opening up the basic speed adjustment tools available to you within Adobe Premiere Pro. So let me walk through this. First off, I would advise you guys to always keep this link ticked right here. Always keep that ticked just for the specific reason that this ties your duration to your speed. So for example, if we make the speed 50%, aka we're slowing it down by half, it's going to double the size of the clip because that's what should really happen. However, if we were to not have that linked right there and put this on 50, okay, it's just going to make it 50 but not change the size of the clip for us, which personally that's not working out for me, and overall I can't see that working out for you guys in any projects really. It's just overall the most basic or the most kind of no-brainer to keep this one ticked at all times, so you guys are keeping consistency throughout your duration and your speed. Now, I kind of just exampled it there and showed it off to you, but to change the speed, that's all you do. So to, drop it to 0.5% or 50% rather would be 2 times the speed of slow-mo, so it would be slow-mo at 50, aka that's going to be half the speed. Also, seeing as 100% is regular speed, if we were to go to 200%, that's going to be double the speed. And there you go. Obviously, it's, shrunk that down in accordance to the fact that we told it that it's double the speed. And these right here are the basic speed adjustments, okay? And those are essentially those right there. The other kind of cool feature the speed duration actually has is the reverse speed. This can definitely lag your stuff quite a lot, but if you guys go ahead and click reverse speed, this will obviously just reverse the clip. You can see how it is definitely lagging a lot right now, based on the fact that it has to kind of figure out what the hell this clip is even doing, but I'm going to go ahead and undo that. Go ahead and right click again and show you guys the second method of how you can do this, and that would be just to add a minus to whatever the number in your speed percentage is. For example, if we wanted this to be reverse but still the same speed, we would just go minus 100, and that's going to do the same thing. It's going to do minus 100, and it's going to start reversing that clip because it's obviously going in the opposite direction. So if we wanted to undo that, and once we put that minus, by the way, it will instantly tick the reverse speed because it's telling it that that's the command that we need to do. In terms of time interpolation down here, I always leave my stuff on frame sampling. Frame blending is okay, but honestly, I think sometimes it might just be in my head that I'm seeing different results for these, so I'm always leaving it on frame sampling, and I would advise you guys, based on all my previous knowledge, to do the same. However, I am oftentimes not even using the clip/speed duration and the basic speed adjustments. I'm usually trying to go about this and trying to go about my speed manipulation in a different way, but I've just quickly showed you guys through the basic speed adjustments and the basic speed manipulation factor available to you within Adobe Premiere Pro, and that is the right-clicking on the clip and go into speed/duration, and then you can actually alter these particular changes they give you. However, there's a much more professional, better way of actually increasing or decreasing speed and overall, using the speed manipulation available to you in Adobe Premiere Pro in a much more professional way, and that is using the speed ramps, and that's exactly what we're going to crack on with in the next lecture. Alright guys, perfect. So moving swiftly onwards with our speed manipulation part and overall our video speed section of the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass. On screen right now is a speed ramp. And as you can see right here, if you've never heard of a speed ramp before, they are pretty self-explanatory. For example, you saw right there when the first ramp kicks in right here, and don't worry, I'm going to be showing you in depth how to do these in a second. Essentially, this right here is a speed ramp. So it is going from this line here, which is regular speed, and then when it hits this ramp, it is a gradual increase, aka a ramp right here, to 300 or 200%. I forget what I actually put the example for, and then it's going to speed ramp down to about 50%, even though it's lagging a decent bit right now. And I'm actually just going to go ahead and give this a render in and out real quick so you could have a little more in-depth look at this. But overall, this is going to be our kind of deep dive into speed ramps, and overall I'm going to level up this speed ramps video here in the next section as well, or in the next lecture as well, to actually walk you guys through an amazing method of how to blend clips together very well using speed ramps, aka speed ramp transitions. But this is our preview right here. It is going to speed ramp all the way to really fast, and this rapper is just going to be running around stage right now, and then it's going to speed ramp down as a gradual cut down to actually be 50% slow motion. Now, the reason this is so much nicer than using just the basic speed adjustments is because the process, for example, to make a clip slow down with the basic speed adjustments would just be to cut it where we would want it to slow down, right click it, and actually just make it 50%. But you see how here we have a really nice gradual ramp down to the slow motion, and we can even adjust this ramp to make it more of a gradual decrease or increase over here. However, with the basic speed adjustments, it would literally just be one chop, so it would change from regular speed, for example, and then once it hits that cut, it would just instantly chop to slow motion, which is kind of a little bit choppy, and overall it's kind of just a little bit more, it just doesn't have the nicest look as these speed ramps do, where they really give you a nice transition down, and overall they ease you into the speed change. But overall, that's the clip right there. let's just go ahead and crack on with creating our first speed ramp right here, and we are actually just going to be jumping straight into this. So this right here is the original clip. This is a venue that was absolutely packed. I filmed this venue probably about 3 months ago. This is part of the live event videography that I do a lot of, and basically we're going to be exploring how to create our first speed ramp using this clip right here. So the way you would actually go about creating a speed ramp is you have to enable time remapping. So the way you would do that is not by right-clicking on the clip, and it's not by right-clicking on the side of it here. It's by right-clicking on this FX that I told you originally not to click on, funny enough. But if we click on that, we get the time remapping option here, the opacity and the motion. For us, let's go to time remapping and just go ahead and click speed, and you'll notice once we click that, the clip kind of changes to show us this line. And this line right here is the actual speed line. So the way we would actually go about altering this and creating our first speed ramp would be to actually press P on the keyboard, hence changing us to our pen tool, which we actually walked through in our keyboard shortcuts a while ago. But what we would then proceed to do is actually find the place in the video that we would want to add our speed ramp, whether that be an increase in speed or a decrease in speed. So let's just go ahead and watch this through until we could see a point that we could see might need some slow motion. And in fact, it's going to be this bit where the subject, aka the artist performing, is fully lit up. You see, as earlier he was a little bit darker, right here, but right now we want to find a bit where he's fully lit up. So for example, right here, and let's just go ahead and find a place where you guys would want to maybe start doing the speed ramp. Let's just go ahead and click with the pen tool. And if we zoom in, we notice at first appearance and at first glance, this has created one blue line. But in fact, if we actually click on this, and you see how the cursor changes from regular to that, if we click, hold, and drag out, we actually create 2 of these little customized dials, and there's actually a middle dial as well. However, these kind of look like they do nothing at first, and what this has actually done is split the clip right here to say that on here there could be one speed, and this side there could be another. You see how, again, it goes from the regular cursor to that kind of cursor, regular cursor to that cursor, and this is essentially the midpoint. So if we go onto the right-hand side, because we know on the right-hand side we want to, speed this up, let's say, we could actually click on this line right here and drag up, and you see those numbers instantly start to appear, and as we drag higher and higher, the numbers go higher and higher as well, because that is the percentage that we're increasing. So you guys know that by default it's on 100%. If we put this to 300% right here, that is increasing the speed by 3 times. So I'm going to let it go on there, and this has created a ramp up from 100 speed, which this line represents here, gradually increasing to 300 speed. But that's actually not the end of it. We can actually go ahead and click these guys up here again, these 2 little dials, and see this other dial, this middle dial right here. If we click these little blue buttons to the side and just click drag to the side, we can adjust how much of a nice kind of blend and ease we have created into our speed ramp. So if we actually just create that, a pretty nice ramp up to our 300 speed from our 100 speed, and if we give this a play from here, I'm sure this is looking like a very nice increase. And you can always click these little dials up here at the top again and drag, for example, that one to the right or this one to the left to actually adjust the position of it, or how gradual of an increase it is. For example, like if we drag it all the way out, it's making it a bigger, more gradual increase. If we drag it all the way in, it's more of like a right angle, like a 90-degree angle. Either way, let's just go ahead and drag this back over here, and let's give this a play to see how well it's doing it and how well it's actually easing into this particular change. And just like that, it is quite a very nice ease into this particular speed manipulation and this particular change right here. And it's not as abrupt of a change as, for example, just adding a cut and then simply changing one speed to 50, one speed to 100 would be. This is a much nicer gradual increase, and it kind of eases us into the actual change in speed, and that right there is a speed ramp. And we're actually going to be moving on now, guys, to another method of creating speed ramps, but this is going to be how to actually create speed ramp transitions between 2 clips to make clips kind of seamlessly blend together. But without further ado, let's move on to that in the next lecture. Hey, what's going on, guys? So moving swiftly onwards, we are now going to be taking a look at how to create speed ramp transitions, which are quite self-explanatory. I would have thought so, but if not, I'll give this a play and you should understand. Yep, that right there is essentially a speed ramp transition where there is two kind of regular speed clips, but we just do a transition and a speed ramp at the end of one of them and at the beginning of the other to create the illusion that they kind of speed and fly into each other. See, the kind of science behind it is that we want to create the clips to be moving so fast at the center point that the audience doesn't register that the clip has changed, hence looking like these clips kind of fly into each other and speed into each other. Now, we are actually going to be working through this just while you guys watch me, and then we're going to be doing a exercise in the following section of this, or the following lecture right after this one, where I'm going to provide clips for you guys to download, and we're going to work through creating our very own speed ramp. But quickly, let me just go ahead and crack on with a basic demonstration of how we're actually going to be doing this speed ramp tutorial, and that is the final product right there. It flies into the next clip. So it is this original clip of a smoky room, and then it flies into this next clip right here. So how would we start this? We would actually start it the exact same way we'd be creating our speed ramp before, and that would be to go to the FX little box right here, go ahead and give it a right click, go to time remapping, and click speed. What I want to go ahead and do is go ahead and put a right click right here, or a click right there actually, just go ahead and zoom in so I can actually drag our original dial out a little bit. And actually just go ahead and adjust these guys so we have a nice little line here, and just go ahead and drag that up. And I'm going to bring that up to about 300%. 300 is a nice increase, and that will definitely show a lot of movement. And then we can actually proceed to drag that along to connect that. Go ahead and click these little dials right here. Again, adjust that so we have a nice gradual increase, and it is looking all right on one side so far. So that right there could be our original speed ramp to actually transition in, and we could have a play on this one right here. It looks like I need to pull that out a little bit more, and actually just bring that along a little bit. And let's just go ahead and give this a play right now. Okay, so that is looking nice already. And then we would obviously click another marker right here, aka a dial. Go ahead and pull these dials out. And again, just repeat that same process we just did by adjusting the speed on the left-hand side to be that of the other clip. So for example, we would want to bring that all the way up to 300%. Just go ahead and let that rest on 300%. Drag it out so we kind of mimic the shape of this particular speed ramp right here. So we'd obviously want to adjust this dial right here to make it more of a gradual increase. Then we would want to drag these guys along a little bit and kind of let these two lines meet in the middle. You see? So it would be a nice fade between these two clips, and that right there honestly could be it. So if we give this a play right now, and we can have a look what we're dealing with. Very, very nice. Okay. So I believe that might have been a blurrier part of the clip, though. I'm not going to lie. Hold on. Let's give this a play. Very nice, except I think I've chosen the wrong part of the clip. I think it's this part of the clip that I wanted it to come in on. So actually what I could do, just go ahead and come back over here. Just go ahead and redo this, actually, because I'm pretty sure I chose the wrong part of the clip. Again, just go ahead and drag this up right here to 300%. Then let's just go ahead and drag these guys on along a bit, and just go ahead and adjust this gradual increase. Bring that along, and let's have a look what this is saying right now. If we give this a play, and there we go, right there. That was actually kind of a bit of a guess that I messed that section up, so I just switched it around pretty quick, but that still worked out. If we give this a play, and in fact, if I just go ahead and set an in point and then an out point right here, we can actually go ahead and go to sequence, render in and out, and actually have a look what this particular sequence right here, aka this speed ramp transition, is looking like. Very, very nice. As you can see, the whole science behind it, like I said in the beginning, is to create a rapid speed motion so that the viewer actually kind of can't keep track of what's going on, and it just looks like, for example, you focus on the blue light and the smoke here, and then it enters here, and there's a blue light there, and a DJ, and it just all goes so fast that it looks like these clips fly into each other and have a very nice motion about them via this speed ramp transition, which is an amazing method for creating a seamlessness and a blend between kind of clips, and not only just a blend, but also to create a much more nice transition rather than, for example, a default transition. Alright, what's up guys? So we're going to be cracking on with the advanced effects section of our Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass, and I'm not just talking in terms of literally just like, for example, some random video effects. I'm talking about a vast variety of advanced video editing methods that are not only going to be saving you loads of time, but overall just giving you a new outlook on how to actually produce content in Adobe Premiere Pro and how to actually get around certain loopholes which in other programs are not actually available to you. But without further ado, we're going to be jumping into it. Now, first off, how do you actually go about adding just a regular effect? That's something we have not looked at yet, and you can do it in two different ways. I'll show you how. First is just standard is when we're in our editing tab over here, right? There is this whole variety of windows down here, which I'm sure you know we can actually skip through. Our project right here, our media browser, libraries, info, and effects. So that is how we would actually go about directing ourselves to the list of effects is by starting over here at project and actually clicking on effects here. Or we have the option to actually go up to the designated effects tab at the top. And when we click that, that will pop up with essentially the same window as we would have had down there, except now there's not all these other options because we have effects right here. And the one I want to focus your attention to is video effects. That's something we have yet to look into. And overall, let's start exploring how we would go about using these video effects. Well, right here is the list of them. So we have adjustments, blurs and sharpens, color corrections, channels, distorts, all this sort of different stuff, and they all serve very different purposes, not all like the same kind of use for each one of them. Now, how would we actually go about adding an effect and then adjusting it? It's extremely simple. So hypothetically speaking, say we wanted a distort. So if we wanted a distort, we could click that drop-down menu right there and say we wanted to actually bring in one of these distorts, which are all different versions of different ways they've kind of created distorts, and I might actually just want to bring in a wave warp. That's a cool one we could start actually messing with, and the way you would actually add an effect to a clip would be to click and drag it and actually just go ahead and wait until your cursor comes up with the cross right there. So you can't do it obviously there, but when we hover over that clip, that cross turns to a plus, hence letting us drag and drop that to this, and you see it, it instantly pops up in our effect controls. And if you didn't notice it popped up there, I'm sure you noticed my face went a little bit crazy on the preview window here. So that is how we would know that it has been added. So how would you adjust this stuff? Same way, guys, that you would go about adjusting anything I've taught you to adjust so far, whether it be the scale, the position, the rotation, all of that is done via the parameters. And all of these here are the parameters. And likewise, with any of the stuff we showed before, you can also use keyframes to actually track these parameters. For example, hypothetically speaking, we're at 0 seconds right here. If 0 seconds, we wanted the wave height to be 10, but if we come in a little bit, to let's say 1 second, at 1 second, if we wanted that wave height to be 50, we would just change that 50 here, and because it has done a change here, it will have tracked that entire movement. And if we give this a play, it will have made a gradual increase from 10 wave height, or even better, maybe a 0 wave height, so it's just normal, and actually increasing that to at 1 second, we have a 50 wave height. So it works the exact same as anything else would in the effect controls. And overall, you actually control these effects via the parameters and via the tweaking of the parameters. Now, I simply added a random effect to this just to actually walk through how to add an effect and then also how to adjust those effects. And that same process is a repeatable one just across the board with all these different effects. For example, if we remove that warp effect, and hypothetically speaking, guys, if I want to put a blur on there or something, we could close down the distorts, go to blur and sharpen, and let's just go ahead and actually throw in a Gaussian blur, which I really like. Let's throw that Gaussian blur in there, and that will do the exact same by popping up here, and we can then proceed to change the parameters to tweak this. So you see how this is almost creating kind of like a vignette on the side, which is something I showed you in the color correction tab. To actually stop that, you just quickly click repeat edge pixels, and it will start doing that. But that's a random example here for the blurs, and we've also just done an example for the distorts. But overall, everything is controllable via these effect parameters. On 0, obviously 0% of the effect is showing. On 1000 like this, it's 1000% up, you know? And it is the repeatable method just like that you would do for any number of these other effects here. And by all means, we're not going to be individually cracking into each one of these effects. What I'm actually going to do now is just step into a mini exercise to follow this one up, where we're actually going to explore how we would together go about creating a simple mirror effect, and how to actually just have maybe two heads, so a head here and a head below. And I believe we can actually go over that mirror effect in the mini exercise, and that will give you guys a nice hands-on example of how to pull off some nice effects and overall tweaking those effect parameters to your liking. Now, this clip right here, I'll give it a play after I mute that right here because I don't want to listen to that, but this is just a clip of me looking at the camera. This clip is going to be available for download in the following section, the mini exercise section, and we're going to be cracking on with the course. Alright guys, so moving on to another amazing method, and this method right here is actually going to be how to go about fixing shaky video clips. Wow, this one's a big one, believe me. If I had somebody to tell me about this effect right here when I just got started editing, I assure you my extremely amateur first pieces that I created would not have looked so bad. And it did take me a while to actually learn about this effect here, and it's probably one of the most basic effects within the whole program, but it does such an amazing job at stabilizing footage. For example, let me play you this clip right here, which is just a clip that I handheld captured of me coming down out of my office window to reveal my office desk and, my laptop on the floor and my couch over here to the side when you can see it. But this is a really shaky clip. I'm just going to play this a couple times over just so you can actually start gathering how much of a shaky clip it is. It's a handheld clip, and overall, this, would not make it into any professional video edit because of the fact it's so shaky. It looks super amateur, and overall, I'm going to show you an extremely easy and, honestly, I'm not even emphasizing it all when I say this is an extremely easy way to stabilize. In fact, it's so easy, it's literally just drag and drop. And the only kind of time-consuming bit is the fact that if you're not just doing it to a clip that's only a few seconds, for example, if you were trying to do it to a minute-long clip, it's going to take a long time to actually add this effect to your particular clip. But enough of teasing you. Let's go ahead and actually navigate to the effects down here, or you guys could actually go up to here up top. Either way, let's go to our effects tab, and let's actually go ahead and type in to the search warp stabilize. And if you actually start typing that in, it will pop up with this guy under distorts, and it is a warp stabilizer, okay? And what this is actually going to do is when we drag and drop this to our clip, it is going to process through the whole clip. In fact, let me drag this right now, and let's just let go on our clip. Just like that. And if we actually let go on our clip, right, it is going to take a little while to process through. As I told you guys, it is. It's kind of one of these type of very high processor, very high CPU heavy stuff, because it really is changing the whole motion of this clip right here. You saw how shaky it was. You saw how amateur it was looking. And as you see here, it is slowly working its way up. And that's all you have to do is drag it and drop it onto the clip, and it will actually work out all those little bumps and kind of steps and grooves, and it will kind of ease those out to create almost like a crane-like smoothness throughout your clip. And honestly, it is quite amazing, and it's a complete game changer, or at least 100% was a game changer for me. For example, I do a lot of live event videography. There's oftentimes an intro shot where we have to be walking through the club up to the stage. That's a pretty shaky shot, and it can be if we don't bring stabilizers, and it's hard to bring those stabilizers to the club. So oftentimes, warp stabilize is a huge time-saving method for us. And just like that, if I give this a play right now, you see it is crazy. Look how much smoother that is right there. I could even duplicate this clip, throw it at the end, and just go ahead and remove warp stabilize from this second clip here, and actually just go ahead and put an out point at the end and go ahead and just render that in and out, so we can have a watch of the smooth version, then a watch of the original version, which was not smooth by any stretch of that word. And let's go ahead and give a watch to it right now, guys. So that is the corrected clip right there. really smooth, very, very nice, almost like a crane hand. And this is quite clearly a handheld shot. You can kind of feel the movement of me stepping backwards and reversing. However, this shot, this stabilized one, honestly looks amazing, and it's easily chiseled out all those kind of weird steps and movements and overall that amateur style that second clip has. And this first one right here that we've stabilized is looking much more professional and just like it was actually done on a stabilizer instead of just being hand held. So that is a brief walkthrough and an insight into one of the most useful tools, at least personally for me, and I really hope this is useful to whatever particular video production you're doing. I don't see how it can't be, because stabilizing is a universally used method of actually just wanting to stabilize your clips and overall create much nicer looking footage to actually show off throughout your edits or, you know, whatever type of video you may be creating. So here is an amazing way to get rid of shakiness from your videos and overall stabilize and smooth out everything using the warp stabilizer effect. Hey, what's going on, guys? So moving on to now another really cool method that I just want to quickly get out the way, and that is going to be how to actually chroma key, aka how to deal with green screen video editing. And this is a very cool green screen that, you know, it's actually kind of a basic green screen, just of an explosion right here. And the cool thing about this green screen right here is I'm actually going to leave this in resources for you guys to download if you want to follow through with this particular method I'm going to be working through right now. You know, it's not essential that you follow through. This is by far one of the easiest effects you could probably memorize, seeing as it's just one quick click, pretty much. It's kind of like the warp stabilize, except with maybe like one more click than that one had. So by all means, if you don't want to follow through, you don't need to. That's why I didn't make this an official mini exercise, but I did want to throw a clip for you guys to download in resources, because this hands-on kind of learning experience is hands down a much more engaging one, and I feel as though you guys could pick more up by just following through with these mini examples. But anyways, enough of that. This is the green screen that I've chosen to actually work through, and it's going to be quite a simple process to actually remove that green and isolate this particular explosion on its own, and do this in a way that we don't obviously have a, you know, very amateur green outline around this or anything like that. And overall, it's going to be a quick method. So I want you guys to go up to your effects here, or you could obviously go down to your effects down here. I haven't actually typed one in down here yet, so I may as well. And I want you guys to actually type in key, and it is the ultra key actually. So I want you guys to type in ultra key, and if you just type in ultra, it will pop up under the keying section in your video effects folder, and you can actually go ahead and click that, hold, and drag that onto your clip that is available on resources for you guys to download. And when you actually drop and drag that, it will pop up with the ultra key settings and the parameters for you to tweak. Now, there is literally only one thing you have to do after you've dropped this in, and that is going to be coming over here to the pen tool, or the actual dropper tool where you would actually select a color. Go ahead and click that so you've selected it. Come on over to your green and simply click once on the green. And magically like that, it will have set that color of green and that exact shade of green to the color that it is keying out, aka getting rid of. And now if we give this a play, that is an isolated, almost like a alpha channel type of thing. And in fact, we could probably take this and actually render that in alpha to isolate the explosion on its complete own. And right there, a very quick walkthrough of how we would actually go about green screen video editing, aka chroma keying, aka key lighting, aka ultra key. Very simple method, maybe even simpler than how to stabilize that video clip, which I did in the last lecture. Overall, a very cool method of actually how you can go about green screening and getting rid of that chroma key in the background and bringing that out to actually isolate whatever is in front of your green screen on its own. I assume the green screen editing most of you guys would be doing would be a talking head in front of a green screen or something like that, but obviously I actually didn't have an example of that, so I wanted to just present you an example using this explosion right here, which is looking very cool now that we scrubbed through very fast. But overall, that's a brief explanation of how to actually use the ultra key effect, aka how to go about green screen video editing, and let's move on with the course. Alright guys, this next lecture involved in the advanced video effects available to you within Adobe Premiere Pro is actually going to blow your mind. This method I'm going to walk you through right now is a method that is literally, not even exaggerating, this has literally saved me days worth of video editing time and overall composition time. And the method I'm going to be showing you guys is how to automate clips to edit themselves to the beats. What? That sounds very out the box, I know, but you know, as you guys know at this point, I create a lot of club promo videos. That's been the theme of the footage we've been overlooking at, and this is something that helps me personally, but also anybody who needs to create anything to the beat. I'm going to show you how we can actually work through this song right here and actually add independent markers at each one of these beats, and actually once we've added markers at all of these beats, and I'm going to show you how to do all this, don't worry, we can actually automate the clips. So we select all the clips we want after adding in and out points to them, and they will actually add themselves to the whole project via the click of one button, and our project will have essentially edited itself with no composition, no adjustments, nothing. Obviously then it's down to you if you want to go in and pick and choose the clips that you might want to switch out for each other or whatever other process there is. But this is how to completely automate all of the video editing into, honestly, you know, this personally makes the video editing process for me about a quarter of the time. No exaggeration, I promise you. So how do we start doing this, you say? Well, it's very simple. So what we want to do is we want to actually play this all the way through, and every time we hear a beat that we want to cut the clip on, we would press M, and what M does is add a marker, okay? So for example, what you guys want to be doing is not selecting the clip itself, or else this will add a marker inside of the clip, for example, like that. I'm just going to undo that. You guys want to just be selecting the regular project, so when we press M, it adds a marker up here. These are the ones that matter. And that is the shortcut. It is just M on its own, and you will be adding a marker. So what I'm going to do here is work through this track and just go ahead and give it a play and add a marker every time I want a beat to change. So I'm going to go ahead and press play, work through, and just actually add these markers. And you see what I'm doing? I'm just adding these. So a couple of those are definitely, no doubt, pretty rough, but the moral of the story right now is, I'm just going to add one at the beginning as well, that we have done some rough markers that are kind of on the beat, and you see the kind of pattern we go for is we want to just go ahead and press play and actually just go ahead and press that M button anytime we kind of feel a beat that we would want to be chopping off on. It's not the most accurate thing in the world, but obviously we're not going to be super out, only by like maybe a frame or two. And you see what I'm doing here is what we do is just keep on adding these beats all throughout so that it's going to be chopping. So we've now done, it's safe to say, a very rough but still an outline of the beats via the markers. And you guys should be seeing essentially, you know, this when you go through this is just a bunch of markers scattered across the top in seemingly random places. And next up is going to be the fun part of the process, and overall the super easy part of the process, really. Once we added all those markers, and by the way, what I would do is when I'm actually doing this, so zoom in here, is what I would actually do is zoom in, right, to actually see where I want to chop these and just start readjusting these. So it looks like that one I would probably have there. It looks like, so it looks like maybe, what, that's the next one I wanted to jump on. That was pretty off. That looks like I got pretty accurate with that one. And you see, I've only kind of not been accurate by maybe like 1 or 2 frames, so it doesn't really matter that much. However, if you guys want to, this is what I would do for a professional edit, so I may as well actually show you guys how to do it as well, is I would just keep dragging these along to actually adjust these, right? So these are actually accurately on the beat, and it's not just a little bit before or anything like that. And I just keep scrolling through here to actually adjust these to be on the beat that I wanted them onto and not just a frame before or anything like that. So everything is looking nice and synced. And obviously, this can be a bit of a tedious process, but it's worth it. And overall, even the time combined of adjusting these little clips right here is still way less. You know what I mean? Way less time spent than actually going through and individually having to adjust and add all of your clips via just dragging them over and then syncing them up with the beats, which is a much more of a tedious, boring process and a much slower process to say the very least, to be honest. But you see what I'm doing here is just adjusting these markers so that they are in line with these beats. And these are just a bunch of random beats that I've tried to sync it up with as I played it through and just tried to add those markers. And hold on, let's just keep on lining these up, and then I think this should be all right at this point. I think those last few are okay. So now we just have a bunch of markers at the top. I want you guys to come over to your clips, and it is crucial that you guys actually put it in and out point. Now, you don't have to put the out point on everything, because obviously the out point by default is going to be right here at the end, okay? So even if you don't put an in point, even if you don't put an out point, the out point will by default just be at the end, or, wherever, basically. So you just need to make sure you guys throw an in point, or else it will just be starting at the beginning of that clip. So for example, in here, that's my in point right there. This next clip here, that's my in point right there. Overall, just a bunch of in points. And then I want you guys to actually go through and select the top clip, then come all the way down to the bottom of your clips. Okay, keep on scrolling down, hold shift and click, so it selects everything in between, and you guys will have a big selection of clips right there where you've actually in and outed all those clips as well. And then you actually go up here to sequence, or actually go up here to clip rather, and then come down here to automate to sequence. That's where I got the word sequence from. Click on automate to sequence, and the only thing you guys need to change is simply change placement to at unnumbered markers from sequentially. Just normally by default it will be on sequentially. Just for me it's on at unnumbered numbers, at unnumbered markers, because I've done this before. Okay, so for you guys it will be on sequentially. Click that drop down, change it to at unnumbered markers, and watch this magic when I press OK. Oops. There you go. Hold on, guys. We do need to bring this audio layer down to the second layer because all of these have audio attached to it. That's pretty funny. But anyways, go ahead and reselect these clips right here because I just clicked off accidentally. Go ahead and reselect them. Go up here to clip, then go to automate to sequence. Click that automate to sequence at unnumbered markers. Press OK, and everything will have thrown itself into exactly where it needs to go. And the only reason there are these little gaping holes here is because clearly the end point of these guys was actually before. So all we have to do is then readjust these clips that the end point, the out point rather, was actually too soon, so it didn't make it all the way. Adjust all of these, mute this layer obviously because that's all just the garbage audio. Adjust all of these so they actually fill the whole area. And once you've adjusted everything, you will be able to actually give this a play, and it will be a sequence that has actually edited itself and automated the editing to the beat, which is a massive time-saving method. If we just go ahead and cut it off there, and actually we just go ahead and delete all these other clips because it has thrown in all the other ones just after, because there aren't any numbers, any markers for it to go to. But now, guys, if we actually go ahead here, press that out button, go up here to sequence, render in and out. I'm just going to give a nice quick render through this, or at least a decent portion of it, so we can actually have a nice watch of this to see how well it is actually synced everything to the beat. And this method here, I was not joking when I told you guys in the beginning that this has literally saved me at the very least hours, at the most probably days worth of editing in total. It combined across all my projects since I figured this method out here. It has been absolutely crazy. Such an amazing method, and overall, if you're doing any sort of work where you need to automate the footage to the beat, this is an amazing method to do it by simply going through, adding those markers all the way at the top there, and then actually just readjusting them so they're actually accurate and on point. And then go ahead and automate those clips into the sequence. And actually, I'm just going to cancel that now because it's rendered enough at the top, and go ahead and give this a play, and you guys can see now. Let me give this a quick play. Everything is synced to the beat. All the markers that you can see are up the top, and this has actually just edited itself, which is amazing. And if I just keep on playing this is edited through itself and done a very good job of actually syncing everything to the beat simply via these the use of markers. Now, for some reason, it's not playing the audio here. Don't worry, Premiere Pro is glitchy often, all the time. If ever anything's messing up, just go ahead and replay from a point where it wasn't messing up. But everything is decently synced, everything's put together nicely, and overall this, actually syncing all of these clips manually to the beat would have probably taken us about 2 hours, an hour right here, just to do a 1 minute worth of footage. But you can see we've just done this in less than 10 minutes, which is not even comparable amount of time to save. It is absolutely amazing. So by all means, use this time-saving method of how to automate clips to the beat, and you will be saving yourself literally, from my mouth to your ears, days and days worth of time compiling, adjusting, and overall piecing together this particular sequence right here, where we've just automated that in a matter of minutes. Alright guys, so quickly before we actually move on to that next step, which is going to be our final exercise for our advanced video editing section for our Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass, I want to show you a very cool, quick method, seeing as we're on kind of like the streak right now of showing you very quick, very effective methods of improving certain aspects of video editing. This right here is a very useful method to me of how to sync a footage clip that might be of a music video or any number of things to a track. So for example, I'm just going to actually go ahead and bring in an example clip right here, and this is going to be our example clip we're going to be working with. Then I've got to bring in the track, which is somewhere along here, which is the song that we recorded this particular music video to. So I'm going to drag in my actual song that I want to sync up to. This right here is the clip of the artist himself, and I'm going to show you a very quick one-click method of how to sync your actual audio track to your footage audio that might have been shot for a music video or might have been shot for whatever. So for example here, this is the song, and also the same song is playing in this footage here, and overall we want to sync these up. So if I mute the actual song itself and just play this right now for a second, I can see where actually we're trying to start the clip. So for example, I'm probably going to want to start it about here when we're actually facing this guy. Okay, so I'm probably going to chop it about here, but obviously this audio now where I've chopped it is coming in at a random part of the song. It's not obviously a significant part. Hold on, let me just go ahead and set that to the frame size. But it's not a very significant part of the song where I could go through and maybe listen to a key beats to actually, cut it there so I could actually manually sync it. That as well is a very, very time-consuming, tedious process opposed to the one I'm going to show you right now. So I just unmuted our actual song layer now, and to sync our song with our footage is such a simple process. All you have to do, guys, is simply actually highlight this. I'm not too sure what this is over here. Delete that. But go ahead and highlight the two, simply right-click the audio layer, and actually go here to synchronize. I know, that seems like a no-brainer. It seems like it's too easy, but trust me. Go ahead and hit that synchronize and press OK. And all you have to do is wait this out right now, and it is going to have synced this to the beat. In fact, I can actually now go ahead and mute this footage layer of audio and just give this a play, and he will be synced to the actual song. So we'll wait for it to drop so you can see.
She told me that you wanted a bad boy. I told her I'm more than a bad boy. I'm a bad man from a bad land in a bad gang. She liked the way man speaks and the man slang. She's smart at the time of old dance lost when I...
And there you have it. Such a quick method. If I just go ahead and give this another play from here. Now watch this one more time.
She told me that you wanted a bad boy. I told her I'm more than a bad boy.
As you can see by watching his mouth right there, this is 100% synced now via that easy method. Overall, since I've started shooting music videos, this has been such a time-saving method, and I've really tried to focus on that and make that a theme throughout this last section of the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass, is all of these things that genuinely save me so much time and make the video editing process so much easier. But without further ado, guys, we're going to crack on with the final exercise for our advanced video editing section of the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass. That has been a quick way to synchronize clips for either a music video or any number of other projects you might need to, use this method for. And without further ado, let's crack on. What up, guys? Now we're going to be concluding the advanced video effects available in Premiere Pro by actually creating an extremely popular effect in the video editing world, and that is the VHS effect. Yes, you can, of course, create a replica VHS effect within Adobe Premiere Pro, and the reason I've chosen this is because there are countless of videos out there on YouTube, on other sites, all exploring how you would do this, and honestly, it's like a trend. It's a very popular popular effect, and overall, I'm going to walk through how to combine a variety of different methods available to you within Adobe Premiere Pro to create a VHS replica effect. So, without further ado, let's jump into it. Now, I'm going to be using a clip that I used a while ago in this particular course. By all means, if you have it, go ahead and import it. It is this clip of the dancers that we actually organized into that folder called dancers. Now, I'm actually going to bring that on, and I'm just going to go ahead and right click and just go ahead and set to frame size, just because I didn't actually set my frame size to 4K, and that's what these clips were actually shot in. They're shot in 4K, but for the sake of my program and not lagging too much while I put this together for you, I've switched it to 1080p. So without further ado, let's actually jump into this. Now, the first thing I want to do is actually revisit our wave effect. You guys remember the wave effect? We kind of just threw it on there in the beginning just for kind of a mess around to give an example of effects, but to do that, you would go to effects, or obviously effects up here. Either one, I'm just going to go ahead and type wave warp. And that's going to be the first key part of this particular exercise right here to create the VHS effect. Let's just go ahead and drag that wave warp onto our clip, and we want to immediately start tweaking the parameters. Now, the wave type, I want to change to square. The wave height, I want to change to about 25. The wave width, this might sound like a huge contrast, but I want to change that to 1000. And then the direction, I want to change to minus 0.01. And the actual, how come that didn't work? Minus 0.01. Give it enter on that. Okay, well, maybe we could try minus 0.05. Okay, and now that did minus 0.01. Okay, something's wrong with that. Whatever it is, I'm not too sure. I'm just going to leave that. It did kind of what I wanted to in the end. Then I'm going to go to pinning, turn that none to all edges, and if we actually start giving a play here, you guys can see this has created this kind of glitch effect where it's bringing this glitch up the screen right here. You can clearly see it. Let me just go ahead and replay it, and everything is kind of flying up pretty quickly. So that's the beginning of our glitch effect right there in a nutshell. And actually, I'm actually going to try to do minus 0.05 to see if that would do anything. No, but it's not. Okay, so I'm pretty happy with this. You see the kind of wave going up the screen, almost like a bad signal effect, and that's kind of what this is at first, is kind of like a bad signal effect. And we've got this performer there from Halloween, and overall, that is how we would go about creating the actual general wave that would be making its way up the screen. In fact, we could even maybe go to the wave height and maybe type that as 20. Go ahead and give this a play. Overall, either way, it's looking nice. I'm just going to undo that to do 25. But now what we want to do is actually type in noise to our effects. And that's the next piece that we want to drag on. We want to go down to noise and grain and go ahead and just drag that regular noise over, throw it on, and change the parameters to 20%. So that's going to be 20% noise. And right now, we're obviously in a quarter quality, so we can watch this quicker. So it looks absolutely terrifying, but I assure you it's not going to look that bad. And in fact, it's going to be adding an extremely nice complement to our clip when we actually go ahead and render this in the end of the video, so we can see what the final video is looking like. But I'm actually just going to go ahead and give this another play real quick just to have a look at how it's looking. It's looking nice. We see this main wave making its way up the screen, while this noise is obviously filling in, making it not look the greatest quality in the world. Definitely doing nice. Now, next up, what does a VHS effect have? That's right. It always has the date in the top right-hand corner of our screen. So let's actually just go ahead and go to graphics and just drag in a basic title. Go ahead and drag that throughout the remainder of the entire shot. Go ahead and press T to obviously get to our text tool. And let's go ahead and just put in a random date. So for me, when I'm actually recording this, it is the 17th of, or the 4th of the 17th of the 18th. And I'm actually just going to input that quickly. Go to find a nice font that I want to throw it in on. Honestly, it does not really matter what font you're actually using, but I just want to kind of grab a decent one. There you go. There's Gotham. I don't mind Gotham. And now we actually just have some standard text. Now what I want to do is highlight that and change the fill to black, so this is actually just a black piece of text. And then what we can actually proceed to do is go up here to the position and just kind of position it up here. Now, obviously, normally we would have it probably about here. However, there's still one crucial part of this effect to do that is going to make sense why we'd want to put the text about here, I'm thinking, okay? So I'm just going to put it there on a guess, and it will make sense why I'm throwing it there in a second. But first, I want to actually go back to our effects and actually just retype in wave warp, because that text itself needs to have a wave warp on it. We drag that onto the text. We come down here and actually we just go ahead and repeat that process where the wave type, I'm actually going to leave that on sign. The wave height, I'm going to obviously leave on 10. The wave width, I'm going to leave that to about 1000 again. The direction, minus 0.01 again. That for some reason goes to 0 right off the bat. Pinning, I'm going to set to all edges. And overall, if we give this a play, that is now doing its thing, kind of. In fact, the wave height, I still might set to 25. And the wave type, actually, I'm going to set that to square as well. So kind of just repeat the exact same effect, basically, or the wave height, actually, I am going to put on 10. But sort of repeat the exact same effect that we just did to the clip below it. And now we will have a piece of text that is essentially glitching out. But you see this kind of jump back to forth effect right there. That's not what we want. That can be a kind of a mess up. In fact, I'm just going to go ahead and bring this down to -1 manually, or to minus 3 maybe we could do. And, see, that's still doing this weird 0.1, or minus 0.1 actually. Boom. If I do minus 0.1, it's still doing a bit of a glitch like that, so I might just go ahead and change that wave type to sign. Overall, yeah, there we go. Okay, so you just want to kind of polish out that glitch sort of effect. So now it's still waving, but it's still stuck up there on the screen. So now we've actually done that. What I want you guys to do is actually just type in blur, because we want to add a little bit of blur to that text just to make it not as kind of, HD. Because obviously the text shouldn't be perfect HD if the background is all noisy and stuff. So I want to actually throw on a camera blur to this right here, and that has at first glance totally erased it. We want to just go ahead and set the percentage to about 5, or actually that in itself might actually be a little bit too much. Maybe we could set it to about 1. Let's go ahead and throw that on about 1%, or maybe about 2%. Yep, just so we get a little bit of blur like that, where it's looking kind of nice, so it's not as in focus as, you know what I mean, as it was a second ago. And now we want to do the most crucial part to this effect that really brings in the VHS kind of look to it, and that is to go up here to File, and then to actually go to New, and then to Color Matte. And if we click Color Matte, it will obviously tell us to input the standard video settings that this particular sequence has. Press OK, and just select a black color matte. Okay, now if we have actually created that, if we go over here, that will be right here. We can actually click and drag that to cover the entire image. And the reason I want to do that is because this is going to be how we're going to fake the black bars that a VHS would normally have on the side, simply because the resolution hadn't actually leveled up to a high quality resolution yet. So if we go ahead and tweak the position right now, so we can click position, and let's actually just start tweaking this guy on the left to bring this over to actually create the look of a kind of border on the side where originally the frame would be cut. And then we hold Alt on our clip and drag up to duplicate that, and then just go ahead and drag that over to the other side to again create, by the way, set your one on the right to 540, because I just noticed that there's a slight line under there. So 540 is gonna tie that in right there. Then go back to this guy up here, and oops, wrong stuff, and just start tweaking this so we can actually create a fake border on the side of the screen, where obviously this would be a fake VHS border. And now if we actually go back to this text, we can just go ahead and go back to position, just kind of reposition this text up here a little bit. And now if we actually just go ahead and set an out point at about 5 seconds, because trust me, this is going to be a very effect heavy thing to render right now, we can actually go ahead and give this a pre-render, and I'm actually going to have to cut to when the pre-render is done probably to see how long this actually takes, because I think it's going to take a few minutes just to render this 5-second preview. But once our pre-render comes back, guys, I'm going to show you exactly what this is looking like, and overall we would have achieved the VHS fake replica effect within the advanced effects section in this Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass. So I'm going to wait this 1 minute 30 seconds till this is done pre-rendering, and we're going to come back and take a look at this. And that on screen right now, guys, is our replica VHS effect. Overall, very, very cool with this wave coming up the top of it. Obviously, it's super noisy over here. If we go ahead and just play it back from here, this is looking very, very cool. And overall, we have just succeeded in actually faking and recreating a replica VHS effect using the advanced video editing effects and the advanced video editing section within our Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass. And I'm very happy with this. I hope you guys have worked through this with me as well if you still had this clip from earlier. If not, it's a very cool thing just to watch over the process of actually, watching this being created. And overall, guys, without further ado, we are going to be moving on with the lectures. Alright guys, congratulations, we have actually finished working through the complete Adobe Premiere Pro CC Masterclass course here on Udemy.com. Now here in this section, I'm just going to run through what we have gone over. Of course, you guys know what we've gone over, we've done it together, but I just want to have a brief run through of all the different sections, and then we're going to do a run through of what you guys will be able to do now and the skills you will possess in the following lecture, and then finally to finish off this outro section of the Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass course, we're going to do a final hour plus master project where I'm actually going to work through hands-on a real-life project that I would be editing anyways for a client. So without further ado, let's jump through the review. Now, in terms of what we have gone over in this introduction, overall welcoming you to this particular course section here, we got all the basics out of the way, including the walkthrough of the layout, importing and organizing the clips, and overall creating that first timeline and adding your clips to it. And we even included a couple sizes where we walked through this stuff together, as well as by the end of this section 1, we had already edited together and synced up a few clips to a exercise backing track. And then we actually finished off the introduction section, like I just said, with that miniature little edit to get you warmed up for the editing section, which was section 2. And we began this part with a basic video editing part 1, in which we looked at the talking head example of how we would overall go about adding B-roll to that, and then we did a more further extensive edit to follow on from section 1, where we sunk and overall put clips together to actually fit a sequence that was synced to a beat. We then overall reviewed all the tools and the most important shortcuts that will make your life so much easier in the video editing program Adobe Premiere Pro in terms of navigating and overall just putting your clips together and editing everything in the quickest and most user-friendly fashion possible. And then we took a quick look at the adjusting of clip dimensions, which we would further later on go more in depth into. We then did a quick little mini exercise and overall looking at what my editing process was looking like, and that concluded section 2, the video editing and overall basic editing section. We then moved on to the titles and graphics section, where we began to quickly take a look at the basic titles and templates and the ones I would recommend you guys to use, and overall reviewed my personal ideas on this particular topic and what I personally use all the time and have been using for the years I've been using Adobe Premiere Pro. We also did a mini exercise in which we created a basic title presents sequence, and that was a nice hands-on task that we did. We then moved on to simple animated titles, saving presets, and overall finishing off this complete section here by doing an exercise in which we created a My Name Is animated title sequence. We then moved on to the transitions section, in which we quickly got the defaults out of the way to move on to creating a custom transition using a clip that I allowed you guys to download so we could actually work through this particular process together, moving on to actually how you guys can actually import plugin transitions. And then we just did a quick exercise to improve a basic sequence so you guys could get a more hands-on experience again using some of those custom transitions and plugin transitions as well. Then in section 5, we first off got the difference between color correction and color grading out the way, a very common misconception and something that people should definitely be paid attention to and overall tuned into a little bit more. We then moved on to how you would go about creating a basic color correction, and then moved on to, again, how we would create a basic color grade. We then looked at the more advanced sections of the color correction and grading, including the LUTs/looks that are either in the program by default or imported importable, and then we moved on to the S-line method, which I taught you how to do using the curve tool, and then we revisited some of the more basic color correction tools such as the vignette, and overall how you guys can actually add color correction or color grading to a variety of clips via just adding that particular color correction or color grade to one adjustment layer. Then we moved on to the keyframes section, in which we first explained keyframes and then moved on to a nice mini exercise, which was a hands-on mini exercise in which we improved and added motion to some otherwise still and boring shots within a boring sequence. We then showed you and overall worked through how we would lower the audio levels using keyframes. For example, when a talking head video was there and we needed to lower the audio for when the talker was on screen, so that we could actually hear what he or she was saying, in which case this was me in the example, and I gave you guys a nice walkthrough of this particular keyframe strategy. We then moved on to how to more advanced animate some text, and then showed you how you can actually save a lot of time tracking mask keyframes, and how this program can actually do all this for you. We then reviewed the exporting overall, getting rid of the general exporting stuff quickly to move on to the more advanced export presets, how to actually how to actually export screenshots, for example, for thumbnails, etc., how to export with a transparent background, aka using the alpha channels, and also how you guys can get the maximum render quality out of your projects using the max bit depth rate, and of course the max render quality functions and features available to you within the exporting windows of Adobe Premiere Pro. We then moved on to the video speed section, where we first did the basic speed adjustments, then moving on to speed ramps, speed ramp transitions, and overall providing you guys clips to walk through how we can create a much more seamless flow between clips using those speed ramp transitions. Then, in the previous section to this, I actually gave you all the most user-friendly tricks in the book in terms of the advanced video effects. We started off with the adding effects to your clips, overall the basic of the advanced effects, moving on to a mini exercise where we created a mirror effect. Then I showed you an amazing tool available to you within Adobe Premiere Pro called the Warp Stabilize tool, how you can use that to easily stabilize shaky footage. I then quickly showed you a demonstration of green screen video editing using the Ultra Key effect, and then showed you how to save literally days worth of video editing and composition time using the clip placement to beat automation. I then quickly showed you how to automate sync video plus audio, and then we finished this section off with an advanced replica VHS effect that is an extremely popular VHS effect currently going around the video production world. And now we are in outro, concluding this section, where we will, well, in this section right here, have actually summarized what you guys will have learnt. In the next section, quickly, we will summarize the skills you'll have now, and then, guys, we're going to move on to that master project at the very end of this section, so you guys can get a hands-on experience for what my unfiltered, unedited, raw editing experience looks like when putting together a basic promo video, which has kind of been a recurring theme in terms of the footage I've been putting throughout this course. Alright guys, so quickly before we move on to the master project, which will follow after this, I'm going to go through the skills you will have right now after finishing this without a shred of a doubt. First off, in terms of the basic skills 100% you will know how to adjust clip dimensions in terms of the scale, the position, and even that rotation, and we actually experienced a couple hands-on demonstrations where we improved a still sequence, multiple still sequences, to actually have motion. So this is something I'm extremely confident you will know how to do without a shred of a doubt. Also, you will have an understanding and a knowledge of the tools and shortcuts, the tools which you should use, the tools which, you don't really need to use and overall aren't that useful to you, and overall the shortcuts that are going to make your video editing process a lot more easy and overall a lot more seamless and a quicker, easily maneuverable way to edit using those particular import shortcuts, those important shortcuts, and overall they can help you out a lot and save you a lot of time. Then I would 100% be sure you guys would be able to create basic titles, including animated titles. And also we had hands-on experience creating a variety of different title sequences, whether that be a Hi My Name Is sequence or a Presents sequence or any of the other little miniature sequences sequences we worked on via the titles and the text. This is definitely something I'm confident you will know how to do. Moving on, you will easily know how to add all those, default transitions. That is something, if you know what I mean, you just 100% will know how to do this. But added on to that even more, you will 100% know how to create a custom transition, and actually we explored one particular method for creating a custom transition, but this particular method can be applied to any other clip in terms of finding something in your image that you can use to bring on that next clip and try and make it as seamless as possible, and we definitely had a nice hands-on experience doing this. You guys will also know how to import plug-in transitions. You guys will have a hands-on experience color correcting and grading. Not only did we actually go over the difference between these two, so you should have an understanding of this, but also we went over multiple ways and multiple methods you could go about this, whether it be the curves tool, importing custom looks / LUTs, or even just throwing on some vignettes and some adjustment layers with stuff to actually cover multiple clips. Then in the keyframes section, you guys will 100% know how to add keyframes and overall add movement to still shots. You guys will know how to lower the audio in terms of decibels to actually let a speaker or anybody particularly be heard in a section of audio where we would lower this and then bring it back up using the keyframes. Also, animated text is something we revisited a bunch throughout this particular Adobe Premiere Pro Masterclass, so I'm very confident you have text animation skills at this point within the course. Also, you guys went over with me how to auto-track mask keyframes, which is something that can help you and save a lot of time throughout your projects. You will also have general exporting knowledge as well as exporting knowledge in terms of exporting screenshots, presets, and also how to export with those transparent backgrounds and how to export at maximum render quality by simply ticking all the different things you need to tick to actually make sure everything is set up and specialized correctly for your particular project. Next up, you guys will have complete knowledge of basic speed adjustments and also knowledge of how to create your own speed ramp transitions to create a more seamless flow between clips, and we even did a hands-on exercise for this particular area, so I'm confident you guys will definitely know how to create those speed ramp transitions, which are an extremely useful video editing tactic. Then moving on to the advanced effects section, which was personally my favorite section to visit. You guys will know exactly how to easily stabilize shaky footage, as well as adding those easy, effects onto your footage and how to tweak them using the parameters available to you within the effects controls. You guys will also know about the Ultra Key effect, which is a great effect. You can simply drag onto your green screen footage to remove all that green area within 1 or 2 clicks of a button. You guys will also know how to automate placement of clips to a beat using the Automate 2 sequence tool, which is amazing and overall has saved me personally days worth of video editing time without even exaggerating one bit. You guys will also know how to easily sync audio and video in terms of a music video within literally the click of one button, and also we went through how to replicate a VHS effect within Adobe Premiere Pro.